Boy, what the hell is this? Bunch of chatters here. I'm not even on the screen yet. What could you possibly have to talk about? If I'm not on the screen, there's clearly nothing interesting going on. So why are we talking? I don't get it. It's weird. Oh yeah. Hello folks, how are you? My name is Chlorokin. And today is Friday. It's true. That's a fact. That is a thing that I've learned via the calendar widget on my plasma desktop. I also knew it was coming. Yeah. For most of my life, Friday has come directly after Thursday and preceding Saturday by a day. But there have been times, and my chat can attest to this, where I don't know what fucking day it is. It's true. It happens. All right? It happens. I'm willing to bet that some of you, thinking back to your younger years or maybe years of unemployment or freelance operations, you might have had a day or two like that as well, but maybe not. All I know is that I know it's Friday. I know it's Friday. I'm like 89% sure it's Friday. Is it Friday? Hold on, let's check. Is it Friday? All right, it's Friday. Whew. God, that would have been fucking crazy if after all that it wasn't Friday, because I actually have not checked technically what day it is. If I just did that whole monologue and it was like Thursday, I would have to end the stream. Are you saying Fridays are a static wormhole linked to Thursdays and Saturdays? Correct. Yeah. This is the chain. This is the chain we live in. Please don't crit my Saturday. I have to fit my fat ass through that Saturday wormhole so I can go chill with Joe Lost. You guys know who Joe Lost is? He's another Eve streamer, but he's kind of like, you know, I don't know how to describe him, but he's more of a normal person than me, right? I'm gonna go over there tomorrow and take some notes. I'm gonna harass him on his stream, and I'm gonna take some notes on how to act cool. So I encourage you to come by and say hi. Hello, how are you? If you're on YouTube, say hi. Stir Fries here, Nyandir Gaming. What up? Good to see you. My name is Chlorokin. I'll be your host with the least today. And today is Friday. Anything goes. That means we will talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about, even if it happens to, what's the phrase? Rustle a couple of jimmies, maybe. Got to be true to you. But also, I'll just play Eve today, too, if nothing pops up. I'm not going to force anything. I'm just saying I'm not going to shy away from it. But you should enjoy the show today, hopefully. If you don't, well, bit of a skill issue. You got to practice more, right? You know what it is. We're starting up here pretty soon. What I'm doing right now behind the scenes, I have a little can of oil, and I'm oiling all the gears and cogs for the webcam. So this takes a little bit of time. I got a grease gun. I'm hitting the Zerks with it, you know. How the hell are y'all? This song is weird. I like it. I like it. Boom says I'm on that oil too. Yeah. A little Rick Simpson oil. Oi. It's a me, Mario. Wah! 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 Sorry. Whoa! Wah! Wah! Bunch of pot smokers in my chat. What the hell is this about? Bunch of Rick Simpson oil enjoyers? I don't get it. Was that too loud? Sorry. Let me walk it back. Pego says, can see the smoke pat. Oh, is my house on fire? Oh, that was the bagel. Pego has bagel vision. He saw the bagel. He saw it smoking. Thank God for audio compression. I actually do put a lot of effort on making sure that when I yell, it doesn't kill you. I have a lot of things doing that. So it should be annoying, but not clipping. That's hilarious. Cora got a haircut. No, I just shaved the sides like I've been done doing. Hi. Let me say hello real quick. Viri, first chat of the day. Respect. Viri just bought a couple Tangus from your boy. Hi, Viri. Hello. Hilo is here. Hello. Big D is here. What's up? Blitz Rage. coming on in. Katse Blaze is here. Dank Gravy, what's up? How you doing? Moon Dawn. Boom Shroom showing up, putting in work. Who else is here? Pagel is here. Holy smokes. Dank Gravy has watched 60 streams in a row. Loser! Just kidding, I love you. That's devotion. I've streamed 60 times in a row, so I'm the biggest loser. Hi, Brunette, what up? How are you, buddy? Shiny new passy. Are you making fun of me for losing the old one? Bromaz is here. How you doing? Harvey Wagwan Birdman is here. Just fresh off a tub of Ben and Jerry's. Not even joking. That's just how he lives. Good to see everybody. Spooky is here. Young Spookinator. Who's being toxic and local? Who? You? It better not be you. If you're being toxic, I gotta say, that's kind of an L, bud. Don't post your L's in chat. Lost Soul, what up? Pickle says, can see the smoke passing the camera. I don't know what the fuck you're even saying. Inverse Flux is here. Inverse Flux is here. What's going on? What's poppin'? A little 07 for you. Zachary says, went ahead and dropped a cool 520 milli on that new Hecate skin. What skin is that? He's talking about that bagel stream? Yeah, no doubt. How is Pagel gonna call me out like that? Long time viewer. Just wrecking my shit. Chloro got a haircut. No, not yet. Still man bunning it up. Still got all the shit up there. Still got the F tier hairline. However, I did shave the sides and the back down. So I guess I technically did get a haircut. I just did it myself. Because, yeah, I haven't gotten a haircut in a long time. I live a meager life. I don't know what to tell you guys. If you think I'm out there just painting the town red and just fucking jet set, and you're wrong. I'd like to imagine I've been around more than I ought to have. But I'm just Krillin. Nice, looks good. Thanks, Pagel. Appreciate you. I guess I was fishing for some reason, even though that's not what I wanted. So I want to see what this Hecate skin is that this chatter said he spent 520 millis on. All right, what's the skin, bro? What was it? Unbridled Glory. All right, which one is this? This dude said he spent 520 million ISK on this. I mean, it's honestly pretty fucking good. Like, as far as default skins go, there's a lot that I like about this. I'm not even just glazing you. I like the muted colors, low saturation. I actually like the contrast. It's also glossy, which is interesting for the Hecate since it's a very flat ship. It adds a bit of roundness to it. I don't think I'd spend 520 for this unless I love the Hecate, which I don't. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Got a couple of those, I think. Anyway. Shout out to the Hecate, fantastic ship. Somebody in here yesterday was talking about how Hecates are, when they're fit like catalysts, they're bad. It's like, well, you can fit Hecates all types of ways, but they're very good at being catalysts. Let's just be real. Glow has a thing for those scope syndication skins because they gave me a bunch of them. Oh yeah, speaking of that, I gotta hand some of those out later. Techno, good to see you. Zachray's here. I like your skin, Zachray. I approve. You don't have the skills to fly it, but you spent 520 million on a skin. What the hell's wrong with you? That's so weird. That's like, I don't know what that's like buying rims for your car. You don't have a car yet. It's like being a 16-year-old and like saving up and buying rims and you don't have a car or a license. That's so funny. I love it. Donut, what's up, buddy? Honestly, like, it's totally okay to do that. It's funny. I'm just bantering. It's on your fly list. When you can fly it, let me know. I'll hook you up with one. Howdy, I won 500 Plex. I won a Laura's giveaway yesterday after your stream. That was nice. And they, whoa! Whoa! Congrats, dude. I just paid a guy 500 Plex to take some notes off from my streams. And you're over here winning it. Good man. Lorio gives away a shitload of stuff. He's got quite the treadmill going on there. Heffil is here. What's up? Is your Nomad 4 Tengu Fit still worthy? Nomad 4? Was I using a Tengu in a Nomad 4? What? Huh. I mean, if you send it to me on Discord, yeah, I don't even know. I don't even remember using a Tengu in episode 4. That's funny. If I did, I have no memory of it. So what are you trying to do? You trying to rat with the Tengu? Or you see episode 4? What the fuck did I use a Tengu for in episode 4? Scotty says no notification you were streaming. What do you mean? I sent it out. Oh, Twitch didn't send it? Sometimes Twitch just doesn't send it. I don't know what the deal is. What's up, Scotty? How are you, buddy? Chocobobo. Kanan. Hello. It's Friday. That means you can talk about whatever you want here. Obviously, you know. You still got to be a good person, but we can talk about whatever. Discworld. Hello, buddy. Courtmate right there. What exploring ship should I fly to hunt other exploring ships? You know, the Astero is the classic one that can do both pretty well at the same time. It's not super expensive, but the truth is the best thing you'll have is a Covops ship with a little bit of damage on it. If you want to hack stuff and then kill other explorers and set little traps, do a hybrid Covops that has a gun or something and just catch them and kill them with a scram. The best ship for catching explorers in J-Space is a bomber with guns on it, not torps, right? Is this the one that was there early? Yeah. Somebody was making me get it earlier. I got it on all my dudes. Thank you, Zachary. Yeah, they gave out like some small loot crate or something for their downtime. Wasn't there downtime today? What happened today? I saw something on Reddit about Eve was down. This one for the Vedmock is a Twitch drop, I think. Oh, interesting. Really? Huh. Congrats, Cycle. Good to see you. Zachary is here. Chocobobo, hope you're having a good day. Kanan USA, what up? Yeah, I mean, they're cheap, so I just, you know. Scotty, good to see you. Half hi. Discworld, hi. Gorov, good to see you. Yeah, you can't go wrong with, like, you know, a buzzer with a gun and a scram. However, I would stay away from strategic cruisers. You may be tempted to use a strategic cruiser for this. Don't do it. Hampson needed a break. What's up, Fardo? Katse, I got the notification. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. The truth is that I guess it's okay. Like, if I have a stream where 10 people show up, that's fine. But you'd think Twitch would serve the notification that it forces me to send. Like, I don't even get to opt out of that. I think. Well, maybe I do. It's YouTube that I can't turn off. YouTube, like, if you stream, they're like, we're going to tell your people. There's nothing you can do to hide it. Pacifier. Yeah, I have a huge problem with the pacifier for this role. You shouldn't be hacking with the pacifier. Well, it's true that you could hack and kill with the pacifier. It's just too expensive. It doesn't really do the role properly, in my view. Some people think about ships in a vacuum without ISK and think about the best ship for a role. I always take ISK into account. That's why something like the pacifier doesn't even track, you know? But it would work. Clubastion, what's up? How are you? The server crashed. Interesting. Wonder what happened. Was it some player doing some shite? I saw on Reddit there was a Rorqual that died because of the... Can you imagine losing a Rourke? Whew. Also, random aside, it is Friday, so I guess I'll just say it. But I was on Zkill earlier, and let's just click on a random corp and go to page 2. See if it's still doing it. Yeah, so this is basically, it's none of my goddamn business, and he's a grown ass man. But this is not, this is not cool at all. That you're gonna deprive people of functionality on a website because of ad blocking. Like, this isn't a good way to win the hearts and minds of people. So if this is Cloudflare doing it, that makes sense. But if this is like an active choice by my boy Squiz, very questionable. Either way, none of my business. But my whole thing is that, guilt tripping is fine, right? I mean, hell, I had Zkill whitelisted for a long time. In fact, in a Nomad Tail, I tell people to whitelist Zkill. So don't call me a hater. But to deprive functionality is bizarre. It's the kind of thing that gets these projects essentially forked. But I'm sure it's probably just Cloudflare being weird. I don't think that Squizman would actually do that. But if he did, it's all good. It's his shit. None of my business. But I was pretty surprised that UBO was depriving functionality on Zkill. Imagine Eve without Zkill. Well, there was. I played Eve before Zkill. There were other kill boards, right? It's not like it's an unreplaceable service. It's just Zkill is a very good one. He's done a great job with it. I didn't know that was why. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. If it's intentional, obviously, like, people will move away from it and new things will happen. So, but if it's not, well, then it'll get fixed. What was before Zkill? Wasn't it Battle Clinic? I want to say it was Battle Clinic, or I can't remember. No, I think it was Battle. There was a couple. Zkill was good because it unified everything. A little bit like Discord, which you know how I feel about all that. So as far as I'm concerned, putting ads all over Zkill, doing partner programs, doing everything on like banner ads, like all that's perfectly makes sense to me. I'd probably do the same thing on the website. Well, I wouldn't run the website, but if I was in his shoes, I would. But breaking page twos and advanced searches for UBO is extremely strange. Eve kill. Yeah, no, Zkill was something that just happened. Yeah. There were a bunch of old ones, but there was a popular one. I don't know if it was Eve Kill or Battle Clinic. I don't know, but I can't remember. But there was one that most people used, but there were other ones that people would use randomly. And plus, more corps had their own boards than now. Now, corps still have their own boards, but it's not as common. Anyway, I think Zkill has been a net positive to the Eve community. This is the first time I've ever seen something that was like, what? So who knows? We'll find out in a week or two if it was intentional. I'm not even going to hit him up. Why would I? It's his shit. I'm just thankful that it's been usable for so long. Hello. I want to do both hacking, data, and relic and hunt. Yeah, Astero is like pretty much perfect for that, mate. I mean, it's cheap enough to you don't mind losing it. It's got the chops to fight other explorers. The only thing is that, like, it's a bit obvious that you're going to fight them with the Astero versus something like a Helios or a Buzzard with a random gun. It's like a lot of people might not even run away from you. It's kind of funny. You're just going to have less power. I got an email, but not a Twitch notification. Foundation. Interesting. I wonder if that's... do you think Loru did that to me? Do you guys know that Loru knows advanced voodoo? Which is not magic, by the way. It's kinesis. He has been cursing me for a long time. I think this is finally bearing fruit for him. Pretty sure it's Loru's fault. What's the fit on the Astero? Actually, I have a link for you. Hold on. Let me try to fetch it. You got the Twitch notification? Yeah. So Latoni, basically this is the fit for the Astero. Now, there's some small changes. Let me show you. But this is essentially the Ghost Site Blitzing fit. Just, it's also able to do all the sleeper caches and fuck around with relics. I'll go out a little bit. I don't really feel rushed at all. I don't really feel compelled to produce content right now other than just meme around. So with that said, I know it's a weird thing to hear from a streamer, but I'm being real. With that said, I will probably go out and use some of these needlejacks and try to hack some stuff, take some relics, and or if I find something advanced, take that. You feel a sudden pain in your knee like someone put a needle in it? Well, that would be a voodoo doll, right? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm behind. The unplanned downtime went well. Was this? Yeah. I was just mentioning that. I saw it on Reddit that O'Rourke got clapped up doing it. That's awesome. Zachary says, "Can you imagine being that guy?" By the way, oof. I'd be mad. Hot take: you do not want to do both. You hunt or you explore, with the slight exception of having moldy, but the refit again or moldy bug. Yeah, and I'm gonna be real. It's technically possible to throw a point on the Astero and do both. Technically. It has all the slots to do both. It's just I kind of agree with Zach. What happens is when you do both, it's less of a, oh, that's not going to work, and more of a like, well, you're going to do both poorly is what it comes down to. So I agree. Any update on the court project? Did you get a chance to do some testing? Yeah, I did test it. What's up, Gray? Yeah, I tested it and it is spammable. So I immediately said, fuck that and got mad. Hey, buddy. Zephyr drops for Eve. All right, now I got to see what they are. Someone said it's a Vedmuk skin. You guys know how to pronounce Vedmuk? Wait, Vedmok. Sorry, it's not Vedmuk. It's Vedmok. It's not Vedmak though. Don't you even begin to tell me it's Vedmak. All right, dude. This cracks me up every time I look at Twitch when I do this. I swear to God, I'll never get bored of this. Guys, look at the names of the streams on your screen right now. Look at the names. There's only one dude that has a normal, slightly normal name without the word drops in it. Bro, do you seriously think that putting drops is like... So here's my question. Like, I got love for all these streamers. I'm not trying to call anybody out, but what do you get out of people idling in your chat for drops? What do you get for that? Like, I guess the number is bigger, but like, don't you know that number's like impacted by that a little bit? Doesn't that like bother you? For me, I'd rather just like attract the actual number of people that want to watch me. Ad revenue? Yeah, but like out of experience, these numbers are like, we're talking about a few cents extra whenever you run an ad, you know, like for a couple extra people. Now, I know if you have, if you got an extra 200 or whatever, maybe. Vedmok. I used to say Vedmuk, and then some Russian dude like was like, please shut the fuck up and say it right. I'm like, all right, Vedmok. No idea what drops are. If you watch Twitch, basically you get Eve items. That's what a drop is. It's not just for Eve. It's all types of things. Yander, when I streamed, I'll do a 1 minute giveaway to not promote people who are just there for awards. That's awesome. Latoni says you do a prop on my Astero with a scram and use a mobile depot to swap between my car. Yeah, perfect. That's perfect. Yep. And you will make a catch or two when you find someone lazy. It's true. Yeah, what is the skin? How do I find this out? Should I go to my own stream? Okay. Where's the drop? All right, it says watch to earn drops. View details. All right. Where's the drop? It's a booster. I don't want a booster. What's going on here? What's on the launcher? Oh, Vedmok Unbridled Glory skin. Holy guacamole. I better get my own drops then, fool. I'm just kidding. I'm lazy. I think actually streaming gives you your own drops. I think. Okay, so here's the question. With due respect to my fellow Eve streamer peers, is the drops thing just a clear indication that money is a prime motivator for streaming, or no? Because if putting the word drops is there to get idle viewers, to get more ad money, isn't that just making it known that, you know, this is a main, and that's fine, and I totally think it's okay to do that. But it just seems like that's everybody. Hey, what up, Blue Star? How you doing? Pookie is here. P9's here. What's up? And because Navy for hunting? Oh, Navy ships are really good for, you're right, for that. You made 2 bill in 3 hours.
Disabled. Waypoint reached.
You made 2 bill in 3 hours. What the fuck are you doing? That's exploring. Our whitelist Ezekiel would never notice the ads, very unintrusive, and now if they had pop-ups in your face. Yeah, they're banners, right? And it's funny because, like, even though right now I'm talking about UBO and the Zeek website or whatever, in reality, in my own series, I had instructed people to please whitelist Ezekiel. So trust me, I'm a fan of the service, but that doesn't mean it can't become terrible. It's not a shield, right? Oh, I see. Scrolling down past the broken image helps. All right, I'm not going to play games with them, but this is good to find out. I'm assuming it's Cloudflare, right? Hi. Vadmac. All right, shut up. Higher added viewer count, maybe just enough to push them in the partner status. Really? 9 out of 10 streamers on EVE at any given point on the top point are still not partners. I mean, maybe. It's pushing for Twitch partner. I mean, I feel like most of those people are partners. Maybe I'm wrong. You need to watch your own stream to get the drop? Well, I guess that's out of the question. What respect does an EVE streamer actually do? I don't know. Me, none. But other people, maybe a little bit because they're a human being. I'm not here for the drops. I'm here for the politics. On a day like today, you're going to talk about politics? Get the fuck out of here. Unbelievable. 9 out of 10 EVE streamers are in it for the money, oddly enough. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like, is streaming EVE a thing that people do not for money? I don't know. Look at Lerm. Do you guys get the sensation that Lerm streams for money? Does anybody get that sensation? But he's 1 out of 10, I guess. Oh, speaking of that, I'm going to disable hype trains. They were fun for like 5 minutes and then they got really lame. Let me disable them. This shit's stupid. Lerm is cool. Lerm is cool. Somebody subscribed to me. Who the hell was that? I heard a subscription in there. Savant faire. Merci beaucoup. I don't know if you actually speak French. I'm just looking at the word fair and assuming. How are you, buddy? Savant faire. Appreciate your prime. I only stream for the money, so now that we got a prime, now I'll keep streaming. I wasn't going to stream before, but now I'm going to stream. You goofy goons, you. Some people enjoy their job and don't do it for the money, but for many, it's a job and the end motivator is making money. Yeah, but the thing that always blows my mind is like, you know, if you're going to actually take it seriously like Loro, you could probably make a few dollars, but I don't know how much some of the other dudes make. Maybe it's a lot. I don't know. I root for them, but 90% of people on the Switch want to stream for the job, I would imagine. Yeah, but why can't it just be like a part-time thing? And like whatever happens, happens. It's kind of like how I do it, right? It's just not appealing to... I don't know. And again, like, I bet some of those people are super honest that they do it for money. You just assume they're doing it for money, so it doesn't really matter to me? Okay. Huh. I mean... That's fair. I mean, some days I stream and, like, I look and, like, not a single soul subscribed to me, which is, like... And I don't even feel bad. It's like, oh, I guess nobody subscribed today because they're all subbed. Awesome. You know, like, I kind of just feel like I'm an alien in this space. And like, it may be good for some of you, but not really that appealing to some because we don't have all the fun bells and whistles. Enjoying your stream? Hell yeah. English, not French? Okay, well, I wanted to believe. Savant faire. La vie est simple. Ça va te faire. Good to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so if streaming to Twitch is your job and you want to make just pure money off of that, and that's your main, and that's one of your like top motivators, that's totally normal. I think it's healthy, it's good. However, I just wonder what type of hell that actually is.
Skill training completed.
He says, please don't be like the bells and whistles. That's just annoying. I just disabled these things, by the way. And then it came back. Deleted. Deleted. Instantly deleted. Please don't be like the bells and whistles. That shit is annoying. Yeah, I think my stream has always been pretty stripped of bells and whistles, right? Thank you, Blue Stars, for the bits. Decoy with the prime. Appreciate y'all. I do not think Twitch drops are trashing the economy. Oh, no. No. This is a total random straw man. I never said that there was any issue with the economy. Zach, I was just saying that I wonder why nobody else feels the way I do about streaming. How you have to put the focus on fun first. And like, you have to like, I don't know. It's just because I'm a weird, stupid fuck who's never gonna make it. The Isaac and Ezekiel were always fun for stuff I bought. Learn rules. Money and fun is common, got it. I mean, that's what I do here, and people literally give me money to do this, technically. However, I feel like community building, helping people, having a good time, and really enjoying a part of my life that I didn't think I'd have access to share. I feel like those are like way more important tenets to why I do this than trying to get the most money out of it. But there is money there, you're right. Maybe it's because I'm biased because I did a Nomad Tale for like free and then imported an audience here. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. What do you have a Shield Extender and explosive resistant to cargo bay? So you actually asked about the fit, and I linked you the fit, and it does explain what the fit's for. So if you scroll up and go to the Workbench link here, this tells you that it is a ghost site blitzing fit. And since ghost sites, when the can explodes, they do pure explosive damage, right? This module ends up being a 3 million ISK module, or whatever the fuck it is, that like triples your life against ghost sites. I made a whole video about it actually called Ghost Sites Are a Treat, Not a Terror, with like 1 trillion views actually at this point. You should check that out. If you guys haven't watched it, you should totally check out that video. It is one of my better ones. Let me see if I can get a link. Mm-mm-mm. 30,000 views. Sheesh. So check out this video if you want to know what the shield modules are for. This is pretty much a complete rundown on everything I know about ghost sites, besides loot tables and stuff that truthfully I almost prefer not to know. Same reason I don't track profits. Mad Mookie subbed a tier 1. Hell yeah. I just disabled hype trains, but apparently you have to do it before you go live, so let's not do hype trains anymore. It was fun for a little bit, but the truth is, like, it has to be like once a month for me, otherwise it gets boring. I wouldn't have watched 61 streams in a row if I wasn't enjoying it. Thank you for the support. This is exactly what I tell people. Cycle. I can't possibly agree more. And the other thing I add on top of this is that doing it with a niche MMO is fucking insane if your main motivator is money. You could literally do a political channel from scratch and make more money in a year than doing Eve. Straight up. Just say weird shit and you'll be good. Like a side hustle that piggybacks on your hobby. I view it as, I always say this, I view it as like a guy that knows how to skate that goes to a skate park that gets a bunch of gear and like a stipend or something. It's a sponsorship. That's what it feels like. I watched that video. Yeah, that's me, baby. Yeah, so the thing is, this is that fit, but it's modified for general exploration. That's all. That's why you'll see a sensor booster, cherry picker, stuff like that. Be really into horses like Vosh. I heard he's running for Congress president now. Good for him, man. That's gonna go well. He's probably gonna get elected too. Did they remove legality of goods in Eve? No, actually, they didn't. They're still illegal goods. I had some in Jitta. I thought hype chains were disabled. I literally disabled them. I'm so sad. At least I disabled the thing. To make yourself dependent on Twitch subs isn't a good idea till you get big. I don't think there's any amount of bigness that makes... Okay. First of all, I agree with you. But second of all, like... You know? My main issue is not the size of the community or the dependence on the support from them. It's the fact that Twitch is the thing facilitating this support. That's my main issue. Twitch is not to be trusted. J-Dub says we're a voice changer. This is why we need streamers are... Give me your prime. I can't do it. Oh, you said it does disrupt it. I see. Decoy, you think Pioneer is better value for money than a Prospect? I actually don't even know how much Pioneer costs. I think they're dirt cheap. The thing about Prospects is they don't really die when you play well, so it's hard to beat that value. So I'd say probably no, but Pioneers are interesting. They can do cool things like fight back. Can you get a Pirate Software voice changer button, please? Hold on. I got this. Let's pull open the EQ here. Hold on. All right, if we pull open the mic EQ and go to the equalizer, so let's apply the Pirate Software filter. Hello, this is Pirate Software. This is my very natural voice. How are you today? I probably should have listened to that first. Was it bad? Was that bad or no? I couldn't hear it. It worked, yes. It was spot on. Awesome. Yes. I give you money for streaming because I legit enjoy the damn stream, part of the non-shilling. Yeah, and that right there, everybody likes that. Everybody likes it when someone enjoys something and supports it. But here's the thing. I feel like, and this is crazy to me. This is gonna be weird for you, but like, I feel like you either need to be a Chloro, you need to be a Chloro, you need to be a Chloro, or you need to be a Loru. You should just embrace one of the two. Just, if you want to do it for money, spend all your time hyping people up and getting people active and teaching people and actually giving them a chance to make you a living. Or do a Chloro, which is just chill and whatever happens, happens and be happy with life. Like, do both. Or do one or the other, not both, right? Don't sit in the middle and be like, I just do it for fun, but also you better sub to me or I'm going to fight you. Chloro? Yeah, I fucked up. Anyway, nobody needs my lectures, but it is Friday. At some point, if you're following someone, the stream titles don't matter. I don't even know you titled. That's true, Ark. Yeah, titles are less important. You're right. I wanted to give you money for Twitch, but fuck my subscription, so you're not getting anything? Good. I don't want you to sub to me. I just want you to agitate. I watched this. I haven't done a ghost site. Yeah, ghost sites are definitely intimidating, but the point of the video was to tell you, like, there's some good loot in there. There's some free loot in there that's with no risk, too. I was warp off early, though. Yeah, I don't really warp off these days. I just double click and cloak. It's cool to watch them come and go. They're my friends. Mad Mookie says, love your Nomad series. Thank you. I appreciate you for your support and your kind words. Depending on any single income source puts you at risk. I never understood making any video game your primary income just because what if the game dies? Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. You know, it's funny, Scotty, because the first time I ever tried streaming, I streamed a game called Artifact, and the game did die. Now, I didn't even know how to turn the camera on or do an alert, much less think about income or anything off of it. But yeah, that was funny. I just stopped. Someone's cosplaying Thor. I'm gonna need you to figure out your mic situation, okay? I was offended about that guy until he shit on Eve and then he was dead to me. You talking about Thor? You talking about my boy Thor? No, stop. Stop. It's way too soon to be making fun of Thor. He just died. The man ran out of mana and fucking died. And you're going to be here clowning on him in my chat on a Friday? I don't understand. Quality ASMR, yeah. You can see that my current equalizer spread is 1 minus 4, 1. And this is very common for like radio. This is like a smiley face, right? And the reason is because these mids, you take them out, it sounds real sexy. It's true. You'll see a lot of radio configs in this same style of distribution. But anything past 1 decibel on the low means you're insecure, in my opinion. Like here, I'll just show you what it sounds like without it, because I can't be talking shit. So this is with the filter, and then this is without the filter. It's the same exact voice, but you can clearly tell those mids make it sound way muddier, and a little bit less bass and high makes it sound less clear as well. But then you put the filter back on, and it sounds kind of like radio quality. But crucially, this is because we're removing the mids. We're not adding a shitload of lows. Blue Star says turn it off for a bit. I just did. Yeah, this is off right now. This is with all the filters removed. This is the voice with 000. And then if we turn it back on, this is 1 minus 4, 1. Same exact voice, same exact pitch, everything. Oh, Lord, turn it back. Yeah, you got used to how sexy it is, right? So we basically, I'm going to turn it off right now, but we do this specifically because this allows the words to sound more clear with a little bit of high, and then it sounds better with a little bit of low. But these mids, they just make this sound so bad. All you got to do is remove that. You move it like this, and all of a sudden the voice sounds fantastic. What's your mic setup? It's in my video my Twitch description, but this is a Shure SMB or SM7B plugged into a cloud lifter, plugged into a preamp, plugged into an audio interface. Very, very cliche streamer setup. Was Artifact ever truly live? What up, PK? My boy? Yeah, Artifact was actually a fantastic game on launch. It was so good. It's just, the world wasn't ready for Artifact. I'm willing to admit that I loved Artifact. I don't give a fuck. Artifact was great. People were hung up on the monetization and shit. Motherfuckers were hung up on the monetization of Artifact, but then they would go out and buy like a $2,000 Magic the Gathering deck. No, I can resell it. My fucking ass you can. You spill your fucking grape drink on the table. Boom, you're out of car. Sorry, I'm mad. Chloru. Laura has such high energy that I get tired out watching him burn calories on stream. Yeah, but like that high energy is a choice he makes because it's engaging for more viewers, right? So maybe the old fucks like you and I'm just kidding. We can't keep up, but there's a damn good reason for them. Literally, Harvey. It sounds fine, but you're right. Yeah. No, my normal speaking voice is a good speaking voice in terms of like, you know, compared and how it sounds. But if you're just going to listen to someone's voice, you got to give it a little love. That's exactly right. Radio people do this because you're listening to them constantly. Pretty crazy difference. Yep. And crucially, but again, I just want to stress, we're almost exclusively removing frequencies instead of adding. Oh, you said it before I did it? Oh, I apologize. I'm way out of whack. I just Googled if Thor died. No, he's alive. What's up, Charles? I'm just playing. I recently rewatched all of a No Man's Tale and considered doing a series similar to myself about a pirate life in Eve where I make all my ransomen robbing capsuleers. I love it. Good for you. You should totally do it. I'm wondering how I should go about doing it. So that right there is a strong indication that you're not that into this idea. If you have to get perspective on like your adventure, I want you to go back to the drawing board and come up with an adventure you do for yourself and you know how to do. And if you want to do an adventure with something that you don't know about yet, go practice that and then come back and do your adventure. So if you want to ransom, what I would do is I would go ransom a bunch of people off camera and practice it. Get good at it. Then do your adventure. That's my best advice. Because I could tell you like how to maybe find people, whatever, but you need to be interested enough to do that. And the only reason I'm telling you this right now is because the reason people love the Nomad Tale before anything else, anything about the ideas or the person or anything like that, it's because I was super into it. You got to be hella into it as well. So if you are, you're in good shape. Well, then go figure it out and make that part of your series. Missing the pop filter. Yeah, I had this was my old mic. This was a Samson Q2U. This is a great mic, $80 USB mic. This is great. But I upgraded a while ago, a couple months ago. I upgraded primarily to do voiceovers for a Nomad Tale 16, but obviously for the stream it's great as well. This mic is truly fantastic. You can look at trends and you can argue that, oh, you know, it's probably the masses being manipulated. You could also look at trends and be like, well, the masses might be informed. With audiophile things, with recording studio things, with these, spend as little as possible. With this, you need to actually be willing to spend a little bit if you want to actually treat your audience really well. Mine's not perfect, even still. A big reason for that is because on the filter thing, I use Linux's noise suppression, right? And this is not perfect. This has some artifacts, some small buffering. So I've heard it before. It's not perfect, but this is about as good as I can get it with my setup without running a secondary computer. Very well, keep honing my skills. Yeah, go out and ransom some people and be like, start your series, be like, I've been learning how to ransom people. Now it's time to take it seriously or something, you know? Like, come on. But what happens is you're not the first person to be like, hey, I want to create a series on this adventure. What should I do? And I have to say, whenever I see that, I'm like, you got to keep dreaming is what you got to do. But the truth is, I don't know. You make your series about whatever you like. I encourage everybody to make series. I encourage you to be inspired by Nomad Tale. I like to make this known time and time and time again, but I take no ownership over the intellectual property of a Nomad Tale, meaning literally if you were to take it and run and post it somewhere and run ads on it, I'm not going to strike it. I don't care. So what that means for the normal people like you and I is like, if you are inspired by a Nomad Tale and want to copy the format or be inspired by the format, I encourage you to do it. If you want to react to it on your stream or do a Nomad adventure on stream, I look forward to it. The overstimulation is targeting a different audience. Yeah, the Mr. B's audience. Have you tried Bizarre? Negative. What's his name plays it though, right? Crip? It's got to be good if Crip likes it. I'm not a Crip stan, but I do like his brain, even though I don't like his personality. I wish his stream was more than making him watch YouTube videos. Yeah. I feel weird when I watch too many YouTube videos. But if you're going to go mainstream, doing reactions is like a really good way to kill the time for whatever it's worth. Let me turn the alerts back on now that the hype train's left me alone. Inverse is a scary person. The real money is streaming yourself, teaching people how to stream for profit. Genius. Reactions is a retirement home for streamers, is it? Shit. Speaking of reactions, did I ever finish those? Man's got me all worried. Uh-oh. Undocking. I can make the rest of those neurovisual output analyzers now. Oof. Life is good. What is this Nidhogger doing here? What's you doing, Jim Raynor? Is he warping off? No, he's right here. What are you doing, bro? God, I love that ship. I don't like that skin on that ship, though. This is not a cap skin. This is a subcap skin. I'm sorry. Purdy. I'm tempted to anchor a reaction array for my stick, but I'm fairly sure that's actually in trouble. So reaction arrays do not work anymore, Harvey, in sticks. You can anchor it, but it will not function. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. This has been disabled for a long time now, but who would have told you? Yeah, who would have told you? If anything, I've made your decision-making easier now, yeah? I was going to make a bunch more strategic cruisers, but I got hung up on this reaction, so I guess I can make some now. I don't know. Someone said reactions in YouTube chat. I'm like, oh yeah, reactions. Of course. How could I have forgotten? And then maybe I'll do some exploration after. Glad to know it doesn't work. Yeah, there's a couple of things in posses that do not work. Obviously, moon drilling doesn't work anymore. That one's a bit more obvious. But reactions do not work. Pretty much the only thing I think see people use them for is like maybe cap production and null sec, stuff like that. Maybe. Like for industry-wise. I'm sure there's other uses as well. Let me open my spreadsheet real quick. Let me open my spreadsheet. So I need 76 more of those suckers. 76 of them. All right. So that's good. So now, if I understand this correctly, I could probably start making a bunch of these. So let's just take a quick goosey gander here at the there we go. Ship blueprints, fantastic. Let's try to make some of these small ones, shall we? So 6 legions will make 12 Lokis. So these are all 24s at this point. So let's just make 20 of these and then 20 Tengus. So we're totally out of this jumps. Let me see what I got left. We're making a partial order right now, folks. Okay. A partial order. Right. So we're out of neurovisual input matrices here, essentially. Which means we're going to be able to make a couple. And then we'll make the rest of these when these other jobs is done. 2 hours and 55 minutes and I can make the rest of the ships. So basically 20 of each of these. So 8 more Lokis and then 14 more each of Tengus and Lokis. Fantastic. And then I'll bring them to Amar and sell them to chatters for delicious prices. Delicious. Nutritious. Hi. Contender says, I came back to even stumbled over your Nomad's Tale. Absolutely amazing stuff. Binged everything in less than a week. Woo! Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is a bingeable series in the sense that there is sure is a lot of it. What's another bingeable Eve series? I know there are other ones, right? Corvette Cinnaball, that guy was doing some other, there's some more recent ones. You have a roar core? Yeah, I have a roar. You've never watched a Nomad Tale, Stir Fry. That's awesome. I like how you're in my corp, but you've never seen a Nomad Tale. I know you talked about a Nomad Tale, but went right over my head. But how'd you get the industrial side? How much does it make you? How did I get into it? Yeah, so I suppose the way I got into it was in episode 15, I challenged myself to make all the strategic cruisers and use them. And then once I learned those processes, I realized that I could take the gas that I harvest anyway and just turn it into ships now. So that's how I got into it. How do you feel about training time in Eve? I think it's... it serves primarily the business of the game. So like, this isn't a research position by any stretch, but thinking about it, like they could probably give everybody every skill tomorrow, and I think the game would probably be awesome and still playable and great. It's just that skills are like an important way to keep people slowly easing into things for like the business side of the game, I think. Like CCP's interests. People also like progression, but Eve's the type of game where you could give everybody every skill right now and it'd still be a fantastic game. It'd be better in some ways, worse in others. So the question is, how do I feel about training time in Eve? I feel that it's fine. It's good, but there's a reality where it could be removed, and I'd be cool with that. I think that alphas should be able to use most things. There are issues with like cloaky camping and abuse and whatnot, but the truth is this game is heavily abused already. I know it's not invitation to abuse it more, but Rooks and Kings is bingeable. Evil Own series is actually good. He's doing a fantastic job. Awesome. We're gonna have to watch some of that on stream eventually. Dude is super knowledgeable. Interesting. It's kind of a contrast where I went into things not knowing anything. Kind of cool. You got to get snackies. At the cooking changes, observatories are annoying as fuck for all involved. I just got obs a few times yesterday. Some purple helmet guy got me, or tried to. What's up, Mally? Yeah, the cloaking changes are interesting. I remember even back being in CO2, people would sometimes cloaky camp our far properties, and it was fucking cancerous for like the shitty linemen like me and everybody else. So I kind of am. I like the idea of a mini game surrounding making someone be attentive, but it's not really. It doesn't really work like that. People do die from obs, from laziness, but like a cloaky campaign still functions. In theory, it's just much more tedious to do, which if that's the goal, sure, but it's very Eve type of solution to a problem. But overall, I'd say even doing blopsing, doing wormhole stuff, the fact that mobs aren't workable in wormholes is good, right? They don't counter cloaky camping. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, doing a proper cloaky camp, like an AFK one now, I think is dead. But with the Veilguard boosters, I think you can still manage a campaign among a few people. It's just, I would never want to do that. You're coming back every 30 minutes to retap the cloak with the drug, I think. Decoy says the kind of thing that kind of icks me is that you lose by not being subbed even when you're not playing, taking a break. Well, what do you lose? Like, this is another interesting quirk about me is I don't view skill points as like progress. Every week or month, I extract vast amounts from all my characters. Like, they're all fixed with certain jobs generally, which means anything extra they get is extracted out, and they usually sit in good implants, right? So, like, my whole mentality is, like, if I'm not playing, no big deal if I'm not training, because when I come back, who knows what I want to do? I might just strip them anyway. Basically, when you sub, you're buying skill points. It's just, it allows you to play the game, too. Potential SP, but what about injectors, back in the day before injectors, this was more accurate what you're saying. Well, accurate's the wrong word. I'd say relevant, because you're not wrong. You don't get skill points when you're not playing. It's just not as relevant because you can catch up by spending that money or whatever on injectors instead, Oh, yeah, this is pretty much precisely what I do. People intimate with the Nomad videos will know this, but just to kind of put in perspective one last time, it's not going to be the last time. Basically, I have wings, right? And so what happens is, this is my main Jolly Rancher setup. What happens here is, this is the main pilot. Probably one of the only ones that has unrestricted growth. But these pilots like sit in one type of ship, like a Legion or whatever, or like an Eris or something like that. They have no need to train past that. And we know that since these are all designed to scoop gas and sit in the ships and be able to sit in safe spots, so this is the labor side. These guys obviously don't need to train either. So that leaves us with some guys in the middle that do odd jobs that are in extremely safe positions that can sit in +5 implants and do their job and then give me the skill points that are left over. And you wouldn't want to do this for money. I wouldn't even do this for money. It's really not a good money to skim skill points anymore. Originally, I had done it to kind of subsidize the cost of Omega, which was what I called gamma cloning. But this is now actually a way for you to build up skill injectors for your own use. Having skill point liquidity is actually a real thing. And you don't have to start thinking about it right now, but understand that sitting on a huge stack of injectors that you can use and are not just for earmarked for sale means that you can just jump into whatever you want anytime you want if you're willing to be inefficient. It's basically a way to set yourself up to be extremely capable of reacting to an opportunity when they arise. For example, when the Odysseus came out and the Outrider came out, I had ejectors from skimming, just plopped them in and just played the game and did what I wanted to do. So just another perspective here on how skill points are not necessarily the form of progress that they once were from how I look at it. So I like the idea here. How much does gas mining, how much does the industry make me, says Latoni? It's impossible to say. I don't really track profits. But certainly hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions in revenues, if that helps. I think I'm going to make some more coffee, and then I'll go exploring. How does that sound? I maxed out the mining crit skills on day one doing exact same things. Nailed it. But so the only thing is that I'm preparing for that by skimming my own guys. Other people would just buy a stockpile if they don't want to do that, you know? This is a handsome point, and it's why I double benefit, because every single character I have is under 50 million SP, so I get 400 from Injector, right? If you have a bunch of mains, injecting becomes useless. I even have characters that are under 5 million SP, so I get a full Ejector. If I understand that right. Pretty nuts. Let's take a little itty-bitty breather here. I'm going to make some coffee so I don't tire my poor vocal cords out. You know, talking is hard business. And then we'll come back and we'll do some exploration. Maybe I'll talk about the world around us, yeah? And we'll carry on. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. A lot of people streaming right now. You could be anywhere in the world and you're here. 91 viewers. That's like really flattering, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Smooches! All right, sorry. I won't say that again. We are so fucking back. I'm gonna do a little French pressing here. If you are indeed Française, do yourself a favor and look away, because this is gonna get weird. If you speak Française. Mr. McFlex says, I lost my Gila in a Tech 4 Abyssal to a stupid noob mistake. Feels bad, man. I hate the way that feels. I can't stand that for you. Fun facts. I got tired of scanning down tablets here without implants, so I bought a third set of Virtues because I'm a bad girl. I cannot wait for this coffee. I'm champing at the motherfucking bit for this. We missed yet another grind. True, yeah. I'm thinking the grind stuff will have to make a comeback eventually. Sorry that he died, McFlex. I think the Abyss is interesting, but Insta-Death is fucking stupid. They should allow you to buy your stuff back for half price or something. It's literally fucking stupid. You could have made it an ISK sync without being just instant loss. But you know what? I'm fucking stupid. Delicious. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. Laura stream this morning, yeah? Hell yeah. Did McFlex talk about his Gila on the Loro stream too? That's amazing. Do you guys come here after you go to Loro? You're like, Chloro can have my sloppy fucking seconds. I love it. I did a tier 2 in a Vagabond the other day and got nuded by 2BS and lost everything. I hate that for you. I truly do hate it. But I love it. I hate it, but I love it. Because someone's got to root for the trigs. What up, Ricky? How you doing, bro? Nah, you're not late. I'm still greeting chat. I'm making another cup of coffee. Another cup of coffee. Another cup of Joe. And now we steep. What up, Tech Priest? Laura sent us the crash tabs. Between you and him, it covers my workday nicely when you're both on. I did a T2 Vagabond. Yeah, but my times are random. I'm assuming Laura's is more structured. Because like I said, Laura represents one end of the spectrum of trying hard and making a popular show. I imagine dude has a schedule. It's also instant, so you can't PvP in the trace, and you know the risk going in. Yeah, I mean, I understand how the mechanics work. I'm just saying it's silly. Abyssals would have been absolutely perfect if they allowed invasions and they allowed you to buy back your stuff. You know what I mean? We can wait while you indulge in your socially acceptable caffeine addiction. You said it's Laura's day job. You don't want to know what his night job is. I know what his night job is. You don't want to know what it is, Moondawn. His chatters aren't ready for that shit. Let's just say there's a secret OnlyFans. I'm just going to say it. I'm not going to link you though. They need to balance it a bit for other ship. The Gila is superior in every way 90% of the time. I don't think they're going to balance it anymore, Deco. I think that ship has sailed, but I don't disagree. Learning that Abyssals were added when the BDO company took over kind of made it make sense to me. I mean, Pearl Abyss introduced Abyssals? What the? First come, first watch. That's hilarious. I think all of you should go. You should leave this stream and go find another stream to watch. Don't watch. Don't watch this stream. This is a bad stream. We're going to talk about stuff today, like hacking mechanics and the Epstein files and how to stay safe in nullsec and the Middle East and, you know, advanced hacking and US hegemony. Head Laura is a secret ICE agent, ICE mining by day, ICE raiding by night. That would probably get me to not like him. That would get me to not like him real quick. All right, I'm out. Going to go watch Otters. See you, gravy. If our boy Laura was an ICE agent, yeah, I don't think I could be friends anymore. No time zone explains. Big purple around eyes. Got to sleep, man. No, I have dark circles, and I also have a hat on with the light. So here, I'll try to fix the lighting so people don't make fun of me. It's gonna get old. Like, imagine seeing somebody who has dark circles and pointing it out. Bizarre. Zero social skills. Some more light for you, buddy. Oh, yeah. Does it count if I have dark circles under my shirt? No. Please help. I'm a noob in Eve. My comment got censored? Yeah, good luck on YouTube. YouTube will censor fucking anything you type. Anything. You're not allowed to type on YouTube, for sure. Yo, look at this Skulltron guy. He's like, he first of all, he makes fun of my appearance, and then he asks, are we actually going to get to see this thing in appearance? No, we are. You are not. You go take a timeout. You go take a little timeout, big guy. I flipped the hat. It's best we got, folks. You're convincing me to stay more and more. Stop. Catch you later, dude. Gonna go watch the Otters. You guys want a hyperlink to that or what? I can link you directly to the Marine Mammal Rescue. They call themselves Marine Mammal Rescue, but they only show otters. Bro, he has some giant Bible verse tattooed his arm. Looks like a chode to me. You mean a chode? Interesting. Yeah, he's definitely Christian. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to say the. I mean, I personally think religious tattoos can be awfully cringe. I'm not going to call him a chode for him. But that's your call. Just scan out C4 and found a Vast Frontier. Is that the one you perch on top? Vast Frontier, you can spin around the outside or perch on top. Why are you taking your time making your coffee? Ooh, good question. Because I hate you specifically. Binary, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I have like super deep set eyes, right? And I have dark circles around them as well. And sometimes I get the lighting in here and it's crazy with the hat. Which is normal to be like, oh, you look tired, Cloric. And I get that. That's fine. I'm not mad. But this dude's like, dude, your eyes look dilapidated. All right. Laura was testing bombers in abysses. You know the audience, we demand the otters. Thinking about getting into EVE Online, worried about the learning curve, any advice for new players? Yeah, I mean, get a buddy that can help you. That's the best possible thing, yeah. So yeah, I personally think like most organized religions are pretty cringe, Mally, for what it's worth. And to have like a tattoo of one, not my cup of tea. But I'm not gonna necessarily agree with that. I'll tell you, you know, I don't know Laura that well. Every conversation I've had with him has been really kind, helpful, respectful, like not at all inauthentic, for whatever that's worth. But I mean, I just happen to think that, you know, that's kind of harmless. The Christian tattoo. But I can see why it would be annoying for you. He's openly Christian. Openly Christian. Son of a bitch. The man is mad. Have you got a Docker sheet on how to spin perch JSpace? Yeah, I made a video about it if you're cool with that. I also made a spreadsheet about how like calculating gas and whatnot. I heard a former Galente president was in those files. Oh man. Shout out to the United States of America. You mean a good person, follow whatever you like, Christianity, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, there's all types of valid criticism I could levy towards, you know, organized religion and Western religions in specific, but I don't really care to. I'm not really so into it. You know, if you put a gun in my head and said, pick one, religion or no religion for everybody, I would say no religion, but nobody's going to give me that power. So what does it even matter? Don't drop money in the game until you find out more. Plan to do an alpha. That's not bad advice. Yeah, definitely fuck around with alpha for a while. I mean, that advice is pretty decent, but if he hangs around here long enough, he'll get the vibe for that for sure. I need the emote of a bald eagle holding an M16. What's up, Manny? The American way. If you don't want to do business with us and let us exploit you, we will force you to by myriad methods. Religion is used to help for a lot of people. I wouldn't want to remove from them. I don't really have an issue about religion as long as you're human first. So if you have 149 probe strength and a cheetah, would you recommend virtue for high sex scanning? Well, the whole point of virtue is to basically like skip a scan whenever you scan something. You have 149 without virtues. That seems high. But you're asking about high sex scanning, so absolutely no need for virtues. Virtues exist, and I recommend them for pretty much one purpose, which is a dedicated character that does nothing but scanning, no hacking, nothing but scanning. That's all that character does. Just scan. So for J-Space, for example, this is exceedingly common to have a character. A lot of you will have like a main that scans. Do not put virtues in it. If it's a dedicated scanner, all virtues are doing is saving you time. The sooner you put them in, the better. But they're pricey to the point where if you're spending more than like 10% of your net worth on them, do not do it. And also, yeah, to Harvey's point, I mentioned it, but to Harvey's point, do not worry about virtues for high sec specifically, but it is still an end-game goal. Scanning hardwires, though, yeah, and you can stack them on top, yeah. Tyrek says, think about buying a subscription just because it's not too expensive and getting the full experience. Yeah, so I would try without paying. Just do the alpha for a day, because you can do a lot of things. But EVE is a very fun game. It's a very old game. It's a very varied game. It is an expensive game. A lot of people play more than one account at once. You should know these things when you get into it. But what I do is I dip a toe in, play the free alpha account, click around, see if you like it. If you do, sky's the limit. Anyway. Let me undock here. So how about that Prince Andrew? Somebody talked about it yesterday, and I said, wait. Am I allowed to say that? You have any guides or resources on how to set up alts on what characters? I haven't made an official guide for this, but I'd say episode 10... I'd say a Nomad Tale is largely about what you're describing. A big theme in a Nomad Tale is this. But I can't really point to like one spot to where I like do a guide. Maybe episode 10 at the start when I break down stuff with Yvonne. But what you're doing is describing wings. And the best advice I can give for you is that you might make a mistake no matter what you do. And that's okay. I made a mistake with my setup. My Jolly Rancher setup, there's a mistake in it. My bubbler is the same account as my scanner. Big problem. So you might make a mistake, but understand you can change mistakes if it's bad enough later. So just think about all the things you like to do and about what characters might be logged on when. Just think about it all. Go down and write it all down. And then you can piece it together and have some confidence. And if you make a mistake, you can change it with injectors later. The truth is that I don't know if you can prevent mistakes entirely. You're hanging with the right crowd. Yeah, I got some amazing chatters here that'll definitely help you out. But that's not to say other streamers don't have insanely welcoming environments as well. Ark says, about time. I'm still dogged. Who's Prince Andrew? Or you mean about time about the Astero or Prince Andrew? That's funny. Wait a second. I don't know which one he meant. Had to be the Astero, right? Who's Prince Andrew is related to Prince Albert? Yeah. He's a fella who's facing rare accountability for his pedophilic actions. It's interesting. How are you that like well connected and you still fuck it up? Everybody else is getting away with the bag, and somehow you're a prince and you're just a dumbass. Congratulations. I'm glad you got caught, but we can do better. Let's do more. Wow. Psycho, are you what is your so here's the thing. So are you aware that this is bigoted? Are you aware of this? Because today's anything goes, but like you obviously can't be bigoted. Saying Prince Andrew should have joined one of those Muslim grooming gangs if he wanted to abuse kids. UK loves those groups, no consequences for them. I'm very confused. Like, this is the same person who I argue with for a long time. That's how they're referred to in the news. Muslim grooming gang. So if the news referred to somebody as a slur, you would happily parrot that? So if the news says these N-words are doing this thing, you would just happily repeat that. So I can't save you from your own bigotries, right? And if you want to rehash other people's statements, you also inherit their bigotries. It kind of seems like at this point, there's no way out for you. And I don't know why you immediately jumped into a pit. So here's the thing. Cycle, can you tell me what you think about Muslim people? Give me a sentence about people that practice Islam. He's quoting from a court case. It didn't look like it was quoting to me. Looked like it was a sentence. Well, what do you think about Muslims? I'm not asking if you have a problem. What do you think about them? You know, they're rather, you know, more orthodox than the other Western religions. They have to pray a lot, right? If they're actually taking it seriously. What do you think about Muslims? I will give you a second. Well, Mally, the context is here. I had an argument last Friday with Psycho Repeating where I explained to him that being a landlord is exploitative, right? And how running a business where you make profit is exploitative. And he does both of these. And now he's talking about Muslim groomer gangs. I'm very interested to know what Cycle thinks about Muslim people. Yeah, but I want to know what you think about Muslim people. I'm moving on past your bigoted statement. I'm going to come back to it, obviously. I want to know what you think about these people. There's more Muslims than Christians, right? Actually, I don't even know what the number is. But there's a shitload of these people, yeah? I know you don't have a problem with them. I'd like you to tell me what you think of them. I'm not saying do you approve of Muslims? I know you approve of them, ostensibly. What do you think about them? Is the Astero better than Tech 2 scanning forgets like the Buzzard? For advanced hacking, I say yes, but it's ultimately subjective. Buzzard's going to have better strength, just warp slower, move slower, be less combat capable. Mr. Willis says, why is being factual a slur? Well, first of all, Willis, a slur is a real thing. Right? It's not something I just made up. The factualness of the subject of your sentence has nothing to do with the slurs that pepper it, right? So you're not allowed to talk in this conversation because you're obviously speaking in bad faith. We'll have this conversation without you. So Psycho says, I honestly don't think about them more or less than anybody else. Do you have any Muslim friends? Have you ever met a Muslim person? Somebody who's practices Islam? Because I'm wondering how somebody can hear something about Muslim groomer gangs in the UK and then repeat that in a stream that takes bigotry very seriously. I'm wondering how you don't see that as a problem before we even move on to anything else. What's up, Scotty? What's up, Black Widow? I play even a MacBook Air. Hell yeah, my girlfriend plays games on a MacBook Air, and with an M2 chip. She plays Baldur's Gate 3 on there, Divinity 2 on there. It's actually insane. So this is what we're talking about right now, folks. Here, let me pin it real quick. So the quote was, Prince Andrew should have joined one of the Muslim grooming gangs if he wanted to abuse kids. UK love those guys. No consequence for them. I said, hey, this is a bigoted statement to talk about Muslim grooming gangs. And I can explain why that's bigoted, and we'll get to that. But I'm just want to know if Psycho has ever... Does he have anybody that is in this? Because I can't imagine knowing anybody that is Muslim and talking like this. And this is a disqualification for Ray, but I'm actually in the same way that you wanted to know if I, work for a living. I want to know, have you ever met a Muslim person you like? I hope so. But since it's kind of calmed down, I'm going to explain how this is bigoted, right? The crime is child abuse, okay? The characteristic is grooming gangs, meaning groups of organized crime. The slur is pointing out that it's Muslim. And I want to be clear about this. This is actually bigotry to specify this. Because Islam is not monolithic. There's no meeting in the chief Islam hut, chilling there with their fucking pipes and shit, enjoying life. They don't have a meeting saying, let's do this. These are just people that happen to be Muslim that have committed a crime they should pay for. Do we call the people associated with the Epstein files a Christian or Jewish grooming gang? Or do we call it a pedophilic ring? It could, though, be right. It could be that these people practice Islam. But what I'm explaining to people is that the bigotry is the fact that that's the subject that matters to you, whereas the rest of the world sees a criminal enterprise and realizes that they're religious people. Andrew's not been arrested for abusing kids. Yeah, he was arrested for some paperwork shit. It's the exact same thing if you see like a bunch of like white guys out there like doing the sex crime stuff and like this is a Christian enterprise. It's like, okay, that's a weird form of bigotry. It doesn't really oppress that much, but I guess it's there. Sub Sandlings. All right, let me see. Only reason I classified. All right, chat. The whole thing is that, I need to explain what's wrong with this line of thinking. We have a criminal enterprise of men in the UK that are abusing children. Okay, not related to the Epstein file. This is different. The only thing that's on Psycho Repeating's mind is that these are Muslim people and they're being treated differently because they practice Islam in some capacity. That's the only thing that really seems to be interesting to him. And that's bizarre because what's interesting to me is that it's a gang of men abusing children. Well, the first word you said was Muslim. Like, this is why I'm trying to point out the bigotry of it. Prince Andrew should have joined one of the Muslim grooming gangs. Imagine if you didn't say this. Imagine how much better your life would be right now in this conversation. We're not going to be able to proceed here unless there's common ground, understanding that what you're doing is denigrating people who practice Islam when it has nothing to do with it because of your own internal bigotries. Like, we're not going to be able to move on past this unless you understand that and learn from this. Like, it's just not going to happen. And if this is obviously the hill you want to die, no worries. We'll do what we got to do. But I love people. I love Christians, Shinto, Buddhists, Muslims, Jews. I love atheists, agnostics, people who don't even know what religion is on the Sentinel Islands. I love everybody, right? When I refer to a criminal gang, the first thing that comes to mind is not what religion they are. That's just how I function. There are other people that are obsessed with race, religion, right? And see a group of Muslim people doing a crime and say, that's how Muslims act. It's no different than how we treat black people in the United States of America. You don't see them have a problem with religion. You see them have a problem with them being protected for religion. Well, if the conversation was that there is a religious group that's receiving special treatment from the government, I don't think it would be phrased as a Muslim grooming gang abusing kids. It would be another topic. Okay. He says, do not be so tolerant that you tolerate intolerance. It's interesting that you would reference the tolerance paradox. Because I think that to be tolerant of a bigot would be a huge knock on my character. So I'm trying to explain to you that hyper-focusing on someone being Christian when they're committing a crime and making that the point and claiming that they get special treatment and wrapping that into the prosecution of the social justice issue of these are bad men because they're bad, not because they're Muslim. It's not gonna get you very far logically. He says, have you read a lot about this case? Not at all. Of course not. I'm not a bigot. Well, you are. Well, you are. You are a bigot. I know that now. You are a landlord. You are a business owner. I mean, we are very far apart, you and I, ideologically, right? And I know you're a bigot. And I've met 10,000 people like you who will say something racist, or in this case, bigoted, and then try to kind of wear me down as if you didn't just say a Muslim grooming gang. All right. I'm going to move on past that one. Don't be bigoted in my chat. I'm going to delete that message, actually. Yeah, don't do that. That's your one and only warning. If you're going to talk about somebody's criminality, talk about the criminality. Don't make it about their race, creed, religion, or otherwise immutable characteristic. Not in my chat. I mean, this is actually like instant ban worthy here. Speaking like this, I guess I'm trying to be extra tolerant here because I'm trying to invite people to speak their minds. But I love Muslim people. My partner's family is Muslim. How does that make you feel? You should look it up. Well, so I know for a fact that you said a bigoted thing, and now we're looking at the details of the case to see if the government did misconduct and treated a religious organization with reverence when it didn't deserve it. I don't care about that. That's bad to give Christians or Muslims or Jews or Shinto or anybody else any special due process under the color of law. But that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about the idea that you cared so much to describe them as a Muslim grooming gang. And that means you're a bigot. Real people that care about people don't talk like that. I want you to know this. I want you to know this. Like the rest of the world, we don't talk like that. You may think you're in the majority, but you're not. The global south is huge. The east is huge. We are a blip on a map, and talking like that reactionary kind of bigoted style, it has no place in the world. You can have no problem with Muslims. You can say it all you want. But in no world will you talk like that and not get called out for it. Anyway, what else did I miss? You're sounding very nuanced, though, Chlorokin. The person is angry that in their eyes the police are so afraid to accuse. But yeah, okay. I understood. I understood from pretty much the start what the point was. The point that a bigot makes is it could be fine and dandy. It could be the smartest thing you've ever heard. If it's delivered, if it's wrapped in the essence of hate and tolerance, I know it as a dumbass Westoid white guy. I can see it instantly. I know that this guy's a chud. There's no question. I've known he's a chud since the day we argued last week, right? We know that. But I'm trying to explain to him how the rest of the world sees it. How many Muslim immigrants do I know? Yeah, I bet you regret asking that before I said my girlfriend's family was Muslim. I bet now you really regret asking that. It doesn't even matter how many I know. The point I was trying to make is, like, has he even met a single Muslim person he likes? Of course not. He's a chud. They hate Muslim people. It's just how it goes. How much time do you think he spends going about all those Christian gangs doing Christian crimes? Come on. Not having heard anything about the roving gangs, is there a sect in the U.S. trying to cover up systematic abuse of children using guise of religion? It's happening in the U.S. for sure. This is such a funny question because, like, yes, there are tons of crimes and tons of cover-ups all over the place. Religion constantly tries to shield its adherents from the long arm of the law. Constantly. Religion is extremely good at that. These cases have been investigated for decades by both governmental and independent bodies. Yeah, it's the classic thinking of just, I won't say it, but it's a classical style of thinking that gets people into trouble. This is a group of Muslim people doing a crime. Muslims are bad. It's that simple. That last statement is bigotry. It's such a simple process to me. Who's Indonesia at war at the largest Muslim nation? He was saying no one thinks like that regardless of the religion. In America, the land of the free, but Muslim countries are at permanent war with each other since biblical times. Yeah, that's just a load of horse shit. This whole sentiment is just drivel, Jezza. I mean, I'm not even a history buff, but if your historical analysis of mankind in the Middle East and Muslim diaspora is that they've been at permanent war with each other, if that's the only thing you think about when you think of Muslim people and countries, I'm sorry, you don't know anything. You need to stop talking and you need to learn some motherfucking respect. Agriculture, math. What are you talking about? Muslim people love each other. Jezza, if you're from the U.S. and you're talking like that, bro, I know you're not. I'm assuming you're not. But if you're from the U.S. and you're talking about Muslims being at war with each other permanently, whoo-wee, I'm about to absolutely segue into some mind-blowing shit. Psycho says, I'll honestly say if I was aware, are you in a relationship with a Muslim person? No, she's not Muslim. Her family is. Also, it's just chicken shit bigotry. This is exactly how bigots think. They say something that points out the... Psycho, you made it a point to start the description with Muslim. You copied the right-wing reactionary bullshit chud news. You decided to copy it. Okay? Now you're walking it back because I've explained to you that this is not acceptable. I'm glad you're walking it back, but you need to walk it back for yourself, not for me, because I already think that you're a chud. Right? I don't know if you're ever going to be able to save it from that now. But maybe you can understand that Muslims are not bad. Christians are not bad. Jews are not bad. People who practice Buddhism are not bad. There's no way you can say a roving gang, a Buddhist gang of child abusers. You can't say that without being bigoted. A huge systemic failure, which included the aforementioned issues. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously discussions there. The police are not bad, someone says. Reminds me of how many on the far right blow up and ask, what do you think about us teaching our children to write Arabic numerals in school? That's a classic one. Never! You'll never do it! In other countries, when a person of religion is involved in massive crime, others of those religion have to reconfirm that they're not involved or renounce the crime of the few. Is involved in a massive crime. So you're saying like if somebody of like that's Christian like does like a mass murder, Christians will be like, oh, this isn't all Christians. You're saying that? Boomstrom says you're arguing with people. No, I mean, cycle repeating is way better at capitalism than me. I can't save people from their own racism and their own bigotries. I think it's impossible to save them from it because nobody wants to learn that they did it wrong, you know? Nobody wants to, like, if you're saying something like that, you don't want to hear the other side. The skybox is nice. Yeah, it's like lightning. Here, let's go to a gay. I'll show you. But the other side is pretty compelling. It's that the word Muslim there in that sentence was born out of hate. And whether or not you synthesized it or parroted it, it's irrelevant to me. And you can say, I don't hate Muslim people. People that don't hate Muslim people don't start their sentences with Muslim grooming gangs. They don't talk like that. We don't throw words in to invoke a scary sense of, ooh, brown people. Ooh, we don't do that. That's not what we do. Not the combo I expect. Yeah, it's Friday, so we get political with it. I kind of let them talk, whatever. I try not to ban them when they speak up. It's hard. What should we have done differently? Good question. Great question. So the way normal people would say this, so I guess he was trying to make a joke, but the way normal people would say this would Prince Andrew should have joined one of the grooming gangs in the UK if he wanted to abuse kids. No consequences for them. Now, I understand he was pointing to the idea that religious people in the UK don't face crime, punishment for their crime, which is obviously inherently ridiculous. He's pointing to case law of people getting away with stuff. But I got to say, like, is your criticism in the fact that the courts are, in some senses, usurped power-wise by religious organizations, or do you hate Muslims? Because I'm telling you right now, I know which one it is. You're not out there pissed off when Christians get away with it. That's why this is a non-starter for me. Because I know why you said it. I know what the dog whistle is. I know what it means. Any amount of, I didn't mean that I don't hate these people, it doesn't matter. Because you said the bigoted thing. Catholic priests? There you go. Specifically, they were allowed to continue with the crimes because they were Muslim. Was it Muslim or because they were religious? Right? I mean, at this point, like, the double downing is crazy from you. I'm going to go back and I'm going to steel man your argument. I'm going to pretend like I'm you and try to make it as eloquent as possible. Prince Andrew should have joined one of the criminal gangs that use being religious, in this case Muslim, to shield themselves from consequences of crime. That is maybe what you might have been able to say to get away with it. and still slip the dog whistle in there. But that's not what you did. You full sent it like you were on a Fox News fucking reply message, comment section. You full sent it. You said Muslim grooming gangs to a socialist. I can't save you from how provocative that is. If you cared about the idea that religious people were getting exemptions from prosecution, let's just say that I feel like this conversation would look a little bit different in my heart of hearts. As it stands, that statement is bigoted, and I will easily continue to articulate why. So let's avoid the bigotry moving forward. Shout out to my Muslim kings out there. I hope you're all well. Your religion sucks just as much as Christianity, just as much as Judaism, just as much as the rest. They all suck. But you're all right. I like you. Wave flubbed on the wording. If I'm to stay out further to keep good faith, he was trying to be funny. I'm not Norm McDonalding tier enough to deliver the punchline myself, though. Yeah, I mean, trying to be funny, sure. Pointing out an analog to like an actual systemic problem, sure. It was packaged in bigotry, and I'm very sensitive to that. Pastafarian. Because that's the way it's being referred to in the media. Okay, and my very simple logical challenge is if the media says something about N-words or some insanely bigoted word, are you going to copy that? Are you comfortable copying media verbiage and repeating it with no scrutiny just because media said it? If so, chances are you're going to run into some issues with people that actually have some media literacy and understand what dog whistles are and understand how Western media serves itself and so on and so forth, right? That's why saying the media says Muslim grooming gangs, that's why that's not an excuse. I wonder if there's actually proof that Muslims are getting preference. We don't even have to, Routes, we don't even have to know. We know that religions get preferential treatment in governments across the world. We know that. We know that. Bits and bobs, right? Little things, right? We know that's true. And I don't necessarily have any interest in even diving into that. It's just not that interesting to me that religions are using their religious status to get benefits from the government. That's like what they all do. That's the point, under capitalism at least. I'm interested if Andrew's arrest puts any pressure on the U.S. Ha! Media doesn't refer to them as Muslim grooming gangs, at least not proper media, because most of them weren't Muslims. Oh, they're from Asia. There's a couple Muslims over there, right? I honestly appreciate you not banning me. I enjoy going back and forth with you because you're very different. Don't get many opportunities to do that. Yeah. Yeah. I think what bigotry is to me, and maybe the global South, isn't what it is to you. And I'm kind of teaching you what it is to me. There is an identifier in there that did not need to be there. And by putting it there, you derailed everything you were trying to say in the eyes of a scrutinous leftist. So that's where it got into trouble. The media also said that there was widespread voting fraud through voting machines, and they sued for defamation. Blue Star, you were champing at the bit yesterday talking about Political Friday. You're being pretty milquetoast today. What's the matter? What's the matter with you, girl? What's going on? It says, why did Frat have 56 young men blindfolded in a basement? Why did Frat have 56 young men blindfolded in a basement? That sounds like an orgy to me. That sounds consensual. Shout out to Frat gooning it up in the basement. Wouldn't it be racist if we said Arab? Yeah, so bigotry doesn't limit itself to racism. Bigotry kind of encompasses all of the isms, being against particular religions, races, creeds, genders, all that. No, it's actually, have you seen that video? They got a LAN party going on. I always knew Frat is sus. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. People that hate Chinese people, talk up. Let's talk. Frat's taking initiative and gooning it up in the Sigma mindset. Side McDread, what's up, buddy? If people tend to not want to talk to you, is there something wrong with all those people? Bigotry is basically treating somebody poorly due to the fact that they're different in the way that they cannot control. That's one way to put it, yeah. You don't have to treat them differently. You just have to verbalize something. Yeah, I don't know what this means. You call him racist on top of being a bigot? Yeah, I guess I used it interchangeably. I mean, he's obviously a racist too. Like I've never met an American person that wasn't a racist. Like I was raised racist. Like we're all every single person here is a racist. I don't know what to tell you. Like the idea that you'll meet an American who claims to not be racist, they either don't know how they were raised or they're lying. And I hate it. You think I'm joking? I'm not. I'm being dead serious. It is systemic. We learn to judge people based on how they look exclusively. You say we're a melting pot? Yeah. We enumerate that melting pot. We put numbers over people's heads on how much value they have. You hate fetos? Americans benefit from systemic advantages based on race. Americans benefit from everything. Are you kidding me? People in the U.S. benefit from everything. We rape and pillage the global south. We obviously dominate any other powers that could threaten hegemony via containment strategies. Do you think judging off of stereotypes is racist? I mean, if it's a racist stereotype, yes. But if it's like, oh, this short guy can't reach the jar of cookies up top, that's not racist. That's just you're being mean and ableist. Bugs and plants are the real evil? Ooh. My man knows. Zeb says, I'm racist to a degree, but I don't give a fuck about skin color. I just have an issue with immigrants not working and leeching off benefits. Here we go. We got a live one. We got another one. Cycle's like, finally, it's not me. We got a live one, folks. He says, I have an issue with immigrants not working and leeching on benefits, brother. Woo-wee. Okay, first of all, a couple facts for you. Immigrants pay taxes, but they don't actually receive benefits from them. They also are the glue that holds together almost all of our labor-based industries in this country. Number 3, our entire country is completely based off of stolen labor from conception until now. Chattel slavery died. Racism did not. Exploitation did not. You're not American? Good, you're going to learn something today, right? Where are you? Okay, Zabajan, where are you from? Let's talk about your immigrants. You're not interested in America? Okay. Let's talk about your immigrants. Norwegian. Okay. Holy fuck! Dude, what is the... I gotta do a fact check before I talk about this. Okay, so you're Norwegian. You are racist to a degree. I'm glad you can admit that. You have an issue with immigrants not working and leeching on benefits. You're from Norway, right? Sir, are these immigrants taxpayers or not? Can you explain this to me with a yes or no answer? Are these immigrants that you are referring to paying taxes into the Norwegian government treasury? We're going to talk about your country. Maybe I'll learn something. He's saying immigrants do not work and they leech on benefits. 16% of Norway doesn't work and leeches on benefits. Interesting. I think that immigrants in Norway pay their fair share of taxes, actually, based on what I just looked at real quick. I mean, this is either the most hollow stance possible, or this guy has some serious fireworks ready to pop here. Greg goes, what up? Corp Chat's been going on a political tangent. I've been trying to open up Fridays and talk about some serious issues. He didn't say every immigrant doesn't work. He says, I have an issue with immigrants not working and leeching off benefits. So he has an issue with some immigrants not working and leeching off benefits? Is that the take? Because I'm just trying to understand this, because he's radio silent now. It's just so funny because I'm not familiar with the economy of Norway to the extent where I can speak authoritatively, but like your immigration population is not even huge. And you guys have largely tax money to play with. He said immigrants that aren't working, not all immigrants. So his problem is with people not working that leech benefits. Has nothing to do with immigrants. Am I understanding that right? I mean, this is just chud shit. I have a big issue with importing leeches. Oh God. These people watch the news and like they get mad at things that don't exist. He's like, I hate brown people because they come here and they want to buy things from the store. Bro, how many Norwegian people are using the social safety nets without contributing the same amount or more? Do you have a problem with people using the safety nets you've set up in your social democracy? Or do you have a problem with brown people? Because way too many? Okay, because you said you have an issue with immigrants not working and leeching. But what it seems to be is that you hate all people that are leeching and you hate immigrants. You have no problem that work and pay taxes? Okay. You have an issue specifically with immigrants that come and leech, not Norwegians that leech. Am I understanding this right? I'm just trying to understand your argument here. Because obviously, you're a chud. I get that. You hate immigrants. It's what you think, you spend your time thinking of. I get that based on this. That's what I'm picking up. I have a problem with leeches and people not want to work no matter where they're from. So why did you say immigrants? If you don't like people that are leeching from your safety nets, right? If that's the heart of your problem, why did you say immigrants? It's this. This is not bigotry, by the way. This is a different issue altogether. This is intolerance. This is a reactionary stance of no immigrants, just white people. That's exactly what this is. If you had a problem with people not working, you wouldn't have brought this up in a conversation with immigrants and used immigrant. You got to understand how silly you look when you try to backpedal and say, no, it's actually not immigrants that I have a problem with. It's just leeches. So anyway, another chud. What are you going to do? If you're a reactionary in my chat, you can speak up. As long as you're not like outwardly super racist or whatever, you're not going to get banned. None of us should be working. Ooh, are we doing? There's a specter haunting the Twitch chat. The specter of Boomshroom. Come to the UK, we give away free phones. Apparently, it's pretty base, dude. Universal incomes, anybody? That's liberal shit. I'm all about the socialism. But if people don't know French fries and all down the hill, see, Scotty understands the point of the stream. It's to work me up, but not about something I could be right about. See, if you work me up and I'm right about something, you're going to have a bad time. But if you work me about something subjective, like French fries, like I will just hang myself. Yeah, I saw Ricky. I don't know what's going on. Ricky says, immigrants here get paid more the benefit than a New Zealander who's out of work. This has been called by the public so much it's not even funny. Are you mad that someone's being taken care of? Are you mad that immigrants are actually able to have a good life? Or are you mad that you're not able to have a good life when you're out of work? Are you mad at the burger flipper for making $20 an hour? Or are you mad that you make $8 an hour? What's going on actually? Because I see somebody who sees an immigrant being taken care of and says, wow, you're not taking care of me like that, and I'm mad about it, and I'm mad at the immigrant. That's what I see when you speak like that. We disagree. Yeah, true. I stopped grinding after you complained about it. Now DePago wanted it back, so I don't know. I'm torn between two chatters. Are you a Marxist? I'm a socialist. I've studied Marxist theory. To me, a Marxist implies an academic career, which I obviously don't have. Can we get some real numbers, or is this talking points? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm willing to bet Muslims, Christians, Jews all get preferential treatment in various countries for various prosecutorial efforts, but it's not really the lead of the story in a lot of these reactionaries' minds. By the way, if you don't know what the word chud means, maybe I busted it out today. If you don't know what it is, it's actually it's derogatory, but it just basically means, you know, somebody to the right side of things. That's all. It's definitely supposed to be rude though, so sorry if it hurts your feelings. You can call me a pinko or whatever you like. If they buy them, they pay a tax, correct? I know not all countries have sales tax. Well, immigrants pay taxes in a variety of ways, even when they're off the books. Hey, Speedy, what's going on? No, I haven't seen it. What is it? If you're going to have a safety net, it should benefit citizens far above people illegally immigrated to the country or coming for asylum. Yeah, but I was careful to say that, I'm losing my train of thought on this, but I'm going to reply to this in a different way. You know, these should be two separate programs, Cycle, under a just society. You're not talking about supporting immigrants in the same way that you're supporting people that live here. And I want to be clear here. In my opinion, immigrants might need more help. That's how I feel it. So I know you would disagree with that if you're on the right side of things. I get that. Or on the left if you're a Democrat. But the point I'm trying to make is that the idea that we should just hoard our safety net and make sure that, you know, immigrants don't get a hold of it is the wrong line of thinking. What you should do is have a program specifically for illegal immigrants to become legal, which we have in the US and all over, right? And you should really work hard at it and to make sure that you can turn illegal immigrants into somebody who's proud to be alive, someone who is happy to help in all the ways that they would like to, right? So we kind of agree, but in a weird way. And also Blue Star points out the very obvious point is that if you're an illegal immigrant, you can't actually sign up for a lot of the benefits, but you do benefit from roads and public services and whatnot. So do you have a problem with right-leaning people? Of course I do. Of course. Reactionary thinking is detrimental to human progress. Of course. And I have a problem with left-leaning people, at least within the Overton window of America, US. To a leftist, a Democrat is a liberal, which is leans right. I know it's bizarre if you just grew up in America. What's your favorite thing about socialism? You don't exploit the people that create value through their labor, by definition. View of our global society could be when science gets a proper spotlight, power in government. Interesting. Yeah, I can tell you right now, I do have actual experience with the idea of how far down good science governments will push down in favor of profit and hegemony reinforcement. Yeah. I mean, Blue Star, I can tell very clearly that you have thought about immigration before and you're, you know, progressive. But I almost don't find it even effective to talk the numbers necessarily with these people. I just want to point out that the immigrant status is irrelevant, you know? If somebody's here illegally in a country and you don't want to pay them benefits, it's like, I just disagree. I think anybody around you, if you have the means to help them, should be helped. That's just a fundamental thing that reactionaries will not agree with. Parents get yelled at by the boss, get yelled at the kids, then yelled at the boss. Do you think we should be giving benefits to immigrants when we have homeless veterans and addicts on Skid Row? Well, see, this is the classic liberal mind trap, Nyandir, is that, you know, you think we can't do two things at once, being the most powerful and richest nation on the planet. We can. We can easily do two things at once. We can take care of immigrants,
We can ramp up and in fact, demolish and restructure the VA in a more democratic and have actual veterans leading it, right? And get real money behind it. Besides, I know there's a ton of money in the VA, but get more money. And we can also have more drug off-ramp programs and more methadone clinics and more safe use areas and more actual give people the means to live better lives so that they don't get caught up in drugs quite as easily, right? You can do all of it. This is the foundation of what it means to think like dialectically, like thinking about history as it actually changes and what it means and multiple things happening at once. This is just a false dichotomy. And I know you know that. I know you know that deep down. I gotta go pee. Anyway, be good, chat. Be right back. All right. Clorkin is white. It's true. I am Caucasian. I am a salty cracker boy. Whoa, you cannot say that on. I think I didn't say it. I think I was talking about delicious saltines. They're so yummy with cheese. Mayo warrior. Sorry, just teasing. If calling you Nabisco oppresses you, let me know. I'll stop. If you were born in a family in Afghanistan as a female, would you take every opportunity to step up the ladder and escape because of the Taliban's oppression of women? Sure. I would want to escape oppression. I think, Boomstream, you'll find that most people in life want to escape oppression. Now, would you want the U.S. to come in and bomb everything and kill millions of people and level everything and then hand control right back over to the oppressing state? Probably not either. But that's a whataboutism, so. The wealth in this country is controlled by predominantly a small group of people. No way. What is that called? What is that called, Sambor? There's a word for that. It's hella French. You got a word for it? Starts with a B? I'll even take the other one. All these programs are good, but there are people in a position to steal the money so the money never makes it to the end point. That's just right-wing fantasy, dud. Complete, unhinged Fox News bullshit. I mean, you are so lowbrow, I don't even want you to contribute anymore, bro. Just take a little break. You are like literally a Fox News comment poster. He's like, it's all the leeches taking our money. It's like, meanwhile, all of the money is in Elon Musk's pocket and people are dying on the streets. He's like, there's this big pile of gold here, right? And fucking here's like fucking Elon and fucking Larry Ellison and shit. They're like, it's me. And like, meanwhile, we're down here with like 2 drops of coins for like 8 million people down here, you know? And he's like, look at these fucking leeches taking all our shit. Look at them. Look at the leeches. Look at this. They took our pixels. That belongs here. There's no way that these leeches. Did you see this? A Muslim leeched that. A Muslim leeched my dot. It's like, dude, you are so unaware of your position in society. You have no idea. You're like lumpen proletariat. You're not even capable of reaching working class consciousness because of your own insanely bottlenecked intersectionality. Like, you'll never get past it, and I hope you do. Someone says, what is bourgeoisie? Oh, those are the bourgeois. How about that bagel? Yeah, it's here. Bagel really wants me to eat this. Pagel wants me to eat this bagel bad. Fine. Got that flow coming out the back. Yeehaw. We live in a kleptocracy. We live in capitalism. But I appreciate the
Autopilot
narrowing down.
disabled. Waypoint reached.
Majority of Elon's wealth is in the equity of companies, of course. But what's really important, and more than him actually being able to spend it, what's important to me as a leftist cycle is that that money doesn't belong to him in a just society, even if it's tied up in equity. The capital belongs to the people, and it was stolen from them in the form of profit. That's the leftist line of thinking, right? So the detail that you're pointing out is something that we kind of don't really care about, I guess. If anything, it's funny that you can't spend all that wealth. Cider, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. I'm making more coffee. Fuck you, people. All right? Yeah, I said it. It should be based across the board. Well, there's a famous saying in Marxist line of thinking that has to do with communism. It says to each ability, to each one's need, right? So if you can do a thing, you don't need much. If you can't do a thing, you might need more, right? Immigrants inherently need more than the average person. Immigrating is hard. It's taxing. It's risky. It's scary. They need help. So they deserve help for being people. It shouldn't match the help that we provide other people in different scenarios. That's my take. An American with a kettle? I'm a poser, baby. Pretty good views all around here. Obviously, some things that just I can't fathom. Lancer, what's up, buddy? Ooh, Ratsman is talking about some interesting stuff. Sorry, I've been skipping your routes. He's talking about the Global South and South America specifically. Let me see what he's got going on here. Shouldn't the U.S. be helping those illegal immigrants from Central and South America, considering the U.S. has been regularly undermining their economies and government? Interesting question. Does anybody know what's happening with Cuba right now and has been happening for a long, long time? We are literally strangling the people of Cuba. Strangling them. Killing them. With our embargo and our enforcement on no shipments to them. Right? So there's this particular degree of cruelty with the idea that the U.S. continually destabilizes Latin America, South American countries, Nicaragua, how many times, right? They continually destabilize them, and then they refuse to accept their people when they flee the destabilization. Venezuela was a decent example of this. We took a lot of Venezuelans in, but why are they fleeing? Reactionary commentary will tell you because it's a totalitarian dictatorship, blah, blah, blah. Leftists will explain to you that this is a literally dominated nation continually. They are cursed for having so much oil. They're cursed. There's no greater threat than to have natural resources when empires are unabound. Stir Fry says, what pisses me off, Chlorokin, is people who say shit like immigrants won't assimilate. Like, hello, have you forgotten about the Amish? That's true. The Amish people have never once assimilated, and they never will. I know that. I buy corn off of them sometimes. Anyway, let me grind some beans. We live in crony capitalism. True capitalism have never been tried. Oh, God. So I can only fathom what type of libertarian malarkey you have been reading. He's like, you know what? The problem with capitalism is that we haven't done it enough. He's like, we need more capitalism. We need more of this. I fucking love you. Don't ask me about roads. All right, at least you're funny. At least you're funny. That's really good. I've never seen somebody self-deprecate that joke, ever. That's really funny. We never tried true communism. No, people actually think like that about capitalism. That's the same argument socialists make. Well, there's a lot of socialists. Some of them make shitty arguments, right? I can tell you that I've never said we never tried true socialism. If you recall last Friday, I went over how multiple nations right now are running socialism. Right now. Grind them beans, boyo. The term libertarian was stolen from leftists. Sure, I'm guessing you read theory routes, or are you a red tube convert, old time pinko? What's going on with you? I am just a boy trying to make sense of life. We'll do a leftist solidarity here. I'll band together with the anarchists in my chat. No ultras though. Actually, fine. Whatever. We'll take the ultras. People need to look up where the term banana republic comes from. People need to read Black Shirts and Reds and just enter the world of understanding what's going on around you. You just need to enter it. It's a great book to enter it with because it's readable. It's not like Capital or one of these insane, stupid books written by an asshole, right? That you just can't read. Read Black Shirts and Reds. Even the chuds in the chat. Read it and come back to me and tell me that he's wrong. Tell me how he's wrong and I will sit here and talk to you. Rest in peace to Parenti. Is that an Ayn Rand Ayn You know what the funniest part about Ayn Rand is I feel like a lot of people read Ayn Rand and don't know it's a woman. I think that's true. Because I feel like not everybody likes Ayn Rand or objectivism or anything. Not everybody likes that is misogynistic, but a large percentage of them are. I don't know. Guys, you don't have to be mad about the way you think. You don't have to like, but if you can't tell me in a sentence what socialism is accurately, you need to do some light reading so you know. You don't have to agree with it. You just need to know what it is. If your definition of socialism is strong safety nets or nobody or everybody gets UBI and nobody has any individuality, or everybody gets to work at a factory, or if that's your definition, you have no idea, and you have to learn. You have to learn what it is, because if you love capitalism, you need to know what the alternatives are. We're not going backwards to feudalism. We're not going backwards to slavery. Hopefully, knock on wood. We're only going to go forward. You need to know what's coming. You can't just sit there with your head in the sand and say, "Fuck socialism. I know what that is. That ruined the Eastern European states." You can't think that and be taken seriously. You have to know what it is to form a position. With no research, there is no right to form an opinion. That is a fact. And I guarantee you that many, 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 many people who say the word socialism in casual conversation in the West have been utterly let down by society and don't understand what it entails. Someone says feudalism would be nice. They're like, hold, don't say never. We could go back. I think people waiting in these conversations with opinions of light reading is not enough. I think that the first step is to understand that socialism just means there's two big themes. Now, there's all types of characteristic-based approach, historical-based approach that must be considered for each individual government system, whether it's capitalism or socialism. None of them look alike. They have to be molded based on the people and the history. But the two things you need to know in life is that socialism means the profit from producing via labor goes to the people who gave that labor. It doesn't go to the owner of the machines because the people that work by law own the machines. So when your company does really well, you hire more people on and everybody benefits. When your company does really poorly because everybody fucking sucks, you shut down and you get another goddamn job. One core tenet of socialism, core tenet, is workers owning the means of production. You must own the tools, property, and otherwise facilities responsible for creating a product by law. Right? What happens if you replace the people with machines? Good question. We're not going to deride this because I know where this is going for you, and we've talked about this a lot, but I will come back to that if you ask it again in 10 minutes. The second thing you need to understand about socialism, okay, is that the people are more important than the companies. And what that looks like in reality is that the companies are heavily regulated by the government elected by the people. Understand this. And what this means is that companies, they can make money for the workers that produce money, but they're never more important than the people. So if you get a company like a railroad that becomes so important to the function of the company, under socialism, the people via government power will take that company and nationalize it, depending on context, and take it for the people. It's unheard of in capitalism. Now, you could technically do it, but in socialism, centralized planning, nationalizing of businesses, public ownership of as many things as humanly possible is the premise. Is there still free trade? Absolutely. Right? In many, many, many socialist systems, they regulate capitalism so hard to the point where there are still profits being made, actually. It's just like almost in a box instead of dominating the world or the entire government. What does the U.S. have so many immigrants from socialist countries coming to us to seek asylum? If it's better, why would they want to come to a capitalist country? That is a really ignorant statement. We have been killing people from socialist countries for as long as the U.S. has been a global hegemony. So the reason they're coming here is because they understand that their literal lives are at danger. And it's better to join the empire. That's how beaten down they are. It's better to literally join and be in the underskirts of the empire than to be dead out there. That's how these people think, and they're right. Why don't they move to Europe or something like that? There's an ocean in the way. All socialist governments become authoritarian eventually. That is not true. Authoritarian is not a real term. Socialist governments are actually highly democratized. I don't think, with due respect, which you don't deserve, I guess, due is the wrong word, you don't know anything about a single socialist government ever. If I challenged you with detailing one democratic process in one historical socialist country, ever, you would come up flat-footed. And I know this. Didn't Maduro create the second largest diaspora? Whew. So the US created the Venezuelan diaspora. It's really funny. I just can't imagine that chuds are interested in my stream. Like, your worldview is standard US. You don't know anything about what we do. You don't know anything about Latin America. You don't know what socialism is. You don't know what socialist governments actually do. And do you know how much, you want to know something crazy? This is going to fuck up people from the West. This is going to fuck them up. But China, and I know enough about the Chinese government structure now to say this. I've actually looked into this and watched enough videos. Chinese people have more influence over policy, despite being in a one-state party, than the US does with its bipartisanship. And this is academic. This isn't just a joke. There are so many roadblocks in our democracy that it is literally less effective at hearing the voice of the people than a one-party socialist state. Now, that's academic. The numbers are there. Interpretation, you can interpret it either way, whatever you want. I'm choosing to interpret it in the most common possible way. Name one successful socialist country. He's like, name one. I mean, every time this comes up, I name all the current socialist countries, and somehow that's not enough for you. So I won't play the game. How about you name a socialist country? Do you know any? Because I know for a fact that when people come at me like that, you know, they're going to lose the argument. It's just a matter of how long it takes them to feel ashamed. Did you say authoritarian is not a real term? It's actually not. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Authoritarian is the same style of term. Here, fuck it, let me pull it out. Authoritarian, and then terrorist, and then expat. I like to point this out. This is how Americans think. White guys too, just from all over the West, right? This is how we think. I want to speak for my class here. Okay, this right here. This means, so we'll say this is what the US says, and then this is what the rest of the world says. Okay, this is what the rest of the world understands. Authoritarian means evil government. I got another one too. Regime. Okay, authoritarian, evil government. No democracy. I can't type. Democracy. Okay. What the world understands authoritarian to mean is a government. All governments have supreme authority over the people. All of them. Every single government you've ever met is authoritarian. Okay? The way that the US uses authoritarian is strictly to besmirch governments that we don't like. Terrorist is used to describe people we don't like. People we don't like. The rest of the world means terrorist, it's just a person. It's just a fucking guy who belonged to the wrong group of people or the wrong part of the world, and that's what they are. Terrorism doesn't mean anything either. Expat is a funny one. US says this is somebody that moves to a country. This is, I moved to Philippines, right? The rest of the world, we call it a fucking immigrant. But white people think that the word immigrant is a slur and they don't want to call themselves white. And finally, regime. Regime is what we call governments that don't bow the knee to the US hegemony. The rest of the world calls regimes governments. This is how the US, the West, NATO-aligned countries in general just absolutely shit on the global South in their vernacular and through media and news reporting. You can read Inventing Reality from Michael Parenti. You can also read Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent if you want to have a semblance of how this works, even though Chomsky's isn't as good. You would have burned out like a valve, bro? No, I mean, I'm built for this, right? There's nothing a chud can say to get me to get off kilter, right? So if you thought you would have tripped me out, I mean, you're definitely not right. Very stupid question. If you work really hard for 10 years, make a company that makes a new innovative product when it's done, and start hiring people that basically own as much as the workers we hire. Yes. Jogi wants to know, if you build a business for 10 years and then you hire people, now those people own the business just like you do? Yes. Yes. In a real socialist society, it's not like it's even shares, but it's equitable based on actual what the people think the things are worth. But the idea of blood, sweat, and tears, meaning you can exploit people, it's simply not true for a leftist. I know it's normal here, but it's not true for leftists. To profit is to exploit. If you do a job, you have a product, you can sell the product, you can get the currency back, you can buy another product, right? There's no room for profit in there if being equitable to people is the concern. And that's really the main criticism in Capital from Marx. It's why when you read Capital, it almost reads like a novel where Capital is the bad guy and he's about to stab you. Try going to the US and criticizing the government. See how silly you sound? Try going to China and criticizing the government. Yeah, I mean, I regularly see that. You're not allowed to criticize the government in China. I just don't care. I mean, you are absolutely not allowed to say crazy shit about the CPC in China. You're not allowed to just crazy post, period. It's a crime. It's not a crime in the US to do that. But the reality is, yeah, I don't really get too bent out of shape when people start shit posting themselves into prison. It's kind of funny. Do you hold hope of overcoming the roadblocks to socialism in the U.S. in your lifetime? Well, you have to read some books on this, I think. Hey, Funk, welcome back. It's Balio, right? You'll have to read like Reform versus Revolution. You'll have to read a couple different small books on like when this is going to happen. But I'm not nearly educated enough to predict the future, so I have no idea. The U.S. is very interesting. The U.S. is a very powerful organization. There's never been suppression of Marxist ideology like this, ever. It's never happened. Mally, I'm glad we can relate on some of this. They don't own the business. Well, truly, in socialism, truly, this is actually, they do own the business, right? It's just, it's almost the same thing as equal share of the profits. It's almost the same thing. But they would, by law, own parts of it by working there. Mally, where are you from, bro? Yeah, I thought you were a US boy. It's not even blood, sweat, and tears, it's capital. Uh-oh. True that, Dwayne. Can you explain the argument against if you don't like America, then move someplace with the government you like? Can you explain the argument against? Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, I love, this is going to sound crazy, but I love the US. I love the terrain, right? I love my neighbors. Well, except for that guy, he's an asshole. I love, friends and people I've met. I love the creativity. I love hip hop. I love the struggle and literally breaking free of their chains of the African American people that have called this home since they were taken here on boats. I literally love so much about this country, but crucially, all of it is geology, is culture, is people, is fried chicken, right? I love the things that we are, but I am critically aware of, from conception, how absolutely awful we are as an empire state. We are. We came here to seek grounds to practice religion, and what we did was we genocided the native people extensively in such insidious ways too, right? Canada did the same thing, so did Spain, right? And then what do? We set up shop, we got independence, right? And then we're like, wow, a lot of black people there in Africa. They don't have guns yet. Interesting. We got a pretty big boat. What if we imported black labor to the Americas, right? Give a man a slave and he'll produce and he'll be rich in a year. Give a country millions of slaves and they will be rich for all of time. And that is what America is. Now, we did something remarkable. We abolished slavery despite being in capitalism. How could that be possible? Because there are forces stronger than profit motive and cartelling. And those forces are taught to us extensively by Engels, Marx, and et al. Working class consciousness, there is nothing scarier to an economy and a ruling class and a bourgeois than people that say, we don't like this. This isn't fair to slaves to keep doing this. There's nothing they hate more than that. Because if we get together, they can't exploit us. It is the fundamental principle of working class consciousness. The second enough people realize that they have the power, everything changes on a capitalist society. Everything changes. And that is why bourgeois are so invested in making sure we never realize that. I think it's an indefensible position to say it's okay for governments to jail people for expressing truly opinions. I don't think we should be jailing people for things they say at all. I was kind of joking about the shitpost thing. I think it's bad to arrest people for things they say. I agree. Unless it's like hate speech or sprawling Nazis on the wall or swastikas on the wall or, I think there are things you can say that should be criminal, but not shitposting. Just to be clear. I agree with you. I think the CPC goes very far, but the problem is the Communist Party of China is that like they have a huge task at hand. They have to somehow flourish in a world that's dominated by the United States of America, that wants nothing more than China to kiss the boot, to kneel down once again like they were in the 90s and become the world's factory. That's what the US wants more than anything else. And what's crazy about China is we don't have the containment we do like we do with Russia. We don't have it. We have Japan, South Korea, Philippines, obviously a lot of inland bases. The containment isn't there. But what's remarkable, and the thing that capitalism doesn't deserve, is that socialism innately is a defensive posture. And it always has been, and it always will. Michael Parenti talked at length about how during the Cold War, the actions were escalated by the Americans every time. It's not even like 9 out of 10 times, every time. It wasn't a race. It was just, we don't want to die, and the Americans keep doing bombs. And that's real. Go watch it. It's in yellow Parenti. And you say the Chinese people have more say in their government. Yeah, I mean, I do. The reason I'm ignoring you is because, you know, you have a lot of learning to do. Colbert lied, man. Get over it. All right. They have more say, but they get jailed. Yeah, because democracy isn't free speech. Like, they're different concepts. And like, Psycho, I'm sorry, but like, I can't argue with you because you don't know anything about anything. The only thing you know how to do is be outraged over what Fox News tells you to do, right? You probably know a lot about whatever you worked for in life, right? You busted your ass, you have a rental property, you know, you have the family, you have the employees, right? But you don't know shit about anything in life past how to make capitalism work for you. You don't know what socialism is. You don't know how bigoted you are, you know? You don't know anything about China, but you're happy to demonize them despite, and this is going to fuck you up, China being much, much better to the average person than America. But for someone that's a landlord and an employer and a chud, they don't want China to succeed because they lose a little bit coming down from the petit bourgeois. The petit bourgeois lose ground to the proletariat in an actual just society. That's why. I don't think it would democracy without free speech. I think democracy in China is really deeply flawed. Well, China is not a democracy. China is a one-party socialist state with Chinese characteristics that has a lot of democratic elements inside of it. The same way they have a lot of contained capitalist elements inside of it that they use for their own advantage that still serve the people. Zach, I don't know what you know about China. Maybe you know a lot. I don't know. But I don't think, truthfully, deep down, you could point to a single function of government in China, like one of the actual agencies in China, one of the actual equivalent to congressional bodies here. I don't think you know anything about the structure of it. We could go watch a video, but my argument is, if you're going to say China's democracy is flawed, despite me explaining to you that it sure seems like the policies of the people actually get to the lawmakers and they actually make the laws more often in China than they do here. If you're going to say that despite that, I would ask you to share what flaws you think exist in Chinese democracy. Mally, wait, where'd you say you're from? U.S. Got you. I'm from Pennsylvania, so I'm from a silly state. I don't think we'll ever see any type of drastic change in my lifetime. What's YouTube got going on? What is a model socialist country that we should aspire to be like? Google Raccoon Island boat. What's that system effect? This is a drifter crisis. This isn't Tabit's here. Sorry if I'm hiding it. What is a model socialist country that we should aspire to be? The main issue with this kind of question is that it comes from a capitalist point of view, that there's some like one size fit all answer that would beat capitalism. And the reason that's not true is nobody ever claimed that to be true. Every single government, economic framework, or otherwise project on a social level, on a grand scale, like a state, every one of them must use history, the culture of the people, and the resources available to do the best job possible. So there's no such thing as one size fits all capitalism. There's no such thing as one size fits all socialism. But what I can tell you is that any government that lets the people, the workers, own the means of production, and the people are privy to services over company profits, any nation like that can call themselves socialist with other characteristics. This is precisely what China does. They don't say we're a socialist country. They say we're socialism with Chinese characteristics. We're doing our own thing. This is how it actually works, right? You go back and look at the Soviet Union. This is not a one-size-fit-all model. Marxist-Leninism is not. I mean, it's inspiring for many global South efforts, especially in South America, but it's not. They don't just read what happened and copy it. So the answer is to take care of the people by enacting just policies, such as regulating businesses to not let runaway profits be the main mode of motivation in society. So a model socialist country would be one that outlaws profit and puts the needs of the people above any single corporate interest. I never attack you personally, man. I always try to be respectful and argue the point. And I appreciate you for that. But the problem is, you are extremely uneducated on this topic. You are benefiting from so many types of privileges that prevent you from understanding why this is a problem in the first place. And you don't have any actual interest in learning why you're wrong. Like, I know that now. So when I call you stupid, I don't know if I called you stupid. I called you a chud and uneducated on this, right? Maybe I called you stupid. When I say that, it's because I truly think you are. I truly think you are uneducated on capitalism, socialism, communism, geopolitics, history, and everything in between. If I called you stupid, I didn't mean that. I could say on this topic, you sure are. You're probably smarter than me. I never claimed to be a smart guy. But you don't know anything about this. And the only things you can tell me are things I've seen 1,000 times on Reddit from like people that repost Fox News headlines. Like, I have debunked everything you have said today so far so many times in my life to where like it's just, I don't know how to even react anymore. So I think that you are uneducated. I'm sorry if I called you stupid. But the chud comment, well, I mean, maybe don't be a reactionary if you don't want people to call you a chud. I don't know how to help you with that one. I'm going to keep calling people chuds. That's true. I mean, you have like a set of opinions that are just so bad to me. It is pretty ridiculous. Are you involved with DSA? I don't know. DSA is not socialists. I'm in PSL. DSA is Democratic Socialists of America. It's largely, it depends on who you are, but DSA is essentially liberalism. It's essentially more status quo. It's kind of like Bernie Sanders style, AOC style. It's not, they're not socialists, despite the name. They don't believe in moving on past capitalism necessarily. Now, they have great ideas, and I think the DSA is overall probably decent, but if you're an actual socialist in the West, it's PSL or some other small ones. Wouldn't DSA be more like Social Democrats? No, Bernie Sanders style, yeah. Now, would I take somebody in DSA over a Nazi? Yes. Would I take them over a Democrat or Republican? Yes. But it's not a socialist. Does PSL have organizing groups? Yeah. PSL is pretty decent size. They do volunteer work, organizing actual political, they run candidates. Yeah, they do everything. They even do like, they dabble in electoralism, even though it's largely kind of a, just something to do. So if the question was, am I involved politically? Yes. The answer is yes. I'm not just here on the internet. If PSL calls me to help somebody, I will help them. It's hard to write a few words in comments and seem smart or educated on any topic. Fair. But it's not hard to say some stuff and seem dumb. Or to seem uneducated in a topic. Dumb in a topic, I guess. Malay has argued with people on Reddit one too many times. He's like, just going for blood. Malay, just be nice no matter who it is my request. If I'm a dick, don't take it as a, don't follow the leader if I'm an asshole. preparing you're an activist. Is it though? What have I done to show you I'm an activist? You mean based on like what I talk about and I'm interested in? Yeah, I mean, well, this would be like a theory. This type of stuff is like, you know, terminally online leftists will typically talk like I'm talking now. The truth is that I'm actually going to keep Psycho here. I think that he's not going to say bigoted things if he can help it. And if he keeps doing it, whatever, we'll go on. But I'm going to keep him here. Even though I don't like at all what this man thinks politically, I'm still going to keep him here. I think he's a chud. He thinks I'm a dirty commie. And we'll talk about Eve. But whenever him and I are going to talk about politics, it's not going to go well. Which one, Dwayne? Is it me? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty new to PSL, so I wouldn't say that I've been doing this for a while. The way that I'm talking is basically based on reading Marxist theory, right? Funk is Balio. He caught a band the other day because he was he got too into it and just said something crazy, but got you. But the idea is no, I'm not super activist, yeah, but I'd like to be. Specifically, what interests me in my life is to do things that like benefit the planet itself. Like I don't think I'm going to make too much of a difference with people, but I can maybe help the planet. I think there's a lot more value talking with somebody you disagree with than somebody you agree with. I mean, do you want to sit all day and talk to somebody that has like a swastika on his forehead? You get more value out of that than talking to me. I mean, fair play, but the truth is we all disagree on thousands of things. Our intersectionalities are so far apart. Socialists yell at each other constantly. Anarchists and Marxist-Leninists hate each other despite both believing in the abolition of the status quo, right? Maybe I think I was going to go through the condescending route, but I don't really enjoy this. I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful. I am condescending you. I am trying to do that, though, because I do not respect the way that you think on politics. I think that if the point is like you're being civil and I'm not, like I'm intending that. Like I think your views are bad, but I'm still down to hang out and play Eve with you, is the thing. Now, are other people like that? Not really necessarily, right? I mean, what chud would want to hang out with a leftist or vice versa, right? But this show is largely about Eve, but I'm not going to hold any punches, no matter how long you sub to me, no matter who you are. You know, I'll definitely have that conversation with you no matter what. But I just gotta be careful with, no matter how much I like you, bigotry is a no-no here. So you gotta be careful and know what that is in my channel. I've been kicked out of Discords for disagreeing with people on topics. I mean, I've kicked people and banned people for disagreeing because they're hella annoying. Capitalism makes sense to me as the best model for individual liberties with the fewest drawbacks. The thing is, it doesn't make any sense. This is taxation of individuals. Why can't we only tax businesses? Leave employees' incomes alone. We already pay taxes during consumption. Interesting. Would you identify as a libertarian in your eyes or no? Because this seems like a very libertarian. You guys know what libertarianism, right? More personal liberty, less government, right? Kind of defining characteristics among others. It's often admonished by the left, libertarianism, because it just doesn't align at all with the way we think. But I do like talking to libertarians sometimes. It is, some of the shit they say is crazy, like in a fun way. Just like, I'm sure, listen to a Marxist talk. Thankies can suck my toe. Funny, I live close to Mark's house. It's a museum now. Libertarianism generally doesn't survive academic debate, in my experience. But I can tell you that libertarians, not really somebody I'm really beefing with. Like, I don't agree, but I'm not sitting here. I don't generally hate libertarians. It kind of seems like a harmless thing, right? To me, like somebody joked about it in YouTube chat, or they're like, "Don't ask me about roads." But you know, there obviously is plenty of debate there. It's just not super relevant because I don't know, you know, I don't know how much there is to debate with libertarianism. They also want a stateless society, yeah. Anarchism and Marxism have very different opinions on what to do without a stateless society. Obviously, we view classless, stateless, moneyless society as communism, but that's not even how anarchism views the end game, right? To them, there's no government. When we say stateless, they mean stateless. Communists just think that there's a huge role the state plays. It just needs to be controlled by the people. Feel money itself is the issue? Ah, interesting. What a brand. I remember that name for a long time ago. So yeah, money itself is the issue. This is the whole overarching topic here is capitalism. The economic framework that allows people to profit off of the labors of others, right? This is kind of the mode in which we're all accustomed to. Hot take on taxation, individuals are easier to tax. So the best way to tax companies is to enforce high pay and tax to pay. These are all like, you know, capitalism cucks kind of takes. It's like in a real just society, the companies are, they are very much at the mercy of the government. There's no games. You're not playing games like we do here with offshore accounts and cooking books and all that stuff. I do think I'm conservative, but I really am more libertarian and it requires label. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not even going to get into libertarian and stuff. Like, truly, it's just not interesting to me. But I have to say, I feel like the average libertarian has less hate in their heart than the average conservative. I'm sorry if that bothers you. So it's good to know. The main issue in New Zealand is the immigration is we're forced to take most immigrants by the UN because of a bill the Labour Party signed with the UN without the public knowing about it. Now all taxpayers see is the money of taxpayer money being spent on people we didn't want here in the first place. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't help you with that because what you're saying is we don't want immigrants here because they're brown. Like, do they have hands? Do they work? Can they talk? Like, what is the problem with the people? Right? Are they all paraplegic? Are they all hooked up to vents? You think they're going to come? You think every person that comes to a country just sits there and takes money? You think that's the life they want? Like, Fricky, my guy, immigrants are no different than you or I. They're just born somewhere else at a bad time. Okay? They deserve to be treated well. They deserve to be treated like a human, no matter where they go. No matter where they go. That's it. If you have the resources to help people, why would you not help them? And I don't see the counter argument here. You don't have enough money for other things? I bet you'd have money for war machines. I've met some deeply hateful libs. Well, so you got to remember this. You have to understand this. The word liberal has two meanings. Within American political context, being liberal means you are left-leaning and you're part of the Democrat Party. That's what being liberal means. But to everybody else in the whole world, besides the Western hegemonic countries, liberalism is defined free markets and capitalism. To be liberal is to be a capitalist. They are synonyms. In fact, that's how leftist academic refer to them as. So the idea is, I also don't like liberals because they believe in capitalism. Buster says there's clear reason for someone not to want immigration. Go ahead, speak your mind. So this is why I was laughing last week when someone says, damn, you sound like a lib. I'm like, well, if you could read a book, you'd be pretty mad right now. Hey, what up, Kritiki? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing Anything Goes Friday. I've been AFK in Tabitha for 3 weeks. I banned him. I don't understand why blowing other people up is more important than taking care of people. I can tell you why. Michael Parenti teaches us all about this in verse. The idea is to embolden U.S. hegemonic powers to keep communism from robbing the developing world from being exploited by capitalism. You can read about it from 1,000 offers. Can't recommend anybody other than Michael Parenti, though. See ya, Inverse. Take care, buddy. The reason why the US has hundreds of bases all over the world and the reasons we cart nuclear missiles 24/7 around all the fucking oceans is because we need to. We have to contain forces that could rob the free or cheap labor from us, that could rob the natural resources from the ground from us. Not sure why I see to be fucked up Tabby. What's wrong with Tabby? I love Tabby. Black Shirts in Red? Sure, yeah. You can just watch some of his interviews on YouTube to get a basic understanding. You don't have to read the whole book. This is just like a very provocative introduction to leftist thinking. This is why we recommend this book. Enjoyed episode 16? Hell yeah. I like Poland's response to immigrants, which was, Azerbaijan. Buster says, I think many immigrants don't fit in society well. Says you. Because you don't like brown people. Just look at the issues in Sweden and Germany. Go ahead, speak your mind. You guys are speaking in riddles because you're ashamed because you know you're going to get clapped the fuck up. Buster says, I'm brown, I'm Arab, yeah? Word, bro. Means fuck all to me. You can be Arab and brown and have a dog shit racist take. Means nothing. You say immigrants don't fit into societies. I say the entire world, every single country has had immigrants from the history until now. Racist how? Saying immigrants don't fit in society? They're bigoted, but I'm assuming racist. I'm just assuming you're racist. It's just a pretty safe bet. When you say immigrants don't fit in society, it's just, you might as well say, I don't want immigrants here because my people are superior. That's what it means to the rest of the world. You think people are capable of working, helping themselves, but choose not to should be given benefits? I think the number of people that don't help themselves while being able to is negligent, and we shouldn't spend time worrying about it. Almost everybody wants to actually do something with their lives, produce something good, be taken seriously, and have money so that they can go around and live a life. Nobody wants to sit around and do nothing. Nobody. Not a soul. Not really. I'm an immigrant, Lamau. Society culture is not a thing. Wrong. Half of Irish folklore is what new group came into country. Yeah, Buster Rod. I don't give a fuck who you are. It was, yeah, I mean, you still never elaborated on your take for why there's a clear reason for someone to not like immigration. You never backed it up. So I'm assuming you're just an agitator. In some cases, people have major issues adapting to the norms in the country they migrate to. Bitch, I'm from a melting pot. The issues you're describing are racism. No, I'm calling you racist because you sound like a fucking chuckle fuck. You say there's a clear reason for someone to not want immigration. I said, what? Oh, what is it? You don't reply. Then you say, many immigrants don't fit in society. And then you say, I'm a brown Arab. I'm an immigrant. You're a fucking agitating piece of shit troll. You don't get to play innocent in my chat. You're not going to Darvo me, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You say immigrants don't fit in society? Dog, you don't fit in my chat. How's that? Clown boy? Do something. God damn, bro. Little agitator here. You get people like this constantly when you start to form opinions that kind of push back, right? You get people like this constantly that'll, they don't actually want to learn. They don't want to put forth their opinion. They just want to troll you. You think that immigrants should be able to go to a country that welcomes them in and force that country to abandon its traditions and favors of their... Yeah, nobody thinks that. This is just chud logic. It'd be frustrating when you can't speak any languages in common. I mean, what country do you live in? Do you live in the US? So you have a problem with European immigrants coming and genociding the native people? I'm sure you have a problem with that, right? I mean, your opinions are really bad, bro. You got to stop watching Fox News, homie. Who's forcing? Well, what these people mean is that I saw Muslims praying in public, and that makes me very sad and scared. That's what this means, Harvey. They say, oh my God, they opened a mosque in my neighborhood. We're literally terrorists now. That's what these people think. This is true. This is how they think about the world. And it's pathetic. Like, it's so sad to be this afraid of people. Guys, I hate to break it to you, but if you're that religious obsessed, don't look up the numbers between Judaism, Christianity, and Muslim in terms of actual death and destruction and oppression. Don't look up the numbers. You're going to say, oh, but this was so much older. I don't give a fuck. Look up the numbers. It's on Western biased Wikipedia. Okay. It can be frustrating when you can't speak the languages and come with your neighbor, but this culture fit, talk about a self-report. Thank you. This is a level-headed response to immigration. Yeah, it's tough when people come here and they don't speak your language and they don't have your same customs. But you know what? If that makes you scared and angry and frustrated that like they shouldn't be here, it's a self-report. I see that and I say, wow, I guess, maybe I should learn a few words in Arabic or something, Since taking them, they involved in the government, and corruption rating has been fallen from 2 to 4th. I can choose comfort over. So you're blaming your government's failing on immigrants? Okay. Ricky, brother. If I can choose comfort over hard work and live a life where I don't have to worry about food or shelter, that is preferable to working for you. So you do agree with socialism. Okay. I thought you were chud. But now you say that people should have a life where food and shelter is just there and they can not have to worry about it. Okay. So you do think socialism is a good thing. We should take care of people that work a normal job and they shouldn't have to worry about all this, right? Christian wins, I believe. It's not even close. Person worried about the traditions. If your traditions are so amazing, how can you be so damn worried that people want to talk? That's a good question. I'm saying I will gladly leech off of a system that lets me not work. Well, that makes you a piece of shit. No, I didn't say you didn't exist. I said it's a negligent amount. That's what I said. In the grand scheme of things, you put 1 million people in a country and you tell them to make a country. There's only going to be like 10 jackasses like you that don't want to do anything. The rest of us are going to go and build society while you just sit there and cry and post online about how hard life is because immigrants came to your country. If you choose comfort over hard work in your life is worse than people that choose the opposite and choose to blame government for that. That is ridiculous to me. Western superiority complex. American exceptionalism in the chat. Life isn't hard. I've never complained about arguments. Yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean, this didn't happen. I didn't say that. Number 2, I think that you're a piece of shit for not wanting to actually work to help your countrymen and people. You said that if you don't like immigrants, then you really mean that you think your people are superior, but that's not true. I like to visit New York City. I think it's cool, but I don't want to live there. They think the same way about lakes and mountains. You don't want to live in New York because mad immigrants? Is that what the subtext is? How else can I read this? I'm going to read it again slowly. Foundation 43 says, you said that if you don't like immigrants, then you really mean that you think your people are superior. But that's not true. I like to visit New York. I think it's really cool, but I don't want to live there. Okay, so you're saying that when you go to New York, what the fuck are you saying? So you're saying that I truly don't understand what your point is. I'm trying really hard to be generous here. So it's not about the immigrants in New York. I figured that out now. I was wrong. But there is a point here. So you're saying like in a city, when you go there, you don't fit in and you want to leave? Fair. I don't know what that has to do with anything though. Buster says, are you a socialist? Yes, I am. Are you the dude I just banned? Yeah. So you got banned on Twitch, so you come over here to YouTube. What do you got? Go ahead, hit me up. I am a socialist. Yeah, I've read books. Yeah, I have. Buster, since you're so desperate to get the last word in, go ahead. Have the last word, big guy. Go ahead. It's my stream, but your platform. Go ahead. Get the last word in. All right, well, that was a pretty shit use of your last word. Harvey says, I've read books. The joke is that, like, I think nobody's read a book on capitalism, have they? We just know what it is. But you can't know what socialism is living in the West. You can't. Until you read. We got a reader here. Look at this fucking guy flexing about his books. Honestly, the funny part is, like, it's really not that bad. If you skip capital, you can read them all. Cycle says that's the biggest problem with socialism. Even though I agree it's not a great idea, it's a great idea in books. It just doesn't work in reality. Watch what is happening in New York right now. I'm not gonna dignify that with a response. That opinion is worth less than the scum on my shoe. You say that I'm a leech, but at the same time I'm unable to work. So, well, you're disabled, and under communism, they literally view you as a real person. They say this person is a real person with real ideas and thoughts. Even though they can't work like the average person, they should be taken care of. Don't call people idiots if you can help it. It is technically ableism, even though I break it all the time. I do misogyny and ableism all the time. I'm trying to stop it, but it's hard. I can't. It's okay. I don't think people understand that Western society, even parts of the U.S., are partly socialist. I'm not sure Well, hold on. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about safety nets, or are you talking about unions? What are you talking about? Because you're either really wrong or just maybe off a little bit. New York City is going bad because I mean, I just don't have any response for that. How partial is partially? Well, there's no part of America that's socialist. We'll just cut right to the chase. There's no part of America that's socialist. A lot of liberals get this confused because they see safety nets as socialism. It's just not a thing. But the reality is, socialism does actually manifest in the U.S. in some ways. For example, look at a union. A union is workers banding together for power over the employer. This is not socialism, but it's in that direction of having working class consciousness. Another example would be taking over certain key businesses like the U.S. Post, for example, when that was public or whatever. That's an example of a national program. It's just very common. It's just not socialism, though. Socialism is the total package. So unions aren't the standard. We have unions in the U.S., but they're very, very impotent. The strongest ones are like the police unions. You know what's better than a Lamborghini knowledge? What's that mean? Saying that people with disabilities are the problem. Yeah, some people that are disabled can work. It's true. I guess I'm just getting tired of you at this point because, like, you don't know anything. You don't listen to what I have to say. And it seems to be like you just want to come in here and regurgitate Fox News stuff. So let me explain to you, I suppose. I'll put a last little bit of effort into this. Cycle says, New York example, Mamdani says he will tax the rich to pay for his initiatives. The rich leave and the burden then falls to the middle class. That's why he's about to raise all your property taxes. That's what it always happens with socialism. It's sold to the middle class as a way to help them, but they end up carrying the majority of the burden. I'm going to take this down piece by piece and explain to you, and I want you to listen, okay? First of all, Mamdani, I don't live in New York City, right? But I know a little tiny bit about this. He basically said he was going to, he's basically leveraging one tax against another. Okay, he's saying, if you don't let me do this tax, I'm going to do this tax. And the argument from the capitalists is that if you do a property tax, it's going to disproportionately affect the middle class. Now, this is a lie. And I can tell you why it's a lie. And I can tell you that Cycle doesn't understand this. Because in New York City, listen to me very carefully, the middle class disproportionately rents. And this is a fact. You can Google this. Compare New York City to the rest of the country. The middle class in New York City are not property owners. So when we tax properties in New York, it's actually disproportionately affecting petit bourgeois and bourgeois. And Mamdani knows that. He's not a socialist, by the way. He's a liberal, but he actually has some good ideas, right? So when you say that's what always happens with socialism, the middle class gets crunched, it's sold to the middle class, what you are doing is regurgitating agitative propaganda on behalf of the bourgeoisie. And you need to know, somebody needs to tell you that before you go through life and die. Right? You need to hear that, right? What Mamdani is doing is something that's very uncharacteristic, especially in the US, which is holding capital to power in some small way. And look at the way the busy bees defend the naysayers. Look at the way they will steelman an argument for fucking over the people at the expense of the bourgeois. You don't understand the taxes he's attempting to levy. You don't understand where the money comes from in New York. And you certainly don't know what socialism is. Socialism emboldens what we know as the middle class, which isn't a real thing in just societies. It emboldens them immensely to a point you can't even fathom. And how do we know this? Well, you could read about the Soviet Union if you want. I guarantee you're not going to read about that. Or you could read about China right now and look at their middle class compared to ours. This is a very dangerous perspective. You have somebody that is a petit bourgeois, right? Kind of in the middle of things, who will go to bat for the bourgeois at the expense of the lower class. Do you know what you know what's funny about this? I'll go back to another Parenti quote, okay? Capitalism wields fascism to protect democracy from communism. And even if you don't believe that, I need to tell you something. Because when fascism takes over a nation, which it's a real thing with a real definition characterized by hyper-exploitation outside and hyper-militarization and repression inwards. And there's an actual target for that repression. And you know who it is? It's not the low class. It's not the proletariat. It's you. The petit bourgeois. The people with their foot in the door to the bourgeois. The first thing fascism does is eliminate your class from society. You will be relegated to proletariat. That is the first thing that happens under fascism. You can go and read about Germany if you like, in Italy. Okay? This class no longer exists, and the gradient between proletariat and bourgeois, or the working class and the capitalist class, or low class and high, whatever you want to call it, it grows. It grows and it grows and it grows. It looks bad now under the US. That's just clever capitalism. We haven't even done fascism yet. People like you are still allowed to exist in society. When we do a fascism cycle, I want you to know something. The petit bourgeois are the first to go. You will be robbed of all of your ways to take advantage of the proletariat. You have to know this, because it's going to happen to you if, you know, you're unfortunate enough to be alive when it all goes down. New York is not Manhattan. Woo! Hey, quick question. Is Mamdani mayor of New York or Manhattan? Is he mayor of Brooklyn? Is he mayor of Queens? He says the majority of the boroughs are small single-family homes. No, he says the majority of homes. This is the snake talk. He says the majority of homes that are owned by people are owned by people. You're about to look bad here? No. You misunderstand. Your argument right here is the majority of the boroughs are small single-family homes in Bronx, Staten Island, etc. Where do the people live? Hey, Cycle, where do the people live in New York City? You just told me that the majority of houses are houses. How bad am I going to look? I'm going to say it again. New York City, the middle class disproportionately rents. This is a fact. This is a fact. And it completely undermines the criticism for Mamdani's policies. Thanks, BRX. I mean, I don't know if he's ever been in New York. Maybe he has. I have no idea. BRX, all this man does is talk about things he doesn't know. All he does is talk about things he doesn't know. And I wish he wouldn't. I wish at some point he would get tired of just being this person, but he's not. You ain't middle class if you own in New York City. Thank you. Gotta go pee again. I guess I gotta stop drinking coffee. We will see who is right. I gotta go pee. Just go ahead and stare at this glory. Just stare at this glory, folks. Yeah, so I don't know how to tell this to you, Cycle, but I've said this probably 10, 15 times now. You do not know what socialism is, despite me explaining it to you multiple times. Taxes are not socialist policies. If you're going to tell me that Mamdani, a DSA guy, a liberal, is implementing socialist policies for wanting to use taxation to provide services for his city, you are self-reporting that you are a deeply unserious person, you are anti-intellectual, and you should probably stop talking. I don't know how much more clear to make this. You have fully revealed yourself as a very ignorant person. Mamdani said it is socialist, democratic socialist. All right. Do you see how he's turning into sea lighting now? Mamdani is a democratic socialist. It's not a socialist. I mean, chat, what do we do with this guy? Like, do we just keep letting him do this? Or do we ask him to stop at some point? He has now been typing the most Fox News half-baked bullshit I've ever seen. And I quite frankly don't want to read his driveling. I'd rather talk to people that are actually interested in some of this rhetoric. Like, actually seriously interested in learning about life. Yeah, I said Friday was politics day. What I had hoped it was that we could talk about, capitalism. I'm happy to, yeah, I want you to stop. Yes, please stop. In fact, please stop talking altogether about anything that you don't know anything about. That would be doing me a great favor. Because you, whew, all right, so let's move on to something else here. Dean Filer says, when the rich leave, the burden falls to the middle class, implies that the rich are carrying a burden rather than harvesting the value of everyone doing actual work. Thank you. A sane take. Brandon, the 13th Amendment, the slave prison amendment, there are state legislatures that carved out a long time ago it's illegal. I always like to point this out. There are some states that push back against that. You want to talk about ICE? Sure. We can talk about ICE. We can talk about Gaza, Palestine, whatever you want to talk about. I'm just not going to sit here and waste my energy with chuds that don't want to fucking listen. Go watch Fox News, please. Don't come into a socialist chat and try to act like for a second this is going to go well for you. Chloroquine stream getting based. Yeah, Fridays we kind of let go. ICE needs to be abolished. So the fascinating thing about ICE, right, is this is an agency that has received nothing but bipartisan support for almost its entire existence. It's receiving bipartisan support on a senatorial and congressional level right now. I know people are pushing back from the left. I get that. American left. I get that. But, I just like to remind Americans that ICE is not random. ICE is who we are, right? You're just not used to seeing it up close. I watch a lot of videos, a lot of beat work, a lot of police work, right? We are a deeply violent nation. We have a lot of firepower. Traffic stops are fucking life and death, right? The idea that police are ending people's lives here, this is nothing new. It's just a new flavor. It's a more in your face flavor, and that's concerning. I'll get it out of the way right now because you're talking from a socialist analysis. What are police? Police are considered largely to be a class traitor under capitalism. I'm just going to get it out of the way. Why? Because you have a group of ostensibly proletariat enforcing, right? Enforcing the will of the bourgeois. It's the foundation for this concept we've heard in American politics called, or politics all over, rules for thee, not for me. This is essentially the point of the bourgeois stranglehold and the development of the police unions and the various structures in place to keep them going, qualified immunity, is that we need somebody to enforce the property rights we're obsessed with. police in a country are good. This is going to sound crazy, but police in a country are good if that country serves the people, not the bourgeois. In a bourgeois society, the police are explicitly class traitors. And I know that's going to lose me some viewers, but it's true. I don't spend my time thinking about that, though. I spend my time thinking about the people who are killed for looking brown, right? Or whatever it is. People that are still locked up over weed, right? We have a deeply flawed penal system here in the US, and the police is just the tip of the iceberg. I've personally been in jail, folks, if you can believe it. I've been arrested in my teen years 5, 6, 7 times, right? I'm a goofy white guy. My hair was kinky and, talked with an accent and had darker skin. Who knows what would have happened to me? You think Lorcan's a chill streamer? I mean, I don't know how you watch a Nomad Tale and not pick up socialist vibes, but hey, power to you. Every video, I'm like, be good to others. Play for fun, You went behind bars because you're drunk. Anybody else been locked up or been in county jail overnight, drunk tank? Anybody been in jail before? I did some crimes when I was a kid and got locked up for a little bit. Boom did? What was it, drugs? Never convicted by my peers. I didn't go to trial. I copped a plea deal because I ain't no sucker. DU, what's up, buddy? It's called Old Eastern Bloc. Who wants to talk about socialism? Just had to say it. Well, the Old Eastern Bloc and a Western leftist has a lot to spar about. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, we can talk about socialism in Eastern Bloc. Anything is available for today. I just don't want to talk to Fox News viewers about shit all day. That's all. That's just so draining. Like, you say something, you go into great deal to explain something, and they just ignore it and go on to the next thing. It's just wild. In Hungary, they beat me for hours several times. Whew. The cops. I've been an immigrant my whole life, so I stick to the good side. Yeah, probably practical. Grew up in Hungary, but I'm an anarchist. There you go. Thought police. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me you're from Hungary, or you grew up in Hungary. Zedekis is a smart man. He knows about yield fairness doctrine. The fairness doctrine is funny. It's saying like, oh my God, these Nazi ideas are so bad. They're not getting enough airtime because nobody wants to hear them. We should give them more airtime. So Harvey, again, listen, be a little, try to be a little nicer. I know I'm being a dick, but I'm holding my chat to a higher standard. I'm on Harvey's side here, but I'm not gonna. I'll wait for them to show their ass before I tell them to shut the fuck up. What's up, Hellspire? How you doing? Just Lamau, nobody on part of the world wishes to see it again, period. Yeah, I mean, go ahead, speak your mind. No doubt. I mean, I'm a socialist, and you say socialism, nobody wishes to see it again. So we can talk. I don't mind. If you have good ideas, I'm going to have to face them if you articulate them, right? Of course. You often see this from ex-socialist countries. You often see this kind of diaspora of people that down talk the previous projects, and there's multiple reasons for this. One, okay, some of the projects suck. Some of the socialist actions were hijacked. Some of them were beleaguered by capitalist powers. Sometimes people were just bad and they try to do something nice and whatever. But what you see is you almost have a class of people that goes from socialism to capitalism and leverages that for attention or profit. You guys don't know who Yeonmi Park is? What's her fucking name? She's the chick that came from North Korea who made an entire career out of just explaining the most absurd things possible that didn't happen, right? It's a meme in leftist communities, right? You see this a lot with socialist countries. Now, there are horrors in some of these countries, just like all countries, right? But usually with a little scratching, it's because of some totalitarian dictator doing the wrong things, human rights abuse, or it's just them making shit up to appease the new capitalists that they're now a part of, okay? You need to understand this. In every country, there are people on the left side of politics, socialists, communists, anarchists, and people on the right. You keep going far enough, it's fascism, okay? There's people in both countries. Every socialist has capitalist people in it. Every socialist country has capitalist people. Every capitalist country has socialist people in it, period. So when a country fails or is conquered or whatever or dissolves, some of those people already hated it and will go somewhere and speak. That doesn't mean that's how it was. We don't use people's opinions to gauge whether a country was a success. What we do under Marxism is we look at the historical dialectics of it, the actual things that have happened, all parallel in a scientific manner. We evaluate the outcomes in history, we apply cultural means to it, and we form opinions, right? We don't just take the word of random people. Anecdotes are worthless when it comes to discussing academical, political, economic frameworks. It just, discussing them in an academic sense, it just doesn't make sense to talk about anecdotes. That's why you came from there, cool, you're allowed to have an opinion, but your opinion is just the same as everybody else's. If it's not substantiated by research, if it's not substantiated by investigation, by hard work, by actual intellectual labor, your opinion can of course be discarded like everybody else's that doesn't want to put in the time. So coming from an Eastern blog, you have a unique perspective to add the anecdote onto the researched opinion and contrast it or juxtapose it. But just to say, my parents hated communism, I hated communism, communism failed, I'm here now, communism sucks. It's not right. It's just not how you should approach this at all. And if you did the same thing for capitalism, it would equally denigrate capitalism because it's not real. It's just, we didn't have a good time there, and that's that. You think Yeonmi Park is lying that North Korea is... Yeah, well, hold on. We gotta go watch some now. Oh my god, I love this. Oh, this is so funny. Let's see if I can find one. Oh my god. I don't even know if I want to watch her because she drives me so nuts.
You mail.
Let me watch this first. I don't think we're gonna watch Yeonmi Park because like she's actually like a charlatan. It's you know. I guess I don't know how to interact with somebody that doesn't know Yeonmi Park is a meme. I guess I don't know how to proceed. Like Yeonmi Park is. The question is, do you think she's lying about North Korea? Yes. Obviously, I think she's lying about North Korea. I mean, this is almost like Matrix levels of like unaware, I think. So let's talk about North Korea. Okay, who here knows anything about North Korea? Psycho says, okay, I have explained to you, I don't want you to talk anymore. So you're going to go bye-bye for a day. Psycho. And next time we do a Friday, I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up.
Request
How's that sound? Ken Zamina with the raid. What's up? I explicitly told this guy to stop talking, and he's still concerned trolling me. So we see Tech Price says a little bit about North Korea. What do you know? Ken Zamina, good to see you. We're talking about politics now. We literally just started talking about North Korea. I'm a socialist. Sorry if this is bad timing, but you guys are welcome to hang out and debate. Just no racism, bigotry, none of that stuff. How's your day been? It's been great. I've been chatting about the world. You just came in a really awkward time because we're talking about North Korea from a leftist perspective. Black Hole, what's up, buddy? It's the northern part of Korea. It's the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, yeah. Kenza, very kind of you guys. Very kind of you. Guys, go follow Kenza Minya. I think I may have rated Kenza before. If you don't want to hear about politics, please tune out. I can't really go into detail, but I lived in South Korea for a year. Yeah. What you basically want is to have a constitutional republic where constitution is an absolute law. Problem is there will always be some party which won't want to abide by that. I mean, this is solved by having one-party governments. And I've already explained that China's one-party government has more functional mechanisms of democracy that create real change on the street than the US with its glorified democracy. You know what I mean? So by having a one-party state with democratic levers, socialists have already solved this. What are you up to in Eve tonight? Honestly, we're just talking. I don't even think I've done anything in Eve. I'm so sorry. Just a chatting stream, I guess. I was going to do exploration, but the conversation's been good. We've been talking about, oh, you're here Friday too? Cool. So anyway, somebody wanted to know before I banned him for the day because he's really starting to irritate me. He wanted to know if Yeonmi Park is lying about North Korea. And then he said, would you want to live in North Korea? So let's talk about the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, of Korea, excuse me. So we call it North Korea. There are a few things to talk about that are undebatable. This is a socialist state. It is. There are mechanisms of democracy in the way that the government is structured in North Korea that I think would probably alarm the average person from the United States as to their existence, not whether they work, just how robust there actually is a political system in DPRK, right? And there's actual democratic levers. Are we dealing with kind of a one-party dictator situation? Yeah. Oh, yeah. But this is a socialist nation. And the only reason they're not snuffed out of existence yet, and I want to be clear about this, is because they had the foresight to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear war tips. That's the only thing preventing North Korea historically from being smushed. That's weird. That's a weird take, isn't it? From people from the US? Like, why would you, how does it make any sense? Well, this is a country that was split in two from ideological concerns, right? Historically. Capitalism, communism, same thing as Vietnam attempted to do, same thing as Germany, right? All these countries split in two. Most of these countries have succumbed to capitalism, though, haven't they? Vietnam, no. But North Korea hasn't. Because they were absolutely dead set on surviving. At the expense of their own future, which is bad. You don't want to do that. At that point, give the government over to somebody else. But they were dead set on surviving for some reason, so they built up extreme militaries, extreme technological advancement from their own cloth that they cut. And why did they do all that? Because they wouldn't exist if they didn't actually put all their money in the military. Is this just the ramblings of a leftist? It's not. What happens to Tehran now? Anybody know a history of Iran? Kenza, take care. Anybody read about a state called Iran before? Anybody know the recent past 30 years what's been going, or more, been going on there with the US and our interests there? We're trying to prevent them from creating nuclear warheads, right? We'll go to great lengths to do it. Because they're not socialists, but we know the only thing that prevents America from steamrolling you is military into a more to the point nuclear warheads. That's it. And you can't even just have them. You need first strike capability. You need ICBMs. So what happens is you have these pockets of socialism that either made it or they didn't. They either got the weapons or they didn't. Right? Your proximity to China and the Soviet Union has a great deal of impact on this as well. So the point of the DPRK is this is a country that has a pretty, in my opinion, dipshit of a leader, right? Doing a socialism in a beleaguered world caught between one socialist nation and the rest of the imperialist hegemony that represents capitalist interests. How do you govern that? I don't know. They've figured out that to do it, you need a position of destroying parts of capitalism if they take you out. That's why they have artillery pointed at Seoul. I don't agree with that at all. I don't, but I'm not going to tell them no. They're going to die if they don't do that. That's true. The hacking one, yeah, I read about this. Watched a couple videos on this a while ago. We can talk about the shroud and stuff. We can talk about whatever we want. How is Iran is not a socialist state? I was talking about Iran, how they knew, just like everybody else, they know that developing nuclear weapons is important to keep the U.S. hegemony. The reason why Iran is comparable to North Korea here is simply because it's an enemy of the U.S., not because they share the same economic framework. Yeah, so don't get me twisted. The way Iran runs their country, I think it's ridiculous. But the U.S. is a much bigger threat to the world than Iran. Israel is a bigger threat to the world than Iran. Somebody else mentioned Afghanistan earlier. And their oppression of women. It's like, yeah. Yep. Leftists are allowed to hate something and like something at the same time. We're not prescribed their views from Fox News. What happened next in a socialist country was so amazing. Yeah, I mean, listen, Harvey. I don't know if you can tell I'm practiced at this. This is not my first rodeo. Normally I do this through text, though, not through voice. Last week, Harvey, I went to great detail explaining how you're not allowed to do a socialist project in the world without having insane pressure from capitalism. Zedekiah says, I was impressed with Israel's beeper trick. What were you impressed about? What would... I don't know if that's the word I would use. Ashamed, disgusted, admonished. I can't let people come to my chat and make fun of people that were killed by Israel just for existing. That's not going to fly here. So shut the fuck up about your jokes with beepers. You don't deserve to die for living in fucking Lebanon and buying a beeper. You're not a terrorist because you buy a beeper. You know who the terrorists are? The IDF. The CIA. How's that for fucking real? If you guys don't know what happened, this was during Gaza operations. Israel sent out a bunch of beepers to people all over Arabic states, and they were all bombs, and they exploded them all at once and killed tons of people. Which is a war crime, by the way, which is prosecutable under law, under international law. It's illegal to do that. If there was justice in the world, that single event, despite Israel's just rich history of being a fascist ethno-state, that one thing would cause for regime change, but it's not. And by the way, just real quick, if anybody calls me anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel, I just want to say, save yourself the embarrassment and shut the fuck up. I thought they were just delivered to Hezbollah. I do believe that's what Israel wants us to believe. But if you think for 1 second that every beeper they mailed out indiscriminately to all these organizations was in the hands of a Hezbollah agent, you're just buying Hasbro. That's it. That's it. That is it. The truth is that even one civilian who was killed by a beeper, even one provable civilian is a war crime. It should be regime change. The fact that you thought it was appropriate to mail beepers to terrorists in the first place means that, do you know why we can't have booby traps in the United States? And maybe the same in your country. You know why we can't? Because the booby trap cannot tell who it's going to kill. Your booby trap might kill a robber. It might kill the first responder there to save your mom. This is why mailing bombs to people indiscriminately and saying it's for Hezbollah is a war crime. There's a difference between hating Israel's policy and being anti-Semitic. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saving everyone else's trouble. Don't even bother. With Iran, there's a unexpected development in the last bomb raid by a USAF. Turned out one of the mobs didn't explode. A huge deal, a massive error by USA. I wasn't even privy to this. Thanks for sharing. Libertarians, I'll be the first to tell you that not all of us think the same, which is kind of the point. Sure. Yeah, I have very little in common with libertarians, but you know what? I don't spend any time arguing with libertarians. I don't. I think libertarian is just a selfish viewpoint. It is not one that wants others to suffer. I think that it could potentially cause plenty of suffering if certain things, but I don't think libertarians are bad people. I think in my heart of hearts, I think that they just don't know how much of a difference thinking more collectively could be. We started discussing getting nuclear weapons along with other Scandinavian countries and Denmark because of, I wouldn't call us socialist. Though, yeah, again, I just want to be clear. Developing nuclear weapons has nothing to do with socialism. It's just that as a socialist nation, you are going to be attacked from inside, outside, and all angles from the US and every other capitalist power. 100% true. And if you don't know that, we're going to have to kind of point you towards read any book about the CIA over the past 100 years. That sounds like you disagree with what Uncle Ted did. You're not a fan of mailing bombs. I do disagree with what the Unabomber did. Even if some people will tell you he hit a good target or two, I don't agree with it at all. How do you feel about being required to serve in the IDF if you don't leave Israel by the age of 16? I mean, the IDF is a terrorist organization full of mass murderers and fascists. So how do I feel about them? I feel like they're disgusting. How's that? Being required to serve in the IDF is a failure of civic policy. Making your young people serve in a terrorist organization and indoctrinating them further into supremacy ethno-state. It's disgusting. Israel somehow like competes with America for the absolute worst intentioned country on the goddamn planet. It's remarkable. And if you know anything about the history of the US and World War II and Israel, you understand there's a good reason for that. It's because it's an extension of our policy interests in the Middle East. New York Jewish diaspora, which are Orthodox Jews, are way against. Yeah, of course. Dude, Jews are awesome. We're not talking about Jewish people, hell. Jews rule. I have a problem with fascist ethno-states. And it is actually fascist. Academically, Israel is. America is actually not yet. A lot of people say we are, but we're not. Ted Kaczynski was high IQ. Yeah, he was pretty smart. But I don't think mailing bombs to people is the answer. I feel like if you're going to do an adventurism means, Luigi Mangione and these other guys, the guy that shot Abe Shinzo, those are adventurists. They go out and they try to solve a problem by themselves. It never works. You can talk about revolutions being started by adventurism. The conditions are what led to revolution, not the adventurism. It was just any straw would have broke the camel back. But we talk about that, and I see someone like Ted Kaczynski or whatever, and I just say, like, this is somebody who, probably needed help. His injustices, he had no other way to prevent them. But I don't agree whatsoever with the idea of killing people because you're upset at a system and then killing people indiscriminately. I don't agree with that. Revolutions can be violent, though. It's true. Mangione. You guys want to talk about Mangione? Have you read Ted? I have not read Ted. No, I haven't. I just know that there's sometimes people on the left joke about some of the targets he hit, kind of in a self-deprecating way. I haven't read anything by Kaczynski. We're edging closer and closer, which is deeply concerning. Yeah, I mean, but fascism is one of those terms that everybody says it wrong, right? Again, I talked about it earlier, but fascism is it's academic. We know what it means. These systems are all characterized by things, and we have a very strong petit bourgeois class here. Until that starts to get oppressed, until that starts to happen, and until we reach the desperate side of imperialism, we're not there yet. Israel is long in the desperate side of imperialism. Everything Israel does is existential. They just have the backings of the US, so nothing ever happens to them. Zachary says Mangione. I think Mangione did it, honestly. I'm proud of him. Not for killing, but for, what's the phrase? Facing the trial. I'm proud of him for facing the trial like a man. I still don't think he should have killed Brian Thompson. I think that was a mistake. You know what I don't get? Let's say you're Mangione, okay? And you're mad and you're going to go do a homicide even though it's wrong. Like, I don't agree with homiciding like this. This is terrible. Why wouldn't you just hit him in the leg? Like, why would you have to actually, Hilarious. I mean, I suppose we could play some Eve today. But I also kind of just want to talk about the world too. How about I take a little breather? I'll go give my cat some food ski, eat the rest of my bagel, come back, and then we'll either talk about something naturally or we'll play a little bit of Eve or watch something and hang out a little bit longer. I don't want to leave just yet. It's been 4 hours. Feels like it's been 4 minutes. So I'm having a good time. Give me a few minutes, yeah? Isn't that the guy who killed a health insurance boss? Yeah. Luigi Mangione is the American dude who went into New York with like his silence gun and killed the health insurance CEO. And so my criticism is that doesn't actually help, even though it must have felt cathartic for him. It doesn't help. And I wish the guy didn't die. As a leftist, I'm saying that. You gotta say at least allegedly? Sorry, my bad. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. He didn't kill him. It was allegedly. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. You know what the craziest thing is about all this is that somehow me and Scotty got closer through all this, despite me and him having some serious political divides a while ago. Like, there's no way he agrees with half the shit I'm saying. But I feel like we've grown closer through this. It's interesting. It's probably, dude, it's probably because, like, you know, you have this weird ability, Scotty, and I want to take a second to celebrate this chatter for a second. This motherfucker has 2 superpowers. First of all, okay, so his ideas I don't think are that great about, you know, economics or whatever, right? We just disagree. But he has this crazy superpower, and it's called having humility, and like having humility enough to like come back and like look at something another way, and he knows when to shut the fuck up. He knows when it's gonna like not be good to push like this little angle. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, he's more clever than he realizes, and I like it. So, even though you're a dirty libertarian, you know, we can still be friends. We can. Just you know, I'll pave a few extra roads for you. I always wonder if libertarians like would be interested in anarchism. I feel like anarchism is a much more developed framework than libertarianism. Have any of you libertarians in chat ever like looked into like what anarchism is? I'm kind of like a Marxist-Leninist kind of Marxist style of the academic learning, but I identify as a socialist. I'm wondering if you guys know what socialism is, obviously, you libertarians and stuff, you know the basic, but have you ever looked into anarchism? I feel like it's not the same thing, I know that, but there's certain tenets in there that would be appealing. Anarcho-capitalism, ANCAP is the endgame for libertarianism. Well, you know that. I think I know that, but I wonder if they know that. Definition of anarchism. So I'm not an anarchist, but so in contrast with libertarianism, you're talking about a completely stateless society. Completely stateless, right? It is the people that govern. It's funny because communism also wants to do this, but without getting rid of kind of an actual governing body. I would love an anarchist to actually chirp up here because I'm about to start talking about things I don't know. As soon as we go past the common understanding, I'm not going to have the historical understanding of anarchism. My political preference are like my sex positions, vanilla. It's true, I am an eye contact missionary kind of guy, it's true. I get down. Is the BRB screen? Yeah, I was taking a little break, sorry. I've been streaming for 4 hours, a long time for me. The problem with anarchy is you need total security for a successful one that's not likely. Sure, but we don't even have to go into like these things won't work because this is the same thing that people talk about with socialism. They're like, you know, it's not gonna happen. But let's just pretend it could, you know? So libertarians, they obviously recognize a state is helpful. They just really question the role the state should play. Anarchists, I think the fundamental position is that the governing side of the state can be handled by the people in a non hyper-organized way, in contrast with communism, which is very organized. Non-aggression principle. Oh, I heard someone make, what was it? Someone made a really funny joke about that. Some libertarian guy, he wasn't in the Epstein files, and this dude said, oh man, this guy has a non-aggression pact with children. I thought that was so funny, dude. This guy is not a pedophile. He's a libertarian. It means he has a nap with children. Has there ever been an anarchist-style state or country in history? Not a pure one, to my knowledge. I think, what's his name? Javier Milei identifies as an anarchist in fucking Argentina, but I don't think it's just another kleptocracy. I don't know enough about anarchism historically to really sit here and chop it up. And you may be asking yourself, okay, how can you pick a position without knowing the deep, rich part of all the other alternatives? And I agree. I totally agree. Somalia is, and I don't know. I don't know much about Somalia's government. I know I used to live in Minneapolis, folks. You guys heard about ICE in Minneapolis and all this alleged fraud and stuff and blah, blah, blah. I used to live in Minneapolis. I would see the buildings where a lot of Somali diasporas would come. And this is going to blow your mind, people, but they were just normal people. I know. Does Minnesota have a fraud problem? Yeah. But I hate to break it to you, but a lot of convicts are just white people. It's funny. But yeah, Somalia, the country, the state, a lot of serious issues there over history. We know that. Most of the Americans just know about piracy, but like to get that scale of piracy from a country means there's some serious mismanagement, disruption, or otherwise bad things happening. Can you fill me in on Venezuela? I was done with work and you can't be bothered to read into it. It comes back again. Sure. Let me try to sum this up in a way that's not incredibly long. Venezuela, like any other country in the global south, South America, has been a prime target for exploitation from capitalism since the Industrial Revolution, right? We know that based on the operations we've done in the global south. Like, we know that. Venezuela is no different. Venezuela stands out, though, because of its position in relation to our country and the Atlantic Ocean. And it also stands out because of its extreme natural resources, most notably oil. Okay, Venezuela is a very important country, location, and in a very important continent. Now, what I'm not going to do is give you meeting minutes on what happened in Venezuela, but what I'm going to explain to you very broad stroked like is that the Venezuelan people have long struggled with the influence of the United States of America with regards to governing their own country. Now, you may say, okay, what does that mean? Well, it takes form of color revolutions, installing stooges. You look at somebody like Maduro, which we just kidnapped unilaterally and against international law. You look at somebody like him. It's a little bit like Gaddafi, folks, right? It's a little bit like Gaddafi. Somebody who somehow, despite not being a good person and causing harm, did a lot of really important things. It's a bit of a conflicted, people liken this to Stalin as well. A lot of conflicted stuff, but when you analyze it historically, you end up with a person that's trying to do something to push back against imperial hegemony in almost all these instances. And Maduro is not different. Maduro is just, he's not very good at it. He's very bad at fighting the US, as we've seen. There's a lot more to it. There's claims of land ownership with some of these oil fields with the US and the country taking it back after deposing our stooges. There's a lot more to it. You could go read about it forever if you want. But it is just another resource-rich country that is very interesting to US hegemony because of its resources and geolocation. That is the best way I could describe Venezuela. So what you're seeing now with the diasporas, with the immigrant crises, with the deposing of the leader, with the color revolution activities going on, what you're seeing is how we get what we want. That's what we do. We do this. Now, capturing head of state, that was a new one. That was bizarre. I've never seen that personally. That was just crazy. I mean, whatever. But this is what we do. We see a country that's pushing back, even if they're not, the perfect example of socialism. They have socialist tendencies and they're pushing back against imperial interests, capitalist interests. They will be regime changed. Period. And they were, and they are. And it'll happen to Colombia next. And it'll happen to it'll happen over and over and over and over again until America is overthrown. Or there's a challenge to global hegemony. South America, China, Russia, India, an alliance like that, like a BRICS style alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Alliances like that threaten American hegemony. They do. And pacts like that, economic in their place now, could eventually become military. And that's how you get liberation. You actually make the people, the imperialists, afraid to take your shit. This is why North Korea is surviving despite a goober-ass leader. This is why China is surviving and thriving and flourishing in ways that we don't even understand. Lord Callis, what's up, buddy? Agent Orange overthrew the government to get oil for Exxon, except to take a decade working nation building data in the lowest grade oil on the market. Oh, Agent Orange, Trump. Ah, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Vietnam for a second. I'm like, really? We're talking about Vietnam? Just say Trump. Just say Trump. Sorry. That's funny. Trumpstein. Yeah, what do you guys think about Trump? I don't think we ever talked about Trump before. I'm generally not an anti-government, anti-tax. I just believe it should be very limited focus. Yeah, I'm libertarian, man. Honestly, dude, be proud. People are going to clown on you whatever you believe, but if that's what you believe in, man, stand on it, Look into it. Read books by people that wrote about this. You should read Ayn Rand, even though I don't agree with her. You should read it because that's what people that think like this are studied from. Like, not entirely, but you should read also some of the Marxist works out there. You should read Principles of Communism so you understand it. You should read Black Shirts and Red to understand what the U.S. actually is. When I tell people to read Black Shirts and Reds, it's not because I want to convert them to socialism. It's because I want to put them in the right basket in life. You are not on the side of the U.S. hegemony. When I say hegemony, guys, if that word is unfamiliar to you, just think of it as power. You're not in the power structure of America. You're not. You're not in it. If you're not in the bourgeois, you're not in it. Cycle's not in it. As a petit bourgeois, you guys listening are not in it. Stop serving them. Read Black Shirts and Red. Read what America is, what it does, how it works. Gaddafi is mainly painted by the West. To be fair, under Gaddafi, Libya was quite a modern country. Yeah, I've actually I've heard it's weird, but I've learned actually a lot about Libya and Gaddafi by the Chapel Boys. I haven't really researched it outside of your leisurely listening. 312 said, ain't that the human condition? Can be a total asshole most of the time, but still do something nice once in a while. I think that caring for your people as a leader is something you have or you don't. For example, a lot of leftists have critical support for Russia, despite Putin being a garbage person and an exploiter extraordinaire, because this is something that pushes against American imperialism. It's like you can hate the way that a government functions and still appreciate its role at keeping back a monster in its own way. And this is the way a lot of people think. I'm not articulating necessarily my exact thoughts, although I'm happy to share them if it's interesting. This is why you see people talking about fucking tankies and they love Russia. It's like, most leftists I know think Putin's the biggest piece of shit on the planet. It's just we recognize Russia as the dissolved state of the USSR in terms of population and its role at keeping back the monster that is the country I was born in. What are your thoughts on Trump rolling out the red carpet for Putin? I try not to think about Trump too much. When you're really involved in bipartisan politics and electoral politics, you'll spend a lot of time thinking about Trump or Biden or Obama or Bush or Clinton, or you'll spend a lot of time thinking about these leaders or Mondani, right? But what you should be thinking about is the working class and the bourgeois, the capitalists. You guys know what wealth inequality is. You know how much your CEO makes, how much the owner class makes. You know it. You just don't have the words to put it into effect. And the words you're looking for are working class, bourgeois. Thank you for sharing, Hell Sparrow. Yeah, I learned a lot from the Chapel podcast about Libya in retrospect. And a lot of what I learned was like, there's a lot of extremely redeeming qualities to Gaddafi, even though some of his leadership was absolutely abysmal. How have we not? How is it possible nobody's in chat has brought up the Soviet Union, USSR? Nobody's talked about Lenin, Stalin. Nobody's brought this up once. Yet this game is like a heavily like European, Russian style game. Eve. Not one person has talked about Soviet Union or Russia. It's interesting. Nobody's challenged me on like Russia. Is that a friend? Maybe it's because we've been so focused on like China and Asia. What do you guys know about the Soviet Union? A little quiz time. Terrible, good, bad. Everybody lived in gulags. What was the story? I say Gaddafi, but I was just reading it like him. I think it depends on if you speak Arabic or not, right? Isn't it Gaddafi if you speak Arabic? I don't know. Call me bad girl. You brought him. Oh, were you the guy? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you tried. Yeah. We were part of the Soviet Union. That's why I said we don't. Yeah, okay, you did. You're right. He did point this out. So my apologies. So let me ask you this, guys. Any Americans here? Raise your hand. If you're from the U.S., raise your hand. Who won World War II? Anybody? D-Day, Normandy, U.S. troops, right? Who won World War II? Anybody? It was the U.S. boys, right? That's what I was led to believe. The Allies. Okay. If you had to assign one state, right? If you had to assign a state that sacrificed the most, fought the hardest, and ultimately made the most impact, what would you say? USSR? Yeah, I think that's probably the answer, yeah. Steven says Soviet Union was terrible. Starved and oppressed Eastern Europe. My grandfather fled the Soviet Union. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there were famines in the Soviet Union. Well-documented famines, right? And they were quite terrible. But I've never seen a shred of evidence ever in my life to indicate that any of these were intentional, including the one in Ukraine. So if there's some evidence that can support the famines were intentional, I'll happily read it. But the secret to understanding the history of the famines in the USSR is to understand that we're dealing with a region that has famines. We're dealing with bad decisions having real impact on people. We're dealing with real people that died. But what we're not dealing with is an intentional starvation. I've not seen a lick of evidence to suggest that in any book, any article, nothing. Sacrifice most, gain most? Sure, Fardo, sure. Ultimately, it's subjective, but it's just funny how Americans, we like to believe that we're the ones that won the war when it's pretty non-controversial to say it's the Soviets that won. If we talk about it all. Canadians were the best trench riders known. Ooh, Canadian stand in chat. Holy shit. You could join the war and Germany decide the outcome of World War II. Yeah, no, it was the Soviets. Sorry, wrong answer. Did you come over from YouTube now to spit your reactionary views here in Twitch chat? That's awesome. He says, dude, you never lived in socialist Romania. I have never lived in socialist Romania. You are 100% right. Shout out to the Roma people, by the way. See empty stores, people at lines for food. Yep. I don't enjoy debating politics because I don't know much about it and doesn't interest me. Yes, I know it affects the world is important, but I have a friend who's a huge history buff and debates these things all the time. Learn a bit from him, but there's only so much time of the day I like to spend the time writing code and playing games. Yeah, no doubt. Arch, respect, bro. We're just doing a political Friday stream. Don't worry. This ain't for you, that's all. It is a lot. The past 10 years, learning about the world around me has completely overwhelmed and changed my life. They helped defeat the Nazis, however, they did a lot of evil stuff as well. All right, let me see if I can find this real quick. So just to be clear, I mean, this is empirical data. We can just look at this, right? When the Soviet Union was formed, the GDP exploded. Life expectancy doubled among all the states combined. Granted, there are states that suffered and there are states that flourished. But we're talking about rolling averages here, right? The actual gap between the owning class and the workers shrank immensely. Actual safety nets were delivered to countries that had absolutely no ability to create them on their own in the USSR. Literacy rates. I don't know if did I say literacy rates? Literacy rates went from something like teens to like 80s. The science and the history says that the USSR improved the lives of millions of people. Like the science says that, right? And generally the criticisms I read seem to be about famines, which famines are terrible, right? Or repression. Those seem to be the main guiding arguments for why the USSR was bad or evil, right? And I'm happy to talk about that. Soviets would have lost so hard without your steel to build cheap tanks. Interesting. But it's capitalism that won the war. I don't think either would have been able to win it without the other. Could be. I think the highlight I'd like to make is that I feel like the Soviets' role in the war was downplayed by the West because of the Cold War. I think that's safe to say. It is disadvantageous for capitalism to have communists be, in some part, plurality or majority responsible for stymieing Nazi Germany's fascist attempt at colonizing all of Europe. I think that's unequivocal. Whether or not you think it had the biggest impact, I mean, you could look at it however you want. I think it does. Would you keep on to cycle Eve clients? I actually have my own script. I use the F keys. F1, F2, F1, F2, F1, F2. See that? It's on my GitHub if you want to see the script. I admire the Russian people a great deal. There you go. Yeah, I don't really have much admiration for Putin's apparatus, but Russian people serve an extremely valuable role in history in last century, pushing back at a very dangerous United States of America. Well, dangerous if you're brown and from the global south, not so dangerous if you're white from the north. Lord Callis, a little bit late to the party today, but he says socialism is great as a concept. Putting humans in charge of it is where it gets ruined. So, of course, that's not true. China is a socialist state, and it is thriving, moisturized, beautiful, right? So, and I could point to a lot more successful projects that ultimately met their fate at the pressure of ideological capitalism. But, it seems like you can't say that socialism is just a concept that could never work when China is right there. And if your argument is that China is capitalism, you don't know what you're talking about. And I could teach you right now why it's actually socialism, if you want. Fred Pleb says the only good commie is the dead one. Well, thank you for speaking your mind, man. Lamau, China, strong propaganda. Yeah, no worries. We got like an influx of wreckers here. Bring it on, man. If you're gonna come with low quality shit like that, I'll happily wreck you. Russia has a major problem. Their entire western flank is wide open prairie with zero defensible structures. Yeah, now we're talking about the containment strategy used against the Soviet Union, which is why the Soviet Union was very interesting in moving east. It's why dumbass Putin wants to move east too. Same reason. It's dangerous being in Moscow. You got what, Stalingrad? That's it? Sorry if you don't put humans in a system. What are proposing to put in a system? Sorry, Zach? Je ne comprends pas. May I say that from what I see and heard, my relatives is that China is hyper-capitalistic while having socialist. Yeah, it's not. This is wrong. But I understand why this is such a common prevalence, right? The argument is not that there's no capitalism in China, because that's obviously not true. The argument is that in China, they are doing socialism because they nationalize businesses at the good of the people, right? And they have extremely strong regulations on how labor is actually done. Now, is a criticism that they actually enforce this properly? Fuck no. Like, all the criticism in the world for the amount of exploited people in China. But the truth is, they're exploited because of shit people, not because of a shit system. And you have to understand this difference. The capitalism in China is extremely regulated. And I'll give you a bunch of examples. If a company gets too big, China just takes it and gives it to the people and runs it as a government, the same way we do mail in the US, right? If a billionaire in the United States steals trillions of dollars from people, they are given a trial that's dragged out over 8 years, and they're ended up in a country club jail. In China, if you steal billions of dollars from the people, they will execute you. This is how capitalism does not rule the government in China. China is a socialist country with Chinese characteristics, right? All socialism is a transitory state, all of it. The point is to go from a specific type of capitalism based on the culture of the people to communism. That's the point. That's every academic you ever will read will explain that is the point of socialism. So when people say there's no true socialism, they don't understand what it is or the purpose. They just think that communism is socialism and China is not doing communism, so there's no socialism. You're wrong. China is doing socialism right now. Right now. As we talk, they're doing it right now. Vietnam's doing it right now. Cuba's doing it right now. DPRK is doing it right now. There's actually a bunch of other states that do it in disguise. Yeah? Appreciate the raid, Mr. Babikins. We're actually talking about politics today. Sorry, weird timing. We're talking about socialism right now. Feel free to chirp up, but no chuds allowed. So the point is, China isn't hyper-capitalistic. Because ultimately, all of the businesses are beholden to the government which, if you understand how the government works there, despite being a one-party state, has a lot of democratic levers that are pulled constantly. The will of the people is represented much better than you expect. You're actually looking at capitalism beholden to the people. And it's interesting because you can even look on a grander scale. If China was the world's factory in the 90s, how did it become such a flourishing nation now if all it was doing was exploiting under its economic framework? If China was truly capitalism and had no 5-year plans, no Marxist red cadres, they would not have transitioned into a place where 90% of people own a fucking home. They wouldn't have transitioned to that. They would have just been another oligarchy just like us because they are a socialist nation. Lord says, China is doomed. Wow. Yo, what type of Kool-Aid are you sipping on, fam? Wow, it's got like rat poison in it. How do you see a nation that is literally bypassing the US in every single relevant metric? From GDP to military, the trajectory, not the current, the trajectory. You see the growth of China and you say this shit's going to die in 50 years? Meanwhile, you see the US festering and annexing random fucking Greenland? And you're saying that this is... Woo! Oh, he's talking about the birth rate. Interesting. I see. 2.1 is replacement level, a birth rate of 0.4. Interesting. So we have somebody that's considering birth rate to be the entire point of a country. Okay, so you are a capitalist, right? A country's worth to you is its perpetual growth, right? So if a country loses people or GDP goes down, it's failed to you. Is that the case? Because I'm going to clue you in. Socialists and China, they don't think like that. Sometimes there are years where you will lose money as a nation because it actually improves your people's lives. So one thing you'll notice about socialist states is that their militaries stay in their fucking borders. They have to. They have no choice. They can't just go do imperial things. They're not raping the land for its natural resources 24/7. They're trying to manage a people. And I find it very odd that we look at these defensively postured socialist nations and view them as tyrants when we're the one throwing stones at them while raping the rest of the world. I find that bizarre. Lord CS Soothing Static, take care. Building houses is what you do when you need to invest, export money to stimulate GDP on paper. They've got a commercial real estate bubble. Yeah, the way you talk is just completely poisoned by capitalism. Nobody in the rest of the world thinks like this. This is like go to McKinsey and just go do a presentation because I don't give a fuck about anything you just said. Anything you just said. If China's GDP dips down because they're helping the people, that's a W. If growth slows because cadres actually understand that chasing growth is detrimental to the long-term sustainability of your country, that's a good thing. That's researched, principled, dialectical economic analysis. What this is somebody that is like, oh man, my dad worked on Wall Street and I day trade Forex. It's like, dude, shut up. You are just so in the Kool-Aid. China is literally over there flourishing. And you're just like, oh, they're not fucking, so they're going to collapse. Because you are just totally Kool-Aid drinking. And the way you think, I got to say, it's almost like a disease. Like it's bad. It's not good, man. China does have a demographic problem due to the one-child policy. You should go look up the one-child policy and see when that was enacted and when that was no longer enacted, bud. Joggy Poggy. They don't own it. There's private ownership in China. One of the most, I talked about this last Friday, one of the most interesting examples of ownership in China actually making sense is that you own the house, meaning you buy it. If you want to buy a house, right? Foreigners generally don't get an option to buy a house, right? If you're a citizen, you buy a house by leasing it from the state for your life. What does that mean? That means, number one, you can't use it as a bank and do second mortgages and appreciation and speculative marketing. Number two, you can't pass it on to your children just for being born to you, right? And what this does is it really evens things out. I mean, it's a brilliant socialist policy, right? You give people that kind of bullshit capitalist dream of owning your home, even though you don't own it in America either, obviously. Someone could eminent domain your front lawn off or just literally demolish it and there's nothing you could do, right? Nothing you could do. You could try to sue them. Good luck, right? Nothing you can do to actually stop someone from taking advantage of your property. In China, it just makes more sense. We're going to lease it to you for the life. It's ours. Don't fuck with it. Otherwise, own it and live your life. And when you're done, we're going to lease it to somebody else. Genius! But you say that to an American, you're like, ooh, wait, I can't take out loans on my house. I can't do a repair and then double value it. And then when I sell and when the market's hot and when there's another bubble and I'll just do it in the lean on the house. It does get passed on in China? That's news to me. I'm pretty sure you would have the ability to get first dibs on the lease. But if you know more about it than me, please tell me. I unlike my detractors, I'm willing to learn. Give me an acre in the middle of nowhere so I can homestead away from everybody. That's my goal. There you go. China's biggest problem is that she has killed the messenger so many times. No one. No, you just totally have no idea what you're talking about. You sound like an imperialist, and like, you know, I can't keep owning you. Just stop talking about China, please. It ended in 2016, yeah. So it's 10 years ago. I don't really think it has an impact on the current birth rate. The current birth rate is because the world fucking sucks. And chasing infinite growth is a capitalist fever dream. That's what it is. Is Harvey still here? Harvey was talking about Malthusian dynamics. I'm not a Malthusian believer at all. No stretch. But I also don't think that growth depopulation is inherently bad, as long as it's not a target and a goal. Those uses coming to term, nothing been set in stone as first rights to the family to life. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Grey Ghost. Euro probably place this. When the other house gets given to the deed, the lease also goes to inherit the deed, and that lease is up. The government gives you equivalent house or equivalent of money. Thank you. This is going to be taken with a big grain of salt, but if this is more accurate, I like that. This doesn't sound like at all what I learned though. So, could it be provincial or no? I'll have to look more into that. I don't want to talk out of pocket. There's no need. I thought this was like almost a federal style, not federal, our equivalent of a federal style thing to lease. There's so much about China I don't know. But what I do know is that we have 2 cities in the United States where you're allowed to walk without a car. One of them is New York. It gets cold as hell. The other one's Chicago. It gets even colder. Okay. In China, they put their cities in tiers. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. How many tier 1 cities do you think they have? What do you think those cities look like? And then if you put our cities on that list, where do you think ours would go? Where would you think I went? I inherited $5 million worth of real estate when my grandparents passed. Yeah, 16 to 17. How many tier 1s does America have? This is interesting. Do you live in China, or are you did you move out? I'll have to talk to you and learn more about this. It's one of those things where I'm not going to believe you right now, but I'm assuming I'm wrong. You are such a xenophobic piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. As if China can't do an economy. Damn. Go away. If you don't want to listen to me and at least nod along or just, bite your tongue or argue, like if you just want to be snide and be like China sucks, they're all going to die, go away. Find another Ustream. Immigrated to Canada when I'm young and now I live in the US. Cool. Surprise said they had crazy lockdowns in places like Shanghai. Yeah, we had crazy lockdowns in the US too, like the corner store where nobody would wear masks. Cough all over each other. I never did get COVID, but I'm pretty sure I was an asymptomatic carrier or something. It didn't make sense. I should have got it after a while. I think I had a one vaccine thing. No idea what actually happened with that. It's crazy. All right. So we're a little bit less chud-filled here. Let's see. Aging population will strain the economy where the majority of population is old, not enough workers to maintain systems, and will slow them down. True. That's a fact. 70 year lease. When 70 years up, the building gets teared down. The government may give you money or equivalent to. Can you just confirm whether that's like location based or countrywide? Starting to get the impression that this might actually have different rulings. If that's how it works everywhere in China, I'll look that up after the stream. Countrywide? Okay. Gotcha. Thank you very much for dispelling my misinformation. So basically what we're telling, grain of salt here, what we're being told is that it's a lease program, but there's an inheritance component I wasn't aware of, which is cool. So I criticize the inheritance component. Even though you benefited from it, I still criticize it, even if they're doing it. I think inheritance is naturally a bad idea. Right? Bad idea. Sorry, Gravy. I'm sorry, BRX. I know we had a couple people out here that got a couple bucks. But I think it's a bad idea. Is it because I'm not getting an inheritance? I mean, maybe. That could be it. But if we look at it, if we analyze it just a little bit, an inheritance is... It is injecting inequality into birth, is what it's doing. Now, you may say, like, well, okay, well, raising your kids well is also unequal and they were birthed into your family. True. But inheritance is just one that's just extremely obvious to a leftist as an affront to society. That it's really bad. I don't think I'd put it on landlording tier, but I would put it on a tier list for sure. Inheriting things guarantees generational wealth. Even if there are no other mechanisms there responsible that can accumulate it in that way, it guarantees generational wealth because it is the main vector for it. So you could say, like, okay, we could regulate, we could legislate inheritance, right? It looks like, China has some interesting takes on it that I don't really agree with that I'm learning about here. Or we could just let it go. The argument is, I earned the wealth. I should be able to give it to my kids. And I think that's salient. I'm not a parent. I bet you the parents in this chat have so much more worldview than I could ever hope in this way. In this way. Maybe not economically, but there are also the needs of society to weigh. And I don't think leaving your kid 50 grand in a house, I don't think that is really what we're talking about when we say inheritance. I feel like what we should do is understand that the main criticism of inheritance is largely towards the legacy style of bourgeois wealth. So you have to be careful as a working class person to understand that even though you benefit from giving your child your hard effort, all of your class suffers because that wealth is being hoarded and passed on generationally at the top percent that owns the plurality or majority of wealth. So it's one of those things you have to look past your nose on this and just understand that life for everybody in the working class would be much better if inheritance didn't exist, even though you personally would love to do it for your children. It's a hard thing to reconcile with. And in the US, we can't even conceive it. It would be like, oh, I'm failing my kids now, but it's not true. It is the case that society, and this is going to 100% ruffle some feathers, but this is actually Marxist. This isn't even chloroquine. Society is literally more important than family. Now, I know people will say, no, it's not. I'm not going to argue. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not going to argue. But we talk about what's important, not about what you care about. We talk about what's important. And society comes first. It's true. That's not to say you're going to give up your kid to serve some war. Oh, wait, we already do that. We already send our children to fight fucking bullshit ideological wars. Oh, shit, my bad. We already turned them into perfect little workers. We already do that shit. Taking care of your kid is teaching them to criticize the systemic injustices around them. Having them feel good about who they are and able to help others, right? I'm not a fucking parent. I can't. You guys know more than me about this, but I know leaving money for your kid cannot be more important than living in a safe, meaningful, defensive society instead of this unfettered imperial rage machine that we have developed, in my opinion. I'm going to explain this to you. I was raised by people that are not, that great of people, right? And I'm somebody, from my own personal biases, that wished I had more hands in the pot that was creating me from that angle of nurture, not nature. You can't control nature. I wish. But I think that seasons the salad. I don't think it's actually the vegetables. I don't think it is whatsoever. I think what really comes down to is the more people that have an opportunity to share their wisdom with you and offer some positive energy to you, the better off you're going to be as a person, especially when you're young. And that is what it means when we say society is more important than the family in one way. The other way is that with no society, there can be virtually no flourishing families, right? That's the other way. Why is society more important? Sorry, yeah, I was just answering that. Marx goes on to say that, well, I'm not going to quote, I'm just going to tell you my understanding is that, the family is actually detrimental to the health of society. I know, that's unbelievable. But that's what I've learned from the writings. That's not to say your dad and mom are bad, and that's not at all. That's saying they can't raise you and teach you what's right and wrong. It's just that if they keep you away from society and lock you in and keep you away from other ideas, no college, no whatever, no like homeschool this and go to church. If they do that to you, you're suffering. And it's funny that these thoughts were conceived in the 1800s. I was born towards the end of the 20th century there, and it directly described what happened to me. Just kept away. Had to learn a lot of things later in life. If everyone gets one house, it's fair. No, I'm getting 2 houses. I'm a streamer. Fuck you. I'm getting 2 houses. Maybe I'm missing the point. You can't really have one without the other. Well, I mean, sure, you can have a society without family, of course. I'm not saying you'd want to. This is not really the most relevant of thing, the family society thing. I know it's provocative, but the message is that the more people that have an opportunity to share their experiences with each other, the better everybody is. So a family is putting people you are blood related to over society by nature. That's kind of the rhetoric. It's not like, oh, your family did a bad job raising you. What happens if society becomes sick? What does that even mean? Do you mean that family cannot restrict itself? No, family can restrict itself from society. I'm explaining to you that you can create a child and completely shape their worldview by keeping society away. A society that's fundamentally unjust, unbroken, like capitalism? Yeah. Capitalism, feudalism, chattel slavery. Those are pretty big nightmares. So the best example would be some family that lives out in like West Virginia that like homeschools their kid from kindergarten to 12th grade, right? This kid probably would have like one friend, maybe. Wouldn't be able to like talk to people, right? That's the most extreme example I could give you of somebody that's totally cut off from society. Introduce that person to college and they would just explode. But they're not going to college. If anything, they're going to go to like a school, like a religious school or something, right? You control the bad elements. Who controls the bad elements fairly? Huh? ¿Qué pasa? Society is a social agreement between all citizens that laws that protect people, whether people act in public. That's all it is. Okay, those are words. I think we're tuckering out here in chat. So Simon McDress says, I think many parents believe that they have to be teachers. Plenty of teachers out there. You only get a few parents. Unconditional love is very important. Yeah, I like the idea of unconditional love. It's good. But the criticism for the family unit being the end all be all way to raise a child is that you have blind spots. Some of them are huge. Some of them are small, but everybody has them. And your child is gonna benefit from more perspectives to choose from. It's true. Yeah, I agree. I interpreted the unconditional love as like, have a family that loves you or whatever. No doubt, no doubt. So I'd say with regard to society and family, this is just a kind of a tangent, a little bit of a red herring, not really related. But I think most people intuitively do agree that, now some people don't agree with this, but diversity tends to strengthen societies. It tends to. It's funny, you get a lot of people that are anti-immigration in the United States of America that are like, oh yeah, we're a melting pot, we're a tough country. But then they hate immigrants and they hate diversity. It's like they are aware of the benefits we've had as a country from importing all types of cultures, yet they still can't make that logical leap to understanding that that's how we got here, was from what you are now admonishing. But what happens is when you have a family, let's say you have a family of nutters that like believe in a lampshade god or whatever. You just have some crazy thing going on. Like, what if they just took their kids and just never let anybody talk to them ever? I think we have a problem with that. And I think that's going to affect that kid. And I think this is something that we view as a right to shield your children from harm, but it manifests in a way that is weaponized against the child's own well-being, shielding them from ideas that you personally feel threatened by, that you haven't taken the step to actually necessarily understand enough to actually shoot down and communicate that with the kid rather than be afraid of the idea. Yeah. What if you have a state of nutters who believe in a lampshade god, who believe the families have the right to protect their children from those ideas? Dude, you're just annoying. That's why I kind of ignore you. You just like ask these questions like, oh, I gotcha. Do I think if we have a state of lampshade nutters, should the family be able to protect themselves from the state? Sure. Yeah. We'll give them a pair of tin snips so they can cut the extension cord so the fucking lampshade government. Dude, if your point is like, is a government so bad that you should shelter your children from them? The answer is yes. But the whole rhetoric that I'm trying to provide is that is often used at the detriment of the child itself. What up, Noah? It's Political Friday, bro. Grab a cuppa. We're doing all types of crazy shit. Diversity in a small amount, restricted to the best people coming in, make it stronger. What? No, that's just absolute. This is just pure unrestricted bigotry. This is supremacy is what this is. This is just unfettered supremacy. Saying that, yeah, I like diversity, but only when it's controlled and we only get the best of the people. That's the only time diversity is okay. What you're actually saying is that I only want the people that I can exploit the hardest, that are the most competent from these countries, because those people are otherwise worthless. That's what you're saying to people who can read between the lines. And I gotta say, man, fuck you. Right? Diversity is not restricted based on the competency of the people as workers. Diversity is good because we have more viewpoints to bounce ideas off of and to kind of juxtapose our own intersectionality with each other from different regions, which is huge. You grow a lot doing that, right? You could have an iron worker in the US and an iron worker in China. These guys, all they do is just make fucking iron. They could get together and like their minds could be blown. So to say that, oh no, diversity is good as long as it's controlled and we benefit from it. I mean, it's just mask off. To say, okay, he says, no, that's how every nation in the world does it. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Every nation in the world has done atrocities. That doesn't make it okay.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Fuck out of here, bro. What's wrong with you? Neander says there needs to be balance. Yeah, we have, a group of people that would prefer all non-blue-eyed white people to be extinguished. Then we have a group of people that would prefer people to be taken care of. We should go in the middle and exterminate half of the people. No, there's no balance with dumb fucking reactionary Nazi fucks who don't look at a human being and see a soul there. There's no reasoning with that. You don't put someone in school and say, no, this black person right here is a real person. You don't school them on it. They either kill that idea in their head, they either kill that part of their idea, or they never grow. And they'll be that hateful sack of bigoted, venomous shit their whole life, right? There's no balance with bigotries. There's no balance with injustice. You treat people with respect. You view them as people with souls and stories and lives and intersectionalities. Or you can go fuck yourself. And you'll never win this on the grand scale. We've had a tough couple hundred years here. People, it's been hard to develop working class consciousness. But the internet, the thing that we've used to consolidate labor and just dominate the ability for corporations to be able to abstract their workforces, use it against us. We're going to use the internet to form the various revolutions in the future. Like, it's obviously going to be instrumental. Great deal of irony in that it was stolen by military contractors for the greater people and then stolen back by corporate interests, and it'll be stolen again by the people. We'll use mesh networks. We'll use everything in our power to communicate with each other. There's nothing that really capitalism can do to stop people from learning about how this works, right? There's no balance here. You have people that see capitalism for the naked exploitation that it is, and you have people that are okay with it. The balance, the balance is very simple. Man is not omniscient. Woman is born. We are born with just a set of instincts and whatever nurture we're given, right? But under no circumstance are people born leftist or born fascist. Okay? There are processes that go on to reach these endgames of ideologies, right? If you're somebody, you go and you vote and you do your civic duty and blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's a whole big world of understanding out there I'd love for you to just delve into and just make sense of all this. Dude, Escon with the Prime, thank you. Hell yeah. You're arguing against something I never argued for. The balance was having an alternative to the state with families. Well, what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you pose this false dichotomy of saying that, like, okay, do the people have control of the state or does the state have control of the families? When you kind of put this at me, he says, do you think families should have the right to protect their children from bad governments? Is what he's saying. It's inherently designed to get me to answer in a way that's suitable for you. And what I'm not doing is that. I'm explaining to you, succinctly even by my standards, that when you think like this and you say there needs to be a balance between the family and society, you got to understand, that's not at all what my original argument is. Simple, is that we put too much faith in the family and society has a lot of benefits we don't take advantage of. You are inventing this false dichotomy where I said that the family has no business raising a children. That's what your implication is. And I know that, and I know that you know that, and I know that you're a troll, and I know that you know that I don't give a fuck about you, but I just want everybody else to know that you're a chud. You came over from YouTube to sit here and try to sea lion me again, right? The point was simple. Everybody else is having a good conversation. It's just you stuttering here, man. The point was simple. Part of Marx's teachings, a very small part of it, is criticizing the role the family plays in society. Capiche? That was the whole premise. Not so much that the state needs to control your children. If the state goes bad, you can't fight back. That's all in your head. That's all right-wing, reactionary, just role play, right? That's why you're annoying me, is because, like, just stop. I'm not some liberal on Reddit that's gonna sit here and be fooled by this like civility take. I'm not, dude. You're a fuckhead. How's that sound? You've been in my YouTube chat the whole day spitting out fucking Fox News takes. Just shut up. Is this Nomad Lad? Yeah, what's up, Beastly? How you doing? Sorry, it's Free for All Friday. Today is Anything Goes Friday, so we talk about politics. Second Free for All Friday here. What's up, Del? Society has an obligation, and we do. Even under U.S. capitalism, we do. CPS, right? All the other child services, right? Social workers, we do that. The claim is not that we don't. The point is that our minds are molded to shield ourselves from the oppressive government with the family unit, and that works against us. That was the whole point. I don't want to sit here and fucking debate with chuds anymore. It's like, dude, if you're bad faith and you're arguing and you're not going to listen, goodbye. I just got done explaining how I'm not going to sit here and argue with dumb chuds, right? And this guy's just going off like a fucking chat bot. He's like, please explain how if families were worse than the state, how this one state dissolved and because dude, shut up. How's that sound? How's that sound? I'm sitting over here talking to libertarians, a couple conservatives that actually are interested in this. Not you, bud. This ain't for you. This ain't Reddit. You don't just get to sea lion me. Sit down. Anyway, have you read Kant? I hear categorical imperative in your ethics. No, I'm severely underread. Like I tell people, I've read like 5 books, Engels, Marx, a bunch of Parenti. I'm very underread. But what's funny is like you don't have to read a lot to understand Marxism. See you, Stir Fry. Yo, knock it off with the fucking like trolling. People acting like I'm not a forum poster for fucking 25 years or more. If you are a bigot, just state your point of view. If you hate immigration, fine. If you think the state has no business in your family, just state it. Don't play games with me. Stand on your business. I'm doing it right now. I'm a socialist. I'm sitting here taking L's, right? I'm letting people do cheap shots and not banning them. I'm just banning the people that are wasting my time. Stand on your business. Any fascists in chat? Yeah, it's YouTube. Any fascists? Raise your hand if you're a fascist. Let me know. I'm going to ban you, but any Republicans, any conservatives, any Democrats, any liberals, any progressives, just whatever you are, raise your hand. You're good. Just don't play games with me. Not on Friday. We're trying to have conversations about life and Marxism and criticize capitalism. All chuds know how to do is just waste time. Nothing I believe in is Fox News. Everyone right wing hates my opinions. I don't want the state taking my wealth that I've built for my children by gunpoint. Yeah, no doubt. So did I misinterpret it? I mean, what is this other shit you were saying over here? Bro, you've been on my dick all day with these terrible takes. You've been here for a while shitting out terrible takes. This guy says, I'd be down to talk with a guy with an SS tattoo. Yeah, that would be neat. Did you say that for real? This guy says, do you think people who are capable of working and not helping themselves but choose not to should be given benefits? Dude, how are you going to tell me you're not a chud? Libertarians don't talk like this. Unless you're like both and you're in denial about the other one. I mean, you were even defending the guy who was talking about Muslim grooming gangs. Damn, bro. You'd ask if I would talk to someone I disagree with. Yeah, but it's kind of like a self-own to immediately. If I'm just like, hey guys, you should talk to people you disagree with because you'll learn. And you immediately are like, yeah, I want to talk to a guy with a Nazi tattoo. Like, how is that not a self-own? Like you're sitting there waiting at every given moment See ya, hybrid. You're sitting there waiting at every moment, just waiting to talk about how you want to talk to somebody with a tattoo. It's so weird. Go talk to Graham Plattner, bro. I heard he has a nice tattoo that he covered up. That was my question. Okay, well, if I said it, then I take it back, and I'll take the L. If I said that, then I'll take the L. My bad. I'll walk that back. All right, Yandir got one on me. He got one on me. He got one on me. What I just said was not true. I'll walk that back. Sorry. You got to do this because otherwise nobody can take you seriously if you can't walk it back. Very important. I'm not trying to troll or piss you off. Okay. All right. So let's get this right because I'll probably be streaming for a bit longer. What are you? What do you consider yourself? If you had to pick a political ideology, what would you, because I've been calling you a chud, which is like a conservative, right? But I'm wondering what you call yourself. I think you're a libertarian now, is what you're trying to tell me. You don't actually agree with conservative economic ideology to a T. Is that right? Because the things you're saying are real in line with chuddery. Social liberal, economic right, leaning, yeah, okay. I think it's the debate bro shit from the libertarianism that's actually making me look like you're out of control here. Like, you were the guy that was saying, like, oh, if I given the opportunity, I would do nothing. It's like, well, that makes you bad. Chud was slang for conservative this whole time. Yeah, no, Chud is slang for conservative, sadly. It's derogatory from the left. It's kind of like how conservatives will call U.S. Democrats liberals, despite the double meaning. Same thing. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I gotta say, the way that you've been doing this the whole time has just been incredibly annoying. But you did make that line about roads, which was hilarious. You said I miss Occupy. It's not a good look to admit I do nothing if I could, but it's honest. Yeah, but I just don't think people think like that. I just don't think that's real. I've never once believed that people just want to do nothing. Everybody wants to do something. Everybody, if you have time, would want to help out people. It's literally just like part of the experience. I'm not saying going out and like building houses for people. I'm talking about everyone wants to have purpose. Any country you live in, you want to have purpose. Part of that is being part of societal exchange of commodity and labor. I know a lot of people do it. Yeah, it's just not, the way that you're presenting this is just not real. The argument originally was that you don't like it when people sit around and do nothing but take benefits. And my counter was that nobody sits around and does fuck all and just wants to do that. Nobody likes that life. That life sucks. The overwhelming people that are there because of neurodivergencies, addiction issues, or too many children too fast, or born into poverty, right? It's never like I want to do this, right? Nobody ever wants to be in a position where you have to take a bunch of benefits. It's never been a thing and never will be a thing. All those rhetorics that you read and see from conservatives, at least in my country, about these people just want to sit around and be lazy and do fuck all day. They just want to take our money. They don't want to contribute. This is just not real. This is designed to get you to be mad at people who are down on their luck, who need help, and are truthfully not even taking that much. Big issue in Ireland? It's not. Big issue in Japan? It's not. You guys are reactionaries. It's not. He says, I lived it. I'm sure you did, bud. I'm sure you heard the things I said, listened to them very clearly, and then responded in kind. I'm sure you did that. He says, I'm here in Ireland. What you guys are is confused about what class you belong to. You don't understand at all the actual numbers behind your complaints. No matter where you go in the world, any country, the number of people that sit there and actually skim benefits and do nothing and want to do nothing, it's minuscule. Anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. You know what's not minuscule? Military spending. The social safety nets that are actually abused by the bourgeois. That's not worried. You're worried about the people that are down on their luck. who need a little bit of help. It's not real. What you are is a very cruel person to think this way. People that need help, I would rather help 9 people that didn't need it and 1 that did than not help anybody at all. You would rather help literally nobody if 1 person out of 1,000 took $1 from you. You are a cruel person. And I'll call you out all day. Tech Priest Pie says, I'm a libertarian, but there are a lot of issues with it. It's just the thing that I align with the most out of all the other choices. I believe in personal agency mostly. Well, let me just stop you here and say that the fact that you're conflicted on your ideology means that you're somebody who takes it seriously and is not a supremacist in your way you think. I was a capitalist bootlicker my entire life without knowing it. I have looked at a myriad, right, to be smarmy. I've looked at myriad ideologies at this point. There's a reason I've settled on Marxism and its socialist expression. But the idea that you're a libertarian and you're like, no, this isn't perfect, instantly more serious than anybody else that wants to talk in this way. So he says, I believe in personal agency. A lot of people out there that will exploit you or others. Yeah. You should take your life in your own hands. I like that. Yeah, that's true. Even in capitalism, you should always take your life in your own hands. Don't wait for the judge to tell you, that the guy was going to stab you, just get yourself safe. And if you end up in prison for it, what can you do? I'm just talking to my guy that takes notes for the stream. I'm like, you don't have to do the political stuff if you don't want. I forgot to tell him that. I promise that you're taking this from the wrong direction. I lived as a NEET and know many people who quit from society. Look up the term. Is this rat people? I don't know Chinese, but is this rat people? I'm willing to bet this says rat people. I have no idea though. Lying flat? Let it rot? Oh, okay. Give up, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, same thing, different terms. Yeah. Tech Priest, thank you for sharing your thoughts. The truth is, libertarians, quite frankly, are much more, and this is strange, I believe it to be selfish, but way less cruel than far right ideologies. But I obviously don't agree with libertarianism for a number of reasons. But I don't even really care to debate libertarians. They've debated Marxists 1,000 times. There's really nothing cool there. We just disagree. Conservatism is and reactionary thinking and true fascists and everything in between. It's really interesting to debate because they're used to debating like other liberals. It's just there's no game to debate a socialist as somebody on the far right. So Neandir says I have this wrong. Well, if I have it wrong, it's probably because you were doing debate bro shit for hours. So if you weren't trying to like actually needle me, then I got you. What is neat? Yeah, this is somebody that doesn't do anything. It's like 4chan lingo. Using benefits in Ireland is not people doing nothing. A lot of them claim single parent. Yeah, you're talking about fraud then, right? Yeah, so fraudsters are bad. Fraudsters are not people sitting around doing nothing though. I'm talking exclusively about people that sit around and do benefits and do nothing. I don't think it's a thing. It's a myth. Everybody wants to improve their situation. Okay? So what you're talking about is fraud, and fraud is always bad. Yeah, this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about though. We're talking about people that are due the income, that don't want to improve their situation. I'm claiming that almost just doesn't exist. The people that are stuck there largely have some neurodivergency that like gets them in a loop. In my opinion, that's just total conjecture. That last bit. So I agree with you. It's just my claim is that anybody in the position of having to claim pure benefits for everything, they didn't want that. They don't want that. And if in a just society, they wouldn't have ended up there. I get where you can make a conclusion. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I mean, your statements are pretty non-offensive looking back. I feel like most people are self-serving. If it doesn't benefit them, it's not worth their effort. It gets perceived as doing nothing, but in reality, it's just self-serving behavior. Maybe. I mean, there's obviously self-interest. I mean, Parenti constantly talks about how what the U.S. does is not random. It's based on self-interest. It's based on what we need to do to continue to pillage the global south and the resource-rich countries that are developing and attempting to do a socialism or beating the other imperial powers to exploiting them. I mean, the entire history of, the past couple hundred centuries or even beyond that has just been about how can we, use the advancements in technology to exploit the people that will not get them for a long time. It's just over and over and over again. The self-servingness is always there. And you know what? In communism and in socialism, self-serving is still there. It's not like we're suddenly giving up our own interests. On the contrary, we are better catering to our interests as a working class through socialism than we would through capitalism. Like demonstrably, if you look at some of the statistics we like to talk about with China. Like the home ownership rate is better. More people do live in their own houses. More millennials own houses. Look at the middle class bulge. Just look at it. So my point is that the self-servingness is actually, it permeates all aspects of ideology. It's not the axis in which we measure. It's your empathy. It's your actual decision to do things to other people. A fascist has the least regard for another person's life. You're consuming your own country's middle class and proletariat at that point to sustain the bourgeois' insane thirst for growth. You've extinguished within. You need to take from without, and you'll do it at your own country's expense. Look at Germany. It's obviously right, the textbook example, but it's why it's so easy to explain. But on the contrary, communists, I like to just make this clear. When was the last time China dropped a bomb on another country? Can somebody explain to me the last time China dropped a bomb on another country? I mean, you're going to have to go back some decades, right? And, typically at this point, people transition over to Tiananmen Square massacre and other, crackdown events, right? And even though those are largely mythologized, but there's obviously bad crackdowns, of course, and they're not great. What about Germany? You mean Nazi Germany? Yeah, Nazi Germany. Well, I was talking about fascism, what it actually means and what it actually looks like, right? And the reason we're talking about it is because the axis upon it with which ideology is kind of measured is not self-interest. It's not like fascists care about themselves and communists only care about others. That's not what it is. All of these people care about themselves. Communists just believe that we'll do better if we spend these $900 billion, $1 trillion-isk military budgets on our own people. Is if we loan money out to other countries, not necessarily to entrap them. Sure, there's a soft power element there, of course, but to watch them flourish so we can do better trade with them. Socialists understand that we are leaving something on the table with capitalism, and we are giving it to a select random few at the expense of 99% of the people. Did I say isk instead of dollars? Oh, fuck. All right, Yandir, you can stay. You can stay. You can stay. You're funny. I would say what kind of got you into trouble with me, I guess, Neander, not that I'm like some cool guy or whatever that you need to care about, but you're just a little indirect. I'd say next time you want to have a conversation about stuff with me, maybe next Friday, just like state your point instead of asking a bunch of questions, right? I think that's what made me not like you. You are funny. Yeah, Vietnam. Vietnam's pretty interesting, huh? Vietnam's an interesting one. Keep voting, keep shopping. Consume and vote, baby. What's up, Lucifers? How you doing? The U.S. fails without China just on manufacturing alone. You guys ever heard of something called BYD before? Anybody know what that is? Kind of interesting. We were talking about jets last Friday, but Scrap Rat was like, no, the American jets are better. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. I don't care. The Chinese ones are fancy, all right? The fancier the jet, the cooler it is to me. I don't care how strong it is, all right? Yeah, I don't know. I think the people the people in the United States of America, I think we hold a great deal of power over a beast that we don't know is on a leash. And I think that our minds are sick and we need help. And we need understanding, and we need people to see the power that's being taken from us, right? There's a world. There is an absolute Scrap was here the whole time. Yo! That's so wild. Thank you for the sub, bro. There's a world where America, and this is crazy. This is total like nonsense, right? There's a world where America, the US, could one day be a force of good. Not under its current regime, to borrow a word from the West, but its current people could be a force of good one day, long after this Constitution has been torn up and born asunder. Right? The American people are just like people anywhere else. We got dumb fucks. We got smarmy fucks like me. We got people everywhere else, right? We got all types of people. We got good people, creative people, cool people, dumb people, everybody in between, right? But what we are not equipped to criticize capitalism. And if nothing else on Political Fridays, understand that regardless of your ideology, you should be criticizing capitalism more than you already are. If you are somebody who spends a lot of time thinking about it, okay, you get a pass. But if you're somebody who just, this is bad, this is what we do, I want you to read other people's ideas. You do not have to read the Communist Manifesto coming into it saying, oh, I'm going to agree with this. You also don't have to say I'm going to disagree. You can just read what the fuck's there. It's like 10 pages. You can read The Principles of Communism by Frederick Engels. You could read it. It's super fast. And you could learn about people that think differently and be like, oh, that's bad, or oh, that's good. It's up to you, you know? Just there's an element of praxis involved with all ideology. It's especially important in leftism, is to spend some degree of your thinking time, stop shit posting on fucking Reddit, and to like articulate your thoughts in a compelling way to people that might be receptive to them. My stream's not going to necessarily be that, but I'll never not talk about it. I don't really care if there's socialists in chat. It doesn't really matter. But the chuds are going to have to learn to stop sea lining me, that's for sure. Or the libertarians, true. I told my my little editor guy that's going to do timestamps, I'm like, hey man, if you want to check out on Political Fridays, please don't worry about it. He's like, yeah, that's all right. I'm like, well, if I offend you, sorry. He's like, whatevs. All right, so here's the thing. Was this not the most impressive stream of all time? Can I get some feedback on this? I have streamed for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and I have not decloaked my Astero on the undock. Oh, I guess I'm on a gate now. I don't even know how I got here. Oh yeah, we're looking at the cloud. Yeah, I've been cloaked for 5 hours yelling at fucking Americans. Just screaming at the top of my lungs. Anything goes Friday. Rizio watching, like, what the fuck is he doing? That's awesome. Now, Tapestry's K-Space. Rizio don't even got a dude here. Or a chick here. Ratty Czar, what up? All the culture war is distraction from class warfare. Ooh, libertarian knows that. That's good. I wouldn't be surprised if Nyandir knew a couple things, but I would be surprised if we had a lot of common ground. So how about those Epstein files? Ah, shit. Cider's still talking. You don't have a Passy Uncloaked? Technically, yes, but it's in the station. Thank you for the check, Del. That's really kind of you. Saru Watori, Rowdy Azar, what's up? How y'all doing? Cider says something that bothers me with many ideologies that rest on this concept of owning a means of production. Ah, interesting. This is something Marxism talks about. It is vague and therefore includes a bunch of stuff that I'm opposed to the ownership of people and land. Your ideology includes owning people. Can't you do better? Yeah, so this is not a thing. There are no leftists that think the means of production involve ownership of people. That is not a thing. There are, if you have a leftist state that does slavery, which exists in time, obviously most of them have been right-wing, that's a very confused, diseased nation. But what you're describing is not a predominant ideology. It's not even fringe enough for me to understand any examples of. There's no such thing as the means of production, including the people. When people say owning the means of production, they are talking about the land, the land, the facilities, the tools, the means, the literal definition of the word, the things of production, the things we pick up. You need a car to go to drive from your work to deliver something. That's a means of production. You have a lathe to carve your chess pieces for your chessboard. That's a means of production, right? All of those are means. None of them are people. So I don't know if this is like a weird troll stance or if somebody's kind of done you dirty, but I'm happy to talk a little bit more. I'm very concerned that you think socialists do anything other than vehemently oppose slavery. Wiki says land, labor, and capital label evil people. Okay, well, you're just silly. Sadhu says, how'd you change the color? Yeah, this is new. You can actually right-click on them. There's a color thing here. So you're basing your analysis of socialism based on the wiki's definition of the means of production? Okay, well, there's not much room to grow there, bro. The Epstein files do not mean anything if people are not held accountable. I agree. Libertarian with a good take. I love it. There's a law banning communists from social political. Yeah, I mean, Red Scare, McCarthyism. The United States has been the most successful anti-communist state of all time. Not only are we not taught it, we are somehow simultaneously not taught what Marxism is and taught to demonize it. We hate it without knowing what it is. The backward state of Louisiana. Dude, I got multiple Louisiana motherfuckers in this bitch. I got multiple of them in chat. I got a Louisiana army. In my mind, if you can own labor, that is the same thing as owning people. Yeah, because you're just confused and being silly. You're just being like a very strange, silly Billy. I don't even want to call you a troll because it's so silly what you're trying to do. You're trying to trap a socialist into admitting that socialism is about owning the means of production, which includes people. It is such an absurd argument that, like, dude, you would get laughed out of like a CNN newsroom coming at him with shit like that. And they hate communists. Just pipe down. Stop being silly. How's that sound? No, socialism doesn't believe in slavery. Your understanding of the Wikipedia definition of the means of production is not right. How's that? Cider McDread. What an absolute clown. Oh shit, we're parish posting? We're parish posting? I don't have a parish. Peacock parish here. He says you're not listening to me. Oh no, I'm listening. All right, I'm gonna give you one more shot to rephrase it. One message. Rephrase it and I'll listen to you. My chat's enjoying this, so let's do it. By the way, fun fact, a lot of us don't realize this, but Wikipedia has a lot of really cool information. But you probably should understand any political analysis that you receive from Wikipedia, just like any Western news source, is going to have an inherent anti-communist bias. It's just part and parcel. So, like, you know, the idea of linking to Wikipedia actually makes a lot of sense in a lot of things. But for politics, it's like basically admitting that you are like a child. You have a child's like understanding of geopolitics and political ideologies. But I'm sitting here waiting for the explanation. Wikipedia is great for sciences, for everything else. But if you get your worldview from Wikipedia, you're going to end up a Westerner with no perspective. Wikipedia is a mess for anything. You know what's... Nah, I won't even get into that one. We'll save the one for another Friday. I've already been giving away too much content here. Wikipedia searched Chloroquine one time and it asked if it meant Loru. I am the Fisher Price knockoff brand of Loru, it's true. My high school teacher agrees with me. He said go to Wikipedia and get a gist and read the sources for a deeper dive. What's funny about that is that's part of the scientific... This is part of like a research process. You know, it sounds goofy, like go to Wikipedia and look at the sources, but this is precisely the skill required to be scrutinous for academic research, is to understand where the information came from. Now, Wikipedia, maybe not the best arbiter of truths, but it does attempt to source things, and there is an editorial process. It should be viewed as a quasi kind of like free open source style information hub. It's just heavily biased by Western version of history, I guess is the best way to put it. So that's why political and history and stuff, you gotta understand. It may be worth looking at some other sources if you really want to understand an issue. I think we'll wipe ourselves out before that day comes. Humans are pretty resilient. I don't know if we can wipe ourselves out. I don't know if people are gonna be wiping themselves out. I don't think it's gonna happen. All right, let me launch some probes here. It's been 5 hours and 27 minutes. I'm launching my probes, chat. Pat J says a limited communist country can say it's no joy for the middle class. It's self-serving, but only for those that holds the reins. Well, you fair enough. I guess they tortured puppies there too. And what else did they do? Which country did you live in? I'm gonna go pee and grab another drink. What country did you live in? Let's talk about them. I'm not afraid. Live in Romania. I was gonna guess something else. Huh. Well, I'm sorry you had a bad time. I'm sorry your government sucked. Maybe at this point you could articulate a little bit about which socialist or communist practices derided your quality of life and kind of educate us, right? Obviously, I'm coming at this from an antagonistic point of view. I intend to pick apart what you say, but you say you had a bad time, your family came from it. Maybe you can explain why. The floor is yours, and I will respond. I think the idea that a socialist country or a communist country can't be bad, can't have a bad time there, that's never ever been even an inkling of mine. But I also can pick out a Yeonmi Park in like a second. Like it's very obvious when there's actual criticism of communist systems or when it was just like, oh, we couldn't have slaves anymore. You know? I'm not even joking. That's like a lot of these people, like you just go back a little bit and it's like, wow, interesting. Very interesting. Cider says, got 8 years in uni in the humanities. I just wanted to highlight labor. My argument is not specifically in socialism in the context of extreme. Would agree that labor is your time and energy. If you can own that, I say you own people. Yeah, I'm going to permanently ban you here because you're a little concern troll. And what you are is a cretin. I've told you 5 times now, explicitly, to stop being a fuckboy and stop splitting the meanings of the word labor. In no way does any socialist at any point in history ever believe that slavery is acceptable. Never. It's not a thing. If they do, they are extremely confused and they have a mental dissonance that is unlike anyone I've ever seen. It makes less sense than fascists. Okay? Nobody believes that labor means owning people. Shut the fuck up. You're pathetic. Go target somebody who's not at least mildly capable of articulating the point. You've seen me here for 5 hours grind out against libertarians and chuds, socialist theory, and you're going to come at me with this? Socialists are slavers? Cider McDread, buddy. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. You see how Neander didn't get kicked and you did? Because you suck. God damn, what an absolute clown. I like how I knew exactly what he was talking about. I told him why it's wrong. He's like, no, you don't understand. And then he repeated it. These people have absolute fucking worms in their brains. I'm glad there's like a bunch of people here that are actually either on the side of things like libertarianism where it's like, okay, we can have a conversation, or quiet or learning something, or even a few leftists. It's fascinating. Most Democrat style people will largely agree with me on most things, right? All right, so he says, on one hand, the goods that should be equally available, like standard food, were rationed out in a lot of cases. Most of the good ended up in the hands of those with it. So there was food fraud. Okay, that's bad. Very bad. So obviously, if there was a like pandemic and we had like a mask shortage, the rich people wouldn't have masks in the US because capitalism is good, right? Understood. In capitalism, it's impossible to have a product rationed. Would be the straw man to make here, right? If I was going to be disingenuous, I would say, how was I not able to buy a torpedo heater in the middle of the cold snap under capitalism? What do you mean they're rationed? What do you mean? Of course, it doesn't make any sense, right? Rationing food is something that it's not even an L. Frauding and executive power, stealing goods, that's a huge L. But I got to be real with you. Rationing food is politically, ideologically agnostic. It has nothing to do with the political ideology. And corruption and executive power, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. This is going to fuck you up. It has nothing to do with political ideology. And you know that. And you know that, right? Oh, all these heads of states all over the world are just getting rich as fuck under capitalism because capitalism is fair and communism, the rich get richer. You know that, right? Okay, so moving on. So he says there's no free speech. Fair enough. That's a good criticism. I happen to not give a shit about free speech. So if that matters to you, fair enough. I'm not going to take that away from you. So far, they've rationed food and there's been corruption in the high level of the aristocracy or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? We'll just put a misnomer on it. And the other thing is that there's no free speech. I don't understand how any of that has to do with communism. Is there free speech in Tehran as you know it? They're not communists. Are they rationing water right now? Sure they are. Are the rich getting more water? Sure they are. It has nothing to do with communism. In fact, they're closer to capitalism. So, Willie Mac, are you at least open to the fact that you haven't had a single person who lived in a communist country in chat, or is that in favor of it? Well, I discussed this earlier, yeah. He says he thinks it's interesting how every person that used to live there says it's bad. Yeah. So I talk about this a lot, and this isn't really a gotcha. So the short answer for people that actually want to understand why this is the case is because communism and socialism, I've said this on last Friday, must have been 10 times, are ideologies that are constantly beleaguered by the forces of capitalism, no matter where you start them, right? So by daring to have a system where workers own the means of production and there's nationalized businesses, by daring to have that, you invite kinetic warfare, you invite genetic warfare, you invite technological warfare, you invite every type of warfare imaginable in your country, right? And I just want to be clear here, this isn't the case for everything, but let's look at Cuba, for example. You know, people leave Cuba and like, oh my God, it sucked, it was the worst. Guys, do you know why Cuba kind of sucks? Because America has been literally strangling it for longer than all of y'all have been here. They leave that little detail out. The Yeonmi Park style of people that say, I've left an oppressive communist dictatorship and capitalism is the goated. They have a financial incentive to exaggerate, embellish, lie, or outright just fabricate entire fantastical scenarios. Yeonmi Park is an exceptionally embarrassing example of this who's been successful doing it. Right? Are there people from communist states that have moved to capitalist states that were fleeing oppression? Yes. Oh, yeah. Are there people fleeing capitalism because of oppression? Yeah. I mean, it's just such a farcical thing to think that because people are talking about their bad experiences with communism in their mother country, that somehow those countries are so bad. Like, number one, what they're saying is true. Number two, those countries are so bad. Meanwhile, we are literally putting our boot on that country's neck. Name a country. Romania? Okay, ex-Soviet Union, done. We literally arms raced them to hell and back. They had no choice but to stick up with us. Right, but you haven't had a single person support. Sure. Is this important to you? Is it important to you that we have a chatter from a communist or socialist country that loved it? Because what I'm trying to communicate to you is most people that have actually lived it have a shit life because of the effects of capitalism on these countries to the point where it's obvious. I don't have to look further than Nicaragua. It would be helpful. It would be helpful to you, I guess. It doesn't mean anything to me. As a socialist, I'm constantly dealing with people who said, oh, my family's from Cuba and it sucks. Constantly. And it never means anything to me. I could give you a list of millions of people that would say capitalism ruined their lives. Would you like some people from here to talk about people that actually lived oppression? These people are fucking being slaughtered. Meanwhile, we have somebody from Romania who says he can't buy bread because of communism. Willie Mack? I don't really care if they show up or not. I understand that there are actually people being oppressed by capitalism, and these negative reviews of ex-communist countries, well, let's just put it this way. There's a selection bias issue here. Straight up. Maybe that'll appeal to your brain. I lived in China for 10 years and I love that. I just don't feel the need to wave the flag about it. It says meat pie gaming. Cool. There you go. I mean, you really don't have to China Max to just talk about economical advantages. So to sum it up, Willie Mac, I don't give a shit if there's any chatters that love socialism or not. It has nothing to do with anything, right? He's like, you're a stereotypical American socialist. You shut down everybody who disagrees with you, demean him. Well, here's the thing. Your whole contribution to this conversation was, hey, buddy, there's nobody chirping up for socialism in chat. That's your whole contribution. You're clearly here to agitate. Like, maybe if you came from the perspective of like, hey, buddy, seems like there's a lot of people that hate socialism. Like, are we going to get one that doesn't hate it? But you came from the perspective of like, wow, your argument stinks because everybody seems from these countries seems to speak up. Yeah. Like, we all know what you're doing, right? Like, I can sit here and talk all day about anything you come up. It's just, you're not worth the effort because you're so obsessed with the number of chatters that come from ex-socialist countries. He says, you're not a good ambassador of socialism. Well, thank you. I don't really mind your opinion one way or another. You don't know anything about socialism is my guess, right? Anyway, another shit tier agitator. Somebody asked me why you can't have an EVE Online Socialist Corporation. We could. It would just involve constant screening of wreckers like this. I'm going to put you a little timeout here, bud. Enjoy your day. I'm not an ambassador of socialism, he says. As I've spent 6 hours talking to liberals about the actual academic side of socialism. It's not going to work, dude. Anyway, goodbye. Everyone's better to be able to point out flaws in their own country, else they can't begin to improve it. What's up, Jarretts? Individual gun rights? Yeah, I mean, you can probably guess. In China, you're forced to exercise. Get up! Get off the fucking computer! Do some jumping jacks! Like, you just start firing off rounds in the wall. I need that. I'd say I'd prefer living in China than the US, but I think China's the exception to the US economic stranglement. Well, how about that, BRX? How about that? It's almost like somebody here understands the actual rhetoric. Is there any way to make solo bomber to fly in wormhole? Sure, you can catch explorers with a solo bomber. Just put any projectiles or missiles or something, or rockets on it, and then just come out of stealth next to somebody and clap the explorer. Other than that, probably not. You wouldn't want to use Torbs. See you, Scotty. 100 hours over 8 days, goddamn. He says, dude, my friends and family got slaughtered because of communist leadership and ideologies. No, you're just a very confused person. Your history in Romania has no bearing as to your actual understanding as to how this works, right? The number one knee-jerk response to say to like capitalists that speak this way, like, oh my God, communism killed everybody, is, my friend, if the metric is death count, are you really gonna try to compare socialism and communism to capitalism? Are we gonna start there? Because you know how this goes. Capitalism has killed orders of magnitude more than communist has, right? So if we want to talk about numbers, fine. Let's talk about numbers. We can talk about all you want about the communist failures and the deaths associated with them, crackdowns, unmanaged famines, right? We can talk about everything. Wars, right? World War II death, right? But then what we're going to talk about is how the rest of capitalism has murdered, shit on, and destroyed magnitudes more people. Neander says Holodomor death. Yeah, so, you know, this is a very controversial one, kind of like Tiananmen Square massacre, right? But I'm going to insist, and I'm going to tell you straight up, there were no intentional famines in the USSR. It wasn't a thing. And this claims there was. It's not a thing. This happened. These people died, and they did not deserve to die. They were innocent motherfuckers. These Ukrainian people were innocent. They did not deserve to die to a famine. But history knows it wasn't intentional. We know that. It's, I suppose, trendy to talk about Holodomor nowadays, but it's not going to get you very far here. There's a famine. However, the problem is it's a perfect vector for propaganda to twist intentions. And you know for a fact that no superpower wants to famine its own people. You know that intuitively, right? But maybe you got a sick leader who like wants someone to punish. Even then, it's a hit to power, which is, you can't afford it. Just DuPont alone. Sup, Chester? Was intentional, they just put the wrong people in place who know nothing about farming. They're responsible for the deaths in Ukraine during the famine, the USSR, period. They did not intend to it, according to history books. If they did, I would never in a million years sit here and say that. I would point to that as a major ideological failure on behalf of the USSR. You have essentially calculated evil and failures of state. Failures of state always hold responsibility. The people should be sentenced to whatever the people think the leaders should be held accountable for. But it's particularly trendy nowadays since Imperial Russia decided to kind of push back the buffer zone, right? And attack Ukraine. kind of, if you believe it, in response to NATO encroachment. Because of Russia's actions there, and this is the leftist talking, it's really trendy to look at the Holodomor and view and take that seriously. I think I'm going to link to something because I don't want you to take this wrong. Trying to see if I can find one particular source. Irish potato famine may not have been intended, but I definitely say it was maintained. Well, I haven't talked about the Irish potato famine, but I'd like to just point out one major difference between the Irish potato famine, the Holodomor, whether or not you believe in the conspiracy theory that it was intentional or not, and the other famines in the USSR that killed millions of innocent people, right? There's a big difference between the famines in the USSR and the Irish potato famine. Can anybody tell me what it is? I'll tell you. In the West, we consider the famines in the USSR an intentional thing designed to terrorize your own people. And it was just a sign of how bad communism was. But the Irish potato famine from the West was like, oh no, this poor thing happened to these poor people. In reality, the historical record is that, yes, the Irish potato famine was a lot more calculated than anything close to what happened in the USSR with all the famines that happened there. Good evening for contacting this conversation, mate. Don't know how you do it. I find it exhausting. Refuse to speak with people about these subjects anymore. Yeah, I mean, people aren't going to agree with you, but as long as they don't sea lion me, I feel like it's okay. I just, I'm not going to tolerate the people wasting the time. A lot of these people disagree with me. They just say the message, we argue, and move on. UK are extracting our food. Thank you, Kid Kane. So the same argument is about the Holodomor, by the way. The argument is that the wheat was extracted. The historical record, it's hard to argue intention there, but you could if you want. I guess. I'm not going to tell you how to think about famines. I think there's a major difference. 140K is a guy who doesn't know anything about where. Would you want to do something similar? Thank you, Quilly. I can't say I've thought about it, anything. It's interesting. I don't know anything about it either. Never really been interested in Warhammer 40K. What is sea lion? Oh, sea lioning. SEALION. The guys that go oink, oink, oink in the water. Sea lioning. It's somebody that continually asks questions over and over again with no intention of ever hearing what you say. Yeah, I was trying to find the link about I read one specific thing recently with some interesting sources. I don't know if I can find it. Again. I mean, there are a lot of shitty dossiers out there, but there was a recent one written like 2 years ago. You got to be very careful though when you research stuff, especially Cold War stuff. You're not really going to be trusting East or Western sources. You need academic sources, right? I can't actually find the exact article, but there are a lot of articles just like it, and there's books about it as well. And basically, there were droves of files released at one point and analyzed from Ukrainian security force or federal services kind of thing. And this kind of led to the disproving of the intentional famine at the result of the USSR. Now, with that said, I don't expect you to take me seriously when I say this because I haven't linked anything. I can't find the exact article. I'm finding way less credible ones. I wasn't prepared to talk about the Holodomor. I didn't expect that to come up. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to search the website I used to actually find it. I don't want to leave you hanging and be that guy that just says something. I almost always do the sources right on the bat. Let me see. One second, I'm looking through stuff. How do I search just the one community? I unfortunately can't find it, but I'm actually going to extend this conversation later. I don't know if I want to hold it up for this. I can link you to a bullshit one. I mean, I could link you to something that debunks the Holodomor. I just wanted one really good one. I don't want to link you to like a fucking blog post that's not linked. It's kind of pissing me off now. Where is it, Brody? Where is it? Where is it, buddy? Ugh. All right, I give up. I give up. Potato blight was a real thing in the 1800s. Russia had a famine at the same time as Ireland. 1930s were different. Holodomor was a real thing. That's like saying you read a Holocaust scenario and it made sense. The Holodomor was... Well, the Holodomor specifically refers to an intentional famine. And the point is that didn't happen. That's the myth. We're not talking about... People died. Yeah. I mean, if you equate talking about the factual record of what happened with the famine in the Soviet Union in modern day Ukraine with Holocaust denial, I would have to argue you're deeply unserious. What's up, Swagger? Here, I'll give him something to look at. All right, where is this post? All right, so stir fry wanted to like, let's just go here real fast. And basically, this is basically something I agree with, so you know my stance. I want you to read the first reply there. This is a reading list. You can skip past it. Read the first reply there by Calby. This is also my stance. And I'm going to read it on stream now because people are saying I'm now doing Holocaust now, which is obviously untrue. Like, I don't have to go too far into that. What happened to Jewish people, Polish people, lots of people in World War II was fucking insanely terrible, right? Nothing like it, right? Holocaust specifically referring to Jewish people. Insane. There's no denial there. But I can tell you for a fact that what we call the Holodomor is a famine that's been refurbished into a weapon against communism. That's what it is. So I'm gonna read a little bit about it here in a second. Surfire says the Holodomor is classified as a genocide. I understand that people classify the Holodomor as a genocide. People classify Israel operations in Gaza as a genocide, right? And other people disagree with that. The fact is, I'm about to read a little bit of perspective on you, for you, right? And then you can decide whether it is or not, and we'll leave it there. But I'm totally comfortable talking about what we know as the Holodomor. I am. It's very crazy to talk about it on Twitch, but I'm comfortable talking about it because Just like when people try to say like, oh, talking about Israel is anti-Semitic, it's not. And talking about the material record of what happened with the famine in modern Ukraine in Soviet Union, there's nothing controversial about it, really, if you're comfortable delving into it. So we'll talk about it a little bit. But I just want to be clear, genocide is terrible. Intentional extermination of someone's gene line is about the most wicked thing you could do, and I would never in a trillion years support anything like that. But after analyzing the record, I don't think that's even close to what happened. In fact, I think the academic record, as you're about to find out, was reached a consensus on this. We did reach a consensus on this a while ago. You'll understand that it's not so much something that was anything more than settled understanding that's been reagitated in a different meaning. And whose interest does it serve? You tell me. Did people die there unjustly? 100%. Did that need to happen? Fuck no. Do I think that was good? Fuck no. Do I think there was a genocide? I don't. Based on the material record. And if I find more information, I'll adjust it. We're going to do a little itty bitty reading here because I think we need to do a little reading here. We're not going to worry about academic record. We're just going to talk about the Holodomor. This is definitely a really hard topic for Westerners to kind of wrap their head around, but I don't really care, right? I don't really care. You can kind of reevaluate things and kind of go with it, or you can continue to think that the Soviet Union starved millions of people in Ukraine to punish them, despite having an existential crisis against the West. It's like, okay. Good job. The logic like doesn't survive cursory thought, but a lot of people died, so it's very provocative, right? Very provocative. What's up, Swagger? What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, we're doing a political stream. They also purged their officers right before war. Well, you seem certainly interested in the Cold War. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit before I leave. But I definitely want to talk about the Holodomor. You know, I didn't expect this to come up. I kind of expected Tiananmen Square Massacre to come up at some point. I usually have to deal with this. I don't usually have to deal with the Holodomor, though. This one's definitely a tough one. So we're going to kind of read the quote of a very opinionated forum poster, but I want you to understand that I know this poster, I know this post, I've looked at it before. I was looking for something to encapsulate the views. Whether or not you care to hear this or believe it, it's up to you. Doesn't really matter to me. But I would ask you to understand one thing. I don't believe that Russia attacking Ukraine is justified, even if they're being pressured by NATO. It's not justified. Ukrainian people do not need to suffer at the behest of any imperial dogfight, period. Okay? True. That's it. Full stop. I also think that anybody died in a famine in the Soviet Union, they didn't deserve it. Period. Full stop. But you need to understand a historical fact, right? When people trip up about Nazis and Ukraine and stuff, like, okay, a lot of people in Ukraine, right? But there are actual real concerns, okay, with what happened in history, people where they live, who they sided with, etc., right? And you got to understand this. The term Holodomor was chosen. This term did not exist in the 60s, 70s, 80s, right? This was chosen, right? Specifically for its similarity to the word Holocaust, right? Now ask yourself, how could something that happened in the 30s not have a term until the 80s? Well, okay, this is just silly thinking, but just keep that in mind, right? So let's read a little bit of Calby. We're gonna read a little bit of Calby. I bet this guy would absolutely lose his mind if he knew I was reading him on stream, but that's okay. So this is a very strong opinion from a very principled leftist who has read more theory than all of us combined. I just want you to understand that. So Calby says, in response to the Holodomor, right? He talks about the Soviet famine in the 1930s was largely due to adverse weather conditions coupled with bourgeois farmers called kulaks killing livestock and burning crops to resist the Red Army collectivizing agriculture. Understand what that means before we move on. Where he's talking about a factor in the lead up to the conditions. He's not saying they're responsible. The kulaks are responsible. The bourgeois kulaks are responsible. He's saying that these are the conditions that were created before the famine, right? You had landowning farmers going around essentially protesting, right? This was a factor, right? This was to protest Red Army collectivizing agriculture in the sense of taking it for the greater good. Okay. It continues to say, however, to paint those who died as victims of communism, when the communists were the ones that finally ended famine in a region where famine was historically common and regular, is hardly genuine. And this is the root of the issue, right? Calby is obviously an agitator, but the root of the issue is that you are looking at a famine-prone region in insane times with less famine than before and saying, oh my God, look at this famine. It's communism's fault. And they did it intentionally. Obviously, there's a lot of material record to back that up. So he goes on about the Holodomor. And this is where, right? It really just depends on what exactly you want this to be like, right? If you are firm in your worldview that the Soviet Union intentionally killed people that lived in Ukraine in the Republic, I don't know that Calby is going to convince you, but this is his opinion. He says the term Holodomor, the right-wing theory describing a man-made and intentional famine, was created by Ukrainian nationalists in the 80s. And remember, that was what I was talking about earlier. It was named as such to draw a direct connection to the Holocaust, which is also what I said, and as a form of Holocaust trivialization. And understand that as actual victims of an intentional genocide, the argument is that by retroactively assigning this as a genocide, instead of a government failure, is trivializing the Holocaust. So you would think that this would make this untrendy, but it's not. We'll go into reasons why, I'm sure. He continues, archival evidence proves that there was no such intentional famine, but it was used to demonize socialism in the real world. Now, this is a huge leap of faith. This is what I'd prefer to lead to the sources, right? And I think I'm going to follow back on this. Next Friday, I think I'm going to be a little bit more prepared. But this is basically the thing, what I'm saying, like, listen, from what I can tell, there were no orchestrated efforts at all to lead to the conditions that caused that famine, besides the people themselves doing some silly things, the bourgeois farmers essentially sabotaging the fields. And the fact that the army was so active, right, and was trying to collectivize the fields. Those conditions led to a famine in a famine-prone area. I've never seen the organization. I've never seen the conspiracy. I've never seen the motivation. I've never seen any of it to indicate that this was intentional. It doesn't even make sense. We're not dealing with a fascist force. We're dealing with a Red Army that largely is needing to prepare for an invading fascist force. That leap of faces where the argument loses me. Well, again, I told you this wasn't going to be sourced. But anyway, hold on. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to find the perfect one. But it's a tricky part, though, because as much as I want to go and get this and dig into it, I mean, if you are asserting that a famine in a famine-prone area of the world is a genocide, it sort of kind of feels like the burden of proof is on the accusers, which is strange that I'd be digging up evidence to disprove an accusation with no evidence, right? The academic record for the first 30 years after this event was that this was a symptom of a mismanaged government, protest conditions, and the times of the army's demands. So if I says, dude, Ukraine is not famine prone, Interesting. Stir Fry has a very strong opinion on this. They censor one of your comments. And obviously it's meaning the region when he talks about famine. I don't know if we have to split a hair to the oblast, the Soviet itself. Ukraine's black soil is very fertile. Sure. But you're making the assertion that this claimed that at no point did he claim that Ukraine was famine prone. He said famine was ended in a region where famine was historically common. We're going to have a problem if you're just going to make shit up. You feel me? I don't even see him pointing to saying Ukraine has a famine problem. I mean, this seems like plain English. Famine, not enough food produced could be sourced, but it is the will. We'll obviously come back with stuff to talk about. You guys, where famine was historically common, in a region where famine was historically common. A region. He doesn't say Ukraine. Obviously, if there's not a history of Ukraine, why would he say there's a history of Ukraine there? Now we're saying the Holodomor was more, it affected from Ukraine to Kazakhstan. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I just got to be honest. Like, if your own Western Wikipedia is telling you that it's hotly debated in the West, I mean, that's a pretty good indication that this is not as it is. Anybody saying that the famine in Ukraine was a genocide, that's a pretty strong accusation. When I say the actions in Gaza were a genocide, I'm prepared to articulate precisely why. The fact that people died as a result of a famine in an area isn't a genocide. If it was intended, that could very well be a genocide, and probably is. Much less of a debate. Well, that's good. Good for you. So I'm going to have to come back next Friday with topics about this. I've been streaming too long. I'm just going to have to take the L and say that we'll just agree this is all made up. But the idea is I want to come back with receipts and revisit this. The world is in black and white, in my opinion. Everybody's a communist. Even capitalists have communists in their own family to beat the system. But unfortunately, considering our human mentality, I don't think it'll work. And with some, let's say, restrictions, someone will exploit it. Unlike capitalism, which nobody exploits, right? The point of the Calby post was to kind of give you my opinion on it, because mine aligns almost directly with Calby's, not so much to go right to the books. But my opinion is that this was an event that could have obviously been prevented, I think, with better management. It affected an extreme amount of people. I wish more than anything it didn't happen. But to call it a Holodomor, to call it a Holocaust, is to directly say, fuck you, to actual genocide victims. You don't win the lottery if you're dead in a certain way, but genocide is a powerful term. It has meaning. And that's not what this was. And we're going to have to come back to this next week. Next week, I'll put it on the docket. But anyway, in the meantime, read the Wikipedia page. The second fucking paragraph explains to you how this is not at all uncontroversial, even in the West. Have you seen the IDF? I don't know. I don't even grace them. You can genocide with food. Absolutely, you can. I didn't say you couldn't. Never said you couldn't. But a genocide requires intent. An accident cannot be genocide. There can be no amount of negligence that can be construed as a genocide unless it's proven that negligence was intentional, right? Now, a human would know that if you fucked up too bad, it doesn't matter. But you can genocide with food. And how do we know this? Look at Mediterranean, right? Look at Palestine. Look at how Israel uses food as a weapon. Look at how America uses embargoes as a tool against Cuba. Johnny says China. What about China? Go ahead, hit me. Are we doing the Uyghurs now? I'm gonna come back to the Holodomor next week. But they wrecked the birds. Okay. While scholars agree the famine was primarily man-made, which is undisputed and I agree with, the famine was man-made, it remains in dispute whether the Holodomor was intentional, whether it was directed at Ukrainians, and whether it constitutes a genocide. The point of contention being the absence of attested documents explicitly ordering the starvation of anywhere in the Soviet Union. Motherfucker, the first sentence on Wikipedia, the US bias, the capitalism bias Wikipedia, explicitly says there is no proof of ordering of starvation. How do you construe a genocide if you're not anti-communist from that? I mean, obviously we're just reading bullshit, but come on, this is your own player. He's self-reporting. Some historians conclude that the famine was deliberately engineered by Joseph Stalin to eliminate Ukrainian independence movements. Others suggest that the famine was primarily the consequence of collectivization in agriculture and actions taken to industrialize the Soviet economy. Take a guess when the former party decided to start taking action. There's been a boatload of propaganda against the Soviet Union. It took me a very long time to educate myself on what is more likely to have happened by reading between the historical records of the USA and the USSR. The reason for the USSR is varied and rife with nuances. That said, it's a super interesting topic to read about if people can avoid getting politically charged about it. Hell yeah. Reading about Cold War and how it even predates the Cold War is a fascinating topic. Parenti talks about it consistently in his speeches. His books are plentiful about the topic and its surrounding tangential aspects. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I know you're talking about. You're talking about mouse. Yeah. Yep. Got you. I eat people, so I always have lots of food. I'm pretty sure it's illegal. I don't think you can eat long pig. Great leap forward. Yeah, we're talking about the birds. I understand. Sorry. Yeah. So here's the thing: attacking animals that people subsist on is absolutely could be considered genocide. For example, killing buffalo, right? That could be construed as a genocide. Largely, it's construed as part of a genocidal campaign of self-interested European settlers. But yes, Mao has done some very interesting things with his power, and I'm not on board with all of them. For example, I don't think we kill the landlords. I just don't think we do that. I think we make them rent from us. Everybody else gets a house, but the landlords rent. See, it's worse than death. The worst thing you can do to a petit bourgeois is tell them they have to sell labor like the rest of us. I guess I gotta end this stream soon. We need to come back and talk about this just a little bit. I want to find that one source just so I can at least have a little bit of ammo in here, because this is a very controversial thing you should never bring up on stream. The truth is that I have mad love for Ukrainians. I don't like anybody that associates even remotely with anything related to any extension of Nazi Germany. But the truth is, most Ukrainians are just like us. They're just random ass people. There are some random Nazi LARPers out there, but hate to break it to you, my country's fucking full of them. So I'm not going to throw a stone. Say what you like about Russia. I can't stand Putin. I can't stand the imperialist aspects. You can say whatever you want about NATO encroachment and blah, 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 and soft powers and blah, 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 blah. They don't tolerate Nazis there, and I respect that. This is Stir Fry's point, is that Ukraine should never have a famine technically. And that's where the clear admission of mismanagement goes. The first time Ukraine ever used the word famine ever was in 1987. Interesting. Obviously, you know, there's a reason for that due to political crackdown. But I do find it interesting. They assert that since the 1990s, the term Holodomor has been widely adopted by anti-communists in order to draw parallels to the Holocaust. However, this term has been criticized by some academics, as the Holocaust was a heavily documented, coordinated effort by Nazi Germany and its collaborators to eliminate certain ethnic groups such as Jews. By contrast, there is no definitive documentation that Stalin directly ordered the mass murders of Ukrainians. Barkin et al. State that the term Holodomor was introduced and popularized by the Ukrainian diaspora in North America before Ukraine became independent, and that the term Holocaust in reference to the famine is not explained at all. This is on Western Wikipedia. I don't even have to find leftist sources, Eastern sources. I don't even have to look for them. This is on your website. They're literally actually kind of telling the truth about it. Whew. All right, Wikipedia. All right, you're cooking. You're cooking. Maybe we don't have to revisit this. I love Prenti. Yeah, I mean, shit. Rest in peace, right? Hell of a time to get radicalized. He's dead. Trump's fucking going buck wild. Manny with the sub. Thank you, buddy. So I think next Friday we can come back to that. Maybe I'll bring some sources so I don't look like a dumb fuck. I don't want to trip off without sources, but I totally was unprepared. So I'm going to take that out. But I will come back, and you can hold me to that. If I don't have it, we'll look for it then. But I'm going to have it ready. We'll also probably talk about socialism again, but you know, maybe we'll talk about other random things. Who knows? And the rest of the time, we're just going to play even chill. Any of the political stuff that comes up, we'll just bag it for Fridays. Obviously, I'm very passionate about this. I think if you look back at the people that got kicked, they're largely getting kicked because they're fucking annoying assholes, not because they're libertarians or something. Yeah. So just understand that if you disagree with all this, I feel like there's a way to go about it, and we can still be homies. But don't come to Friday and troll me. Stand on your business, say what you mean, and stop fucking asking dumbass questions that a third grader knows, all right? Do I strike you as a mark that's going to fall for like your sea lining? No! I strike you as a neckbeard Reddit motherfucker who has too much time reading too much shit. That's what I strike you as. Why would you want to get into it with me? It's bizarre. But hey, it's important to them, you know? Anyway, I scared all my YouTube viewers away. That's hilarious. But Twitch is strong because of those raids. That's amazing. So I'm going to leave you with this final note. I love everybody everywhere. Ukraine, Russia, China, North Korea, South Korea, Japan, right? Taiwan, right? Philippines, right? Everywhere in between, Canadians, Mexicans. I love people all over South America. I love my African kings and queens with the most beautiful land in the world. I love everybody here. I do. But what I don't love is when people exploit others for their own personal gain. Okay, I don't like that. So I'll never be a capitalist. I won't be. I will be somebody that thinks when you create something, you deserve your portion of that output. That's what I believe. And I believe we have the ability to do that. I believe it's being done right now. I think it's been done. Right? But with that said, you know, there is a serious demon in the room. Capitalism has a lot of guns. A lot of guns, a lot of nukes, a lot of planes, a lot of boats, a lot of everything. Tanks, boots. When you do a socialism, when you do a let's try something new, you're not just like skipping along, like, oh, let's try this. You are literally fighting a war for your fucking life. Because there is every incentive to snuff you out if you want to actually protect your people from exploitation. Every possible motive for snuffing you out. It's true. It's not make-believe. Okay? Just understand it's hard to be a leftist. It's hard. It's tedious. People don't hate you because you have ideas. It's just, you know, you're saying things that are very provocative as a leftist. You are. You know, in the same way, maybe, you know, people that are extreme on the other side, except your extremity is like, no, we should prioritize people over billionaires. That's what makes you radical. It is the case that there are millions of people out there who understand that it's not about, oh, my family had a bad time in a communist nation. It's that capitalism is not equitable. It's not fair and it doesn't work for the people long term. What it does is devolve into imperialism, into fascism, inevitably. When it gets strong enough, it fizzles out, becomes a vassal state, or becomes a fascist state. It will happen. With enough weapons, with enough squandering of resources, with enough repressing of the various kind of middle classes, if you will, the petit bourgeois and everybody below them, actually in the proletariat that makes a couple bucks, repression of them so everybody's poor, that's what fascism looks like. We're not there yet. But the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that there are bad ideas out there. There are a lot of good people out there. I think that government crackdowns that kill people are bad. I think that imprisoning people or killing them for petty crimes is bad. I think that famines that are mismanaged is unexcusable. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen is you millions of your people died because you couldn't get your paperwork right. It might as well be a mass killing event in terms of culpability. Academically, though, it's not an intended genocide, and that's kind of the whole point. We don't want to just make shit up. We want to actually understand what happened here. Nobody deserved that. Nobody deserved to be in the towers when we got attacked by a plane. Nobody deserved to be in Nicaragua when we overthrew it for the 90th time. Nobody deserved to be in Afghanistan when we were just fucking blazing everybody with no accountability. Nobody deserved to be in the Gaza Strip as it got pummeled and wrecked into submission. Nobody deserves these outcomes. I just think that you'll find the common thread between all of this pain, exploitation, destruction, and death is capitalism. That's it. It's the best at exploiting. It's the best at killing. It's the best at growing. Interesting. Very interesting. Whew. Fun one. If I banned you, it's probably because you were annoying as fuck or you're like a total fascist. Everybody else that didn't get banned, hell yeah, good job. We hate people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. Those damn Dutch ovens. No, you've been here this whole time? You hear me clap off? Trotsky or Stalin? What do you think? What do you think? What do you actually think? Come on, I don't have to say it. I don't know if you get your hands on the papers. Yeah, I can actually find that easily. I think I commented on some forum, but I wasn't prepared to look through my post history to find it. I can easily find it next week, and I want to. And if you're here next week, wait, what are you talking about? You're going to give me research as the guy from Romania that says communism sucks? Yeah, hit me with your papers. I want to see this. I want to see the papers as to why communism sucks. Yeah, please. I'm not going to say no to that. That sounds fun. The French Revolution is what happens when things goes off the rail, then to find everybody connected to the people and its power is bad. French Revolution is interesting. Interesting. But I don't think we have to look too far from China to get an understanding as to how maybe that thing actually works over the long run. Smart guy, take care, buddy. Yandir says thanks for the stream. Yeah, you too, buddy. I think we'll talk to each other better next week. BRX, take care. Sherlock, goodbye. Cassie says this is a fun stream. Hey, Cassie. Noah, good to see you, buddy. Wishing the best for you. Can't wait for the wedding. My first one ever. Grey Ghost, smart guy, goodbye. Slimy Goblin, goodbye. Ghost Dance Jarrett's, take care. Gravy says absolute banger of a stream. Yeah, it's Friday. Anything goes. Fuck it. You know. My YouTubers, thanks for being here. I appreciate you, Stir Fry. We can talk about this more. I think you'll find that I care a lot about people, but it could be the case that there's suffering, and it could be the case that there's misleading at the same time. So we can maybe hash it out in DMs if you want, but it's up to you. I just gotta be myself and go tell you what I know. Take care, YouTube. I love all of you. Goodbye. See you soon.